Oh, abundance. If anybody disagrees with the topic, you can request up and explain to me how we are all one species. It's 5.6 to 5.8 billion people on the planet who don't belong on the planet. That's policing the organic species and psychologically and medically evaluating their children as well as educating them. Growing up in school, I was taught that we was all one species. We was all Homo sapiens. We was all the human race. But when I actually started to study for self, it looked like, it looked like we different. You said you finna make them mad with this one. Hey, man, they be mad all the time. They only be mad because they want to uphold a lie. That lie don't work no more. We all one. God created us all equal. What else they be saying? Everybody got animal DNA. That's all lies. That's lies that the complex cell organism gave my people. When you get into genetics, biology, or science as a whole, they can't explain where the complex cell organism came from. So if they can't even explain their existence without using religion, even when you get into the religion aspect, it don't make sense. How the fuck God created us all equal, but we're all biologically different? That don't make any sense to me. If I was a complex cell organism, I would have some type of beef with God. Nigga, why did you create me to burn in the sun? Why did you create me with animal DNA? Why did you create me with complications when it comes down to my chromosomes? You feel what I'm saying? I would have some questions for God. We are different species. That's facts. That's facts. We are a different species. I don't know where the white, Asian, and Arab man came from. According to y'all scientists, The way y'all came to be upon the planet was through genetic engineering. That's the only. So you question God? That's really ignorant. Hey, Space Ghost, you can request up. We can have a conversation. Last time I checked, God didn't create us all equal. You said I'm liking this, so I could see the white people mad. I'm arrogant. I'm not arrogant. I just want to know truth because growing up, Christianity was pushed upon me. I went to y'all schools, right? Y'all said that we was all the same. But once I started learning thyself, guess what? It turns out that shit was false. Now, I'm not gonna sit here. I'm not gonna sit here and dog your God, but I would have some questions if the motherfucker's really real. If your God is real, I would have some questions. Really. This just divides us, bruh. Nah, this is a good division though. We need separation. We're not all one species, so of course we need separation. Yes, the great Yakub. Nah, Yakub means subplanter. Yakub was not a person.
What you got, brother?
Abundance and gratitude. What's up? What you want to add to the topic?
Shit, I just got some questions for the chat, bro. So, cause these
Nah.
niggas
When,
not
when
under.
you were when you request up, we gotta speak and discuss about the topic.
Okay, so what's the topic?
The topic is we are not all one species.
I yeah, shit. I believe so. We not all one species.
Okay, why do you think that?
So, I mean, like when you look at a monkey, bro, and you shave a monkey, you don't see melanin,
Right.
right?
But
So,
they
I
do
mean,
got melanin though, brother.
yeah,
It's
but
just it's a different it's
it's
animal
not
based melanin.
neuromelanin. It's not
Right.
neuromelanin.
Yeah, facts,
Right.
facts, facts. We just gotta be specific just in case children are listening. Because we gotta give the children the truth. You feel me?
So how do you come up with all the colors in the rainbow? What how do you come up with all the colors in the rainbow? And what does that add up to?
When you all the colors in the rainbow, you would get us.
Right, black. Everything started with darkness.
Right. So but when we get
Hey
into
man, so you saying I'm a monkey, man? You trying to call me a
hold
monkey?
up, hold up. I'm gonna get to y'all. We talk one at a time when we come on the panel, you feel me? Oh, I gotta remove you. You got a violation. But yeah, whoever requests up, we're gonna have to talk one at a time.
Yo, it's really nothing against like white people, man. It's not like we're trying to bash white people because we saying like y'all come from a certain thing that y'all got spliced and y'all got created, but it's not like y'all didn't evolve and all white people are not bad. That's not what we saying. But we telling y'all the truth. Like this is what it is. But y'all been calling us monkeys and shit forever. But the truth is like we y'all got spliced with different animals.
Right. This is just the facts. When we go inside of genetics, it states that you share DNA or genetic information with multiple different types of animals. And when you get into those animals aren't even natural to the planet. So my question is, something has been trying to play God on the planet for quite some time. But I do want to get to the other people. Go ahead, Divine. Yo, Divine. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hold on. I'm gonna get to you. There.
He got
Divine,
his
your
mic
mic
off.
is muted. All right, go ahead.
Yo, can you hear me?
Abundance, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I just believe white people they descendants of Neanderthal, and so-called black people are not. But one thing is, like white people, they can eat their meat like raw, damn near raw, and not get sick. That's one thing I always question. And like if black people even have it half done, cook their meat, they get sick automatically, and
Right.
they can't take the sun. So I just got a lot of questions about their DNA and who they are descendants of.
Right. I answer one question, but as far as the meat thing, so-called black people, we aren't supposed to be eating meat at
Right,
all.
we tropical beings. Facts, we electromagnetic beings.
Right. So what's a question that you wanted to ask?
Where do you think they descend from? Neanderthal or
Um, well, when once you get into genetics, the only explanation scientists have come to about their origin is that they were genetically engineered here. Somebody
facts?
seeded them into existence because naturally they wasn't supposed to be here.
Facts. And yeah, a lot of white people gonna be hurt because white America then brainwashed them, with their ideas. So
Right, but it's not only the so-called white man. You feel like as so-called black people as a whole, we got to get off of just the white man because he's not the only unnatural being on the planet. You got your Cubanos; those came from
facts.
mixed
Once
breed and all that. Then
once
you got the
like
Asian man, the Arab man. I mean,
right.
everybody
Do
outside
you
of so-called black people has animal DNA, and they're not supposed
do
to
you
be on the
believe
planet.
do you believe once it was a globinated the planet was all melanated people?
Yes.
Yeah, at one point
Facts.
in time, everybody on the planet was so-called black because if you
Right.
look at their history, they don't go past 6 to 8 thousand years ago.
Okay, facts. And then another thing, you know how like the Bible so called because the Bible we know it's not all facts, it's been manipulated, but you know how they say like the devil, will rule the world and stuff.
Right.
I feel that they hate us so much because who's running the show, the elite, they know that we are descendants of gods and goddesses, and that's why they hate us so much.
Hmm.
All right. Abundance. Go ahead, Christian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Abundance.
Okay, so why are white people related to animals? How did this come about?
You tell me why.
Because we're Homo sapien. Not
Okay, then why did you ask me?
because that's your claim.
It's not a claim. You just answered it
It is
for
a
me.
claim.
So
It's
it's obvious
scientifically
that you know that you have animal DNA because you just answered the question.
no. No, I'm Homo sapien.
Right. And what are Homo sapiens connected to?
You're a Homo sapien, right?
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. How are you going to tell me my genetic?
If you're a
Well,
black
how are you going to
man,
tell
then you're
me
a Homo
what I'm
sapien.
composed of?
Because it's science. I mean,
Okay,
simple
science also
research.
says that you can't splice a neuromelanated coded cell. And
And
when we get inside of your
neuromelanate.
genetics,
Hold on.
you should
Can I get that word back?
go ahead.
Neuromelanated cell. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
So once you actually get into science, they don't know how we went from haploids to
Who's they?
diploids. Scientists, they've been
No,
studying.
they do though.
Well,
They do know.
as far as those who
As
geneticists,
far
those
as
who study
scientists know,
origin,
they do know that white people and black people are the same exact species
no,
of
that's
animal.
not
Yes, they do.
necessarily true though. They said
That is necessarily true. It's a fact.
hold on, control the animals in your
Okay.
nucleus,
All right. Yes,
right?
sir. Got you.
So actually, when you look it up, it says all humans are 99% the same.
When
So-called
you
black
look it
people,
up,
we
it
are not
says, where are you
humans.
getting it says? What is it? What's saying that?
Like I stated, you're scientists who are coming out with articles. I know exactly where
Scientists who
you're
are
coming
coming
from.
out with
You're saying
articles. So if
that
you don't have
so-called
any
black
numbers
people.
or proof or
So
anything,
you're
then your
saying
whole argument is irrelevant
that
because most
so-called
people
black
don't
people.
believe you. Most people.
All right. So you're saying so-called black people is the same as everybody else on the planet, and we're all 99% the same. We're all Homo sapiens. But once you actually study it instead of just Googling it, it
Right.
doesn't make any sense because you, as a so-called YT male, you are sulfur and ammonia based
Right.
and nitric oxide based. Me, see, our melanin is composed of two different things. That's the thing. And once you get into DNA, your DNA is just explaining what type of melanin you have.
So do you
Because
know
we
that
don't
all
all have the
humans
same melanin.
originated in Africa and spread out over the planet, and over tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, Neanderthals, Homo sapiens have all evolved into looking like what we look like today?
Nah, that's not
Hey,
facts.
hey, can I tap in on this little debate?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to you.
Alright.
I'm gonna get to you after that the lady under Christian.
All right.
So yeah, you're speaking about the out of Africa theory and all that. A lot of historians already say that story doesn't really make any sense.
Well, you're not really giving me any proof. You're just saying scientists and historians say this, but you're not telling these people what
Right.
they're actually
This
saying.
isn't a learning. This is to discuss what we already know. You feel what I'm saying? This isn't for me to teach anybody. I'm not a teacher.
Well, it's a debate.
It's not a debate at all. I put up a topic, a
But the
factual
topic is a
topic.
claim, not
I
facts.
invite people. People request up because they want to share their frequency on the topic. This ain't a debate. I already know where you come from.
Okay, so you just have it in your head that what you're saying is correct. Your claim is right, and you're
Yeah,
not
I've been
gonna
studying
be
this.
proven wrong.
I mean, you can prove me wrong. Go ahead.
I did. I mean, most people in the world know. Most people
What
that
factual evidence have you stated?
that I'm Homo sapien.
Right, you are a Homo sapien. I never said that. You wasn't. I
You
said
say
so-called
that I
black
share
people. We are
DNA
not
with
Homo
animals.
sapiens, nor are we considered to be humans.
Okay, human beings and snails share 99% of their DNA with each other. You share 99% of your DNA with a snail. Am
You
I
want to know
wrong
why?
in
Because
any?
you're trying to. I just said that so-called as a so-called black man, I am not a human. I stem from the so-called black woman. We have no animal DNA. So when they say
Oh shit.
humans share DNA with animals, of course I'm gonna agree with that. We aren't human. They're talking about everybody outside of the so-called black species.
Okay, I guess that's the conversation then. So why is the black species non-human?
Because we don't phenotypically share any type of we don't share any type of phenotype with any animals in nature, but your species does. And if we was here
What's an
first and the out
example?
of Africa theory was actually real, how come no animals in nature shares our phenotype, but they share your phenotype?
Mm-hmm. Hey, mister, I can talk to Christian real quick.
Hold on.
You know what I mean?
I'm gonna get to you.
Alright.
Okay, so a phenotype. So what exactly is a phenotype?
If you don't even know phenotype, why are we even having a conversation on speciation?
Because you're telling me that you're not human.
Right. So if you don't even know what phenotype is, something we learned in the 5th grade, then why are we having this conversation? That means you have no
Because
type
I'm
of.
not a DNA expert. I mean, if
You
we
don't have
were,
to be a DNA expert to know what phenotype is. It's not hard. I mean, like I
it's
said,
also not
if you
hard to
haven't even
understand
looked
that
into this, then
everyone's
why are you
human.
having a conversation?
It's also very not hard to understand that everyone on this planet is human. We're the same
Okay, you're
animals.
saying that, but you don't even know what phenotype is. That's the thing. Like you're trying to
Okay, you can move past it. No, I mean,
right. So you're trying to debate me
you can
on
either
something
keep
that you don't
going
even
with
have
it,
any
or you
knowledge
can
on. Does that make
explain
any
how
sense?
the black species is not.
That's like, let me give you an example real quick. That's like me telling you that the
I
Tennessee
cut my
Titans.
microphone off.
Hold on. That's like me telling you that the Tennessee Titans are better than the Vikings, but I never watch football. I have no knowledge on football, but I'm trying to tell you that it's 100% fact that the Tennessee Titans are better. Does that make any sense? You don't even have any
Yeah,
knowledge on
that
what I'm
did make
speaking
sense, but
on.
that's not a good enough comparison. That's like saying the
No,
Tennessee Titans are
that's a
better than the
great
Steelers, but
comparison.
not knowing what
The
a field
point I'm
goal is.
getting at is
That's not true. Like, I can go
you
ahead and
have no
tell you
type
that
of
the
knowledge on
Philadelphia
the
Eagles
topic
are
at
the Super
hand,
Bowl
and you're trying to
champions.
convince everybody else in here that I'm wrong, but you have no knowledge. You don't even know what phenotype is, so why are you talking to me right
I
now?
can tell you that the
Respectfully.
Philadelphia Eagles are the Super Bowl champions and not know what a field goal is.
Right. That don't
Okay.
mean that they're the best team in the world.
Right. That means they're the Super Bowl
Oh, okay
champions.
then. So I was just giving the example. I wasn't being literal. I was just giving an
Yeah, but your
example.
example isn't good enough for me. So
All right, I'm not gonna play the semantics, abundance, and gratitude. Thank you for your time, but I will be moving on. Go ahead, dollar sign.
No, P, I'm not even here to debate with you because I'm on your side, brother. Like, so I was just trying to educate that blind, lost Caucasian because he don't understand what we are saying. But here's what I'm saying: melanin is a superpower. You get me?
Right.
A lot of other races lack that superpower. Us, we have way more what you call it, melanin than any other species. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, what type of melanin do we got, brother?
Like we got that like materialistic
Holy
melanin. It
shit! You are
comes
the
Hold on, I'm gonna get to you. Don't worry. What type of melanin do so-called black people have?
like for example, our
No,
melanin
it's
can
not an
be found.
example. It's an actual type of melanin that we have. There's 5 different types of melanin.
Yeah, I'm not showing the specifics, but I just know that
holy
our
shit! You
melanin
guys are
can
so
be found.
All right, it's obvious this animal can't control his tongue, so you will be removed. Abundance and gratitude.
But now, like I was saying, our melanin can be found in the ground in certain type of materials. You know what I'm saying? Like iron or what's it called?
That's not
Clay.
true. Our melanin can only be found within us and the cosmos.
Now, our melanin can be found in this earth, though, because we are this earth. The female is the sole keeper of us. You know what I'm saying? That's why I also teach people to respect our divine women because they are the sole, gods.
Yeah,
We're
they're the
all the
creators
equal.
of life throughout the entirety of the
Yes,
cosmos.
yes,
And when I say that you can only find our melanin within us and the cosmos, that's because we possess neuromelanin. Neuromelanin is condensed sunlight and it can condense sunlight. And you can't necessarily find the sun on the earth besides so-called black people.
exactly. It's the same reason why our hair grows up towards the sun and not the ground. You get what I'm saying?
Right, because we're
Exactly.
magnetism.
Exactly. And that's why I also was trying to get little what's called the Christian dude to understand is that the reason before anything even started, we are gods. I'm not even gonna say we were. We are gods. Other species knew that. They are animals. So in order to disrupt us, they had to, come up with some bullshit to you know, mess up the whole algorithm for them to even believe in it, start putting out scientific explanations like Homo sapiens or this and that. Do you actually believe that Caucasians willingly wanted to say, oh, we all came from Africa? No. But because of the evidence and everything, that they had to just corrupt some type of lie to just give us some of our flowers, but not all, but also hide the truth from ourselves because we also have other black people that don't know their true powers and just get blinded by fake truth.
Right.
Yes.
So abundance, my brother. Appreciate that.
I
Go ahead,
appreciate you.
LaPero.
Alrighty.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
I can abundance.
Okay. So thank you for letting me join the panel. I'm from Africa, Central Africa, and I'm really glad to see that you guys have some similarities in the ideas I believe in as well. The thing is, unlike you guys, it's like you guys are really knowledgeable on the scientific basis, and I like that. And I'm just curious how you guys found that information. But the way I found my information is spiritual and how I was raised in my beliefs. So I'm glad you. So we can all agree that the first man was black and he originated from Africa. Are we on terms with that, right?
You're right.
Right. And so the whole human race is white. Mankind is black. There's a complete difference between those two, and they try to mix them. But when they say black people are human, I don't believe that human human is distinct from black. And but seems like you guys know a lot that I know. But just before I leave, I just wanted to let you guys know one thing that you guys sometime, I don't know if you guys how know a lot about, is the origin of white people. Many people don't know how they came to be, and I believe they came to be because man was the originator on the planet Earth.
Okay.
There was no Caucasians, any other race. It was just pure black, right? And animals and nature and stuff. But the thing is, we have a creator. The whole religion was trafficked, and there was one true religion. The whole Christianity, Muslims, all those beliefs are just to try to falsify our true background, our true story, because they're just mimicking our original story. And so what happened was, because we had a creator, Satan did exist, but he wasn't exactly the way people portray him as society. And so when he failed, and he descended from the Most High, him and his fallen angels were shot down from heaven, from the heaven, you might say. And so when they were casted down, what happened was the the least powerful of the fallen angels. This is all my beliefs, so I hope you guys don't ask for me. I don't have that scientific
So,
knowledge.
so biologically and scientifically, are we all one species?
I don't believe, no, because I'm about to get to the origin of white people.
Not, we're not talking about the origin right now. I just want to
Okay,
know if
okay.
we're all the same species biologically and scientifically.
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. We're different because we have different
Okay,
origins.
so like using science, can you explain why you think that?
Oh, that's the thing. Like I when I introduced myself, I mentioned the disclaimer that this is all of my spiritual beliefs, and unlike, I don't have that whole scientific, because like once you get to scientific, there are some things science will be difficult to explain, like sea monsters. Do you think science? There's a lot of things like science won't be able to explain, and so. But I'm sorry, unfortunately, I can't do that though. If that was the
All right,
point.
no, that's no problem. Abundance and gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, CO2.
Yo, abundance and gratitude.
Abundance.
Nah, I'm sorry. Yeah, nah, I'm just on the same side as you, my boy. Yeah, we not all the same species.
All right, can
Uh,
you explain why you think that using science?
oh, I can't explain. I don't think it. I know it. And
Right.
hold on. So if we using science to break down with the DNA, and you know what I'm saying, just to simplify it, it's all like in the hair, as you say, our hair goes up. White people, Caucasians, or Dravidians, people that are not
Homo sapiens, bro.
no, not Homo sapiens, people that are not like melanated
Yeah,
beings.
people who are not
We
so
have,
called black, yeah, their hair falls
yeah,
down like
they
animal
hairs
hair.
have a different follicle. You get exactly, you know what I'm saying, because they possess uh animal genes. You know what I'm saying. When you look at the DNA makeup of a white person, I believe it's cow, pig, human, rat. It's a lot of animals in the white peoples and Caucasians and
That are in
other,
relation to other animals.
yeah, that relation
White
to other
people are
animals.
related to like the animal species in more
Yeah,
ways than
fruit fly,
African Americans.
canine, cow, chicken, uh,
Yeah,
yeast,
yeah.
uh,
And
a
another
whole
way you
bunch of
could,
shit.
and another way you can bring it up scientifically is when you look at the blood type. You know, the old blood type is the original blood type. You know what I'm saying? And then you begin, and then after the O, you get the O negative, and then the O positive. The
See,
positive.
hold on. Let's stop with the blood type though. The blood type that only determines the amount of antigens or what type of antigens you possess. Because even with the original O blood type, some so-called white people actually have O blood type, and guess who else? The animal that has O blood type is pigs and zoo-born chimps. So we shouldn't
Nah,
associate ourselves
I
with
was
blood
going to
type.
bring up the art. the RH factor.
What about the universal donor?
The RH factor, the rhesus monkey gene that derives from the Caucasianoids,
You a
your bleed,
monkey.
and all that other stuff. So around where all white people do have O, and some pigs do have O, but that's the O starts for the original. You know what I'm saying? So melanated beings had
But
the O
what
before
determines
any
blood
other
type though?
being.
That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
What determines blood type?
Your mother determines the blood type.
Antigens determines the
Yeah.
blood type.
Yeah, but it's the antigens from the mother side,
But the thing
basically.
is, these antigens aren't native to the so-called black body.
Facts.
Right. So why would blood type even be a factor when speaking about our differences if it actually came from the graping of the black woman?
Because that's what I'm saying. That's when the O and that's when the positive and the negative got introduced. Because the old bloodline, which was originally melanated black people beings, it got compromised during you know what I'm saying? And this is like before slavery, you know what I'm saying? This is like around when the Egyptians are sleeping around with the Romans, you know what I'm saying? We as Africans back then, we did a lot of traveling across different lands before it was written down by anybody else. So all of that, so the OM positive really came to the black people bloodline. You know what I'm saying? The melanated bloodline because of traveling and us sleeping with different type of races and stuff like that. And that's what it all. And just to say on the record, white Caucasianoids didn't come into existence of the earth until the 1600s, the late 1500s. So
Right. So the thing is, their history doesn't date back farther than 6 to 8,000 years ago.
of course,
But abundance and gratitude for that, though, my brother.
nah, most abundance and gratitude, my boy. Stay up.
Go ahead, Sophie.
Hey there. I'm trying to understand what speciation is to you, or scientifically, if you could define it for us, please.
What does the topic say?
We're not all one species.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, we are all
And can
one.
you explain that using genetics and biology?
Yeah, I'm trying. What is speciation to you?
Like I said, can you explain that using genetics and biology?
Yes. According to speciation, one of the factors, okay, of speciation is that you can no longer breed with the other species. So
Right.
the
So,
fact that
what?
I can go out there genetically, right, and have a child with any race, because you're just
Right.
talking about white race, but there's
And do you know why that is?
what?
And do you know why that is?
Because we are one species.
Or is it because of introgression and hybridization?
I feel like, so I just posed a very clear litmus test for species, right? You cannot no longer breed, correct?
Right. That's why I brung up introgression and hybridization, because you can't just leave that out.
So explain. Go ahead.
You're trying to state, oh, because we can procreate with these other species, that makes us the same species, but you have to factor in introgression and hybridization.
What is integration?
So you're gonna bring up the fact, okay, abundance and gratitude.
You do this quite often.
Uh, don't bring up any type of topics that you don't fully understand, because how are you gonna say that we can procreate with other species, or because we're the same species, that's why we can procreate, but you don't have any knowledge on introgression or hybridization? That makes no sense. Come fully prepared. I'm not with the semantics. Go ahead, Flex. Flex. We can't hear you if you're off the app. All right, go ahead, Yield.
1 second, 1 second.
All right, go ahead, Stephanie.
Hi. Yes. Sorry.
Abundance.
So just to touch base on it, I do not think that we are all one species. Not at all whatsoever. And this is coming from the YT side, because I've been in this for your chat here for a little while, and it's been a lot of different perspectives, you know.
Right.
But yes, I agree with you 100%. We are not all the same species whatsoever. But the reason why I came up here is because I kind of want to get like clarification on where you guys think the YT people come from, and like,
Can I ask you why you don't think we're the all one species first?
of course, yeah, because like you guys say, like we are. I mean, we are tested with rats. We are tested not with like like scientists will use reference as rats for or pigs or cows or literally anything. So you can't tell me that we're not gonna be all the same exact race if you guys don't sit here and test with the same exact things, you know. And my husband, my kids are part, they're mixed. So like there are certain things that I've had to say no to with during my pregnancies, and just because of my baby daddy's background, you know, like I've had to learn a lot of different type of things. So that is why, because I know from experience, I've learned it that we are not all the same species scientifically from my doctor's perspective.
Okay.
But so touch base on the why, where are the YT coming from? Like, why are
So
we? Go ahead.
everybody outside of so-called black people either came to be through genetic engineering or mixed breeding.
Okay, and genetic engineering from, you're saying like Anunnaki, or like where is it genetically engineering from? Are you saying that we're from aliens?
Something that's been playing God on the planet. Some people refer to it as the Anunnaki or aliens, reptilians,
Exactly. But I
things
also
like that.
know, and I don't mean to interrupt you either, but I also know that mixed or melanated are also Anunnaki, you know, so we can go bat for bat, you know, like we can say that we're all like part reptilian, we can say that we're part Anunnaki, um, the I forgot what the white aliens are called, but you know what I mean? Like we can all sit here and say that. But so where in your scientific are you finding, besides just the fact that you guys are being tested, you know, on different, I did not mean to mute myself, on different animals, where else is it like originating from for you?
The origin or as far as genetics?
If you want to go genetic, sure, yeah, we can do genetic.
Um, so what made me go on this little research quest is that I looked into the oldest creation story, which would be the Sumerian creation story. And then I started ordering genetics books. Like I got a book over there by somebody with a medical degree named, I think, Renee Fester, Genetics for Dummies, Biology for Dummies, Stem Cells for Dummies, Molecular and Cell Biology for Dummies. So I just got these books and I started reading. And in these books, they state how humans share DNA with different animals and they go through the process of evolution and all that. And it didn't make sense because when I started learning about phenotype, genotype, things of that nature, and what it's connected to, so-called black people, we don't phenotypically show as any animal on the planet. You can't find our phenotype in nature, but everybody else outside of us, you can find their hair in nature, you can find their skin in nature, you can find even their lips in nature. So it just had me questioning, are we really all one species?
Yeah.
So that's what I've just been researching for the last 2 years. And I just came to a scientific conclusion that we are not all one species.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. 100%. That's interesting. Go ahead.
Is it all right if I go ahead now?
Yeah, go ahead, Abundance.
So your claim is that black people and white people are not the same species.
Not just black people and white people, everybody outside of the so-called black species.
All right, excellent. So do you have any basis behind that claim, or just what's the evidence behind that claim?
Well, if what's mainstream science is that all humans share 99% of their DNA, right? They're all genetically the same, which is not a problem. That's why I say so-called black people, we are not free. And
Interesting.
a lot of people try to push the narrative and try to tie so-called black people into everybody else. But if that was true, why don't we phenotypically present the same if we have 99% match with genetics?
Yeah, but the thing is, black people do share different phenotypical features with certain animals. If
Okay.
you
go ahead and name them, please.
So I'm gonna just first describe what a phenotype is. A phenotype is simply just an observable trait on something. So hair, skin color, nails.
What does pheno mean?
What is pheno? I'm not familiar with the word pheno, but a phenotype is just a feature on something. So humans,
when you break down the word, it means to show. So that can be either what you show, meaning how you look, or even behavior.
I wouldn't go as far as to say behavior. It's
that's literally
observable traits. It's
when
observable
you actually look
traits.
up the word, it says behavior in it. Even in the books, it says behavior.
Okay, and even if you want to go to behavior, humans do share different behavioral traits with different animals. That's
right. I 100% agree.
So what is the basis behind the claim that black people don't share any phenotypical features with other animals when that's simply not true?
And like I said, what animals do we phenotypically present as?
So not even just black people, but humans in general share.
Now, I don't want to hear just humans. So-called black people. That's who we're talking about right now.
All right, black people in general. So when it comes to let's go with hair. Black people in general have similar hair features to, let's say, a sheep. It's both similar texture to wool. Facial features.
We predate the sheep. And on top of that, once you actually get into the follicles of the sheep's hair, it's not the same as so-called black people whatsoever.
It's a similar texture, and that's a similar phenotypical trait.
It's not a similar texture.
It's a similar.
Let's just stop saying the word black. Let's say melanated, please. Nicer.
Okay. So is the only basis behind your claim is that we don't share phenotypical traits to other animals, or is there anything else?
Yes, so-called black people, we don't share any type of phenotype with any animals, but we came first. It's a scientific fact that so-called black people were the first on the planet, right? So my thing is, how do we all of a sudden go from our phenotype to now having all these other people whose phenotype we can find in nature? Did it somehow just, like, these are animalistic phenotypes that we're finding in all other people outside of my people? So my thing is, how did the animal DNA skip so-called black people?
So different races having different phenotypical features, there's a simple explanation as to why. Over the years and years that the human race has thrived, humans have migrated to different continents and different places where the environment is different, and as a result they evolved their features evolve to accommodate those different environments. That's why, you know, a white person is going to have lighter skin to accommodate the colder temperatures.
Okay, not a problem. What about the hair?
It's the same thing with hair. A black person's hair is going to be thicker, coarser, and more rough to accommodate the sun. That's just how it
Okay,
is.
let's stop right there. If that's true, how come no animals in nature, especially within the Africa region, right, where we supposedly all came from, how come you don't see any animals with that type of hair?
Because different animals have different ways of accommodating the sun or different features in their environment. That doesn't an
So you
animal,
mean
not
to
a
tell me all these different species on the or species of animals, right? All these different species of animals on the planet, and not one of them share any type of resemblance to so-called black people, but all of a sudden we all have animal DNA? That don't make no sense.
I named you two animals that share
You
resemblance
said
to
bro,
us.
you said a sheep, and that's not even
You didn't
close
let
to
me
so-called black
finish. You
people's
didn't
hair.
let
No,
me
this
finish.
dude called us a sheep.
You
Hold
didn't
on,
let
I'm
me
gonna get to you,
finish.
but hold on. All right, go ahead. What's the next animal besides sheep?
The next animal, any species of ape, is going to bear resemblance to us because those
Who's
are
us?
closest. I'm black too.
No ape looks like a so-called black person.
Apes? Whoa.
Yes, they do.
They
Apes
don't.
share a fundamental resemblance to humans because they are our closest relative.
Right, so they look close to human people, but they don't look like so-called black people.
Black people are we're human too. I don't see the claim.
Hold on. Oh, what's up, Skywatcher? Uh, so so-called black people are human. Okay, then I'm gonna ask
Yes,
you the question again. Why can't we find any animals that share our phenotype? Because you're saying a gorilla and a sheep, which look nothing like
those
so-called black
animals
people.
share phenotypical traits to us and humans in general.
So you're saying they share a phenotype with all types of humans?
Yeah. All right. So do apes have fingers?
Yes.
That's a phenotype. That's just something that we share. Do they have thumbs?
Yeah.
That's a phenotype.
That's not exactly phenotype, considering that your genes are connected to your phenotype. So again, when we're talking about everybody outside of the so-called black race, we're talking about people who actually produce animal proteins based off of what's within their genetic composition. So black people don't have animal DNA. We have antigens that surround our cells, but we're not the producers of animal protein because we don't
What
have animal DNA. And that's
what
a
animal DNA
There
does
scientific
you
and a
go. There
genetic
you go. There
fact.
you go.
what animal DNA does a white person have?
Several. It depends on who we're talking about because they're incomplete dominant.
Name one. What animal DNA?
A
Chimpanzee,
cow, a
fruit
chicken,
fly,
a
cow,
rat, literally
chicken,
any
like
one of them.
dogs.
Yes.
Okay, so a
Yes.
chimpanzee shares DNA resemblance to all humans because they are our closest relative. What are you talking
There
about?
are specific haplogroups that make those people human. They don't consider so-called black people to be human. So when they're referring to humans, they're referring to people who produce animal proteins.
Yeah. Then you get
I don't see the basis to your claim at all.
See the basis to yours. We're not all the same species, and scientists know that.
You have
Historians know
yet
that.
to
Climatologists know that. You're saying you have yet. I just came up to the panel. You have yet to explain to us scientifically, biologically, and genetically how we're all the same species when scientists and geneticists know that we are not.
scientists and geneticists is
The
making a
top
claim with
scientists and geneticists,
name them.
climatologists, and
No, we are
evolutionists in
not
the
the same
world,
species.
like,
What is the source
okay,
behind your
first of
claim?
all, I don't have to have a source for you. Well, this is for, okay,
No,
bro,
the source is
I'm finna
yourself.
drop this nigga, bro. Like, first of all, y'all, no over talking. Let people speak one at a time, or we will get everybody out of here that over talks. We do one at a time.
yes.
Okay,
Mute
so
yourself if you
understand.
can.
So I'm gonna drop you since you thought that shit was sweet. Wait your turn, because it's you're not grasping what people are saying if you're talking at the same time. So the topic in the room is we're not all the same species. So the people who are able to have an intellectual discussion about speciation should be the only people up here. This isn't a question box. This isn't for niggas who think that they know. These are for people who know and can hold a discussion about speciation. Okay, so again, evolutionists, climatologists, all right, geneticists, and it doesn't matter what branch of science or history, no one can tell us how we went from haploids to diploids, which is the basis of evolution. We never went from being prokaryotic organisms to now being eukaryotic or being autotrophs into now being heterotrophs. Like, this is stuff that was never proven to be correct. Just because evolution and out of Africa have fact within the theory does not mean that the basis of how we went from haploids to diploids was ever proved to be deemed as correct or that it was definitive. So I need y'all to understand what the theories are actually, what they're saying, what makes them a theory, and what was actually tested, and what they're actually saying today.
Abundance. Yeah, so hold on, I'm gonna get to you. Hold up. So yeah, anybody who wants to come up here, you're more than welcome. But if you're gonna bring up a topic, make sure you can back that up scientifically. Don't just speak out of feelings or emotions. But go ahead, yield.
Oh, like I was just going to ask before, do you have any sources behind what geneticist is saying that black people are not the same species to any other race? I just want a source.
Dr. Delbert Blair, Dr. Layla Africa, David Wilcock is saying that the only people that came from Earth's evolution was so-called black people, and there is no explanation for how the eukaryotic cell got here. Let's see, who else? All four neuromelanated neuroscientists that wrote Why Darkness Matters. Let me actually just go to my library. Give me a second. They're in the room. One sec. All the for dummies, genetics for dummies, biology, anatomy, physiology, those doctors in there, I don't know all their names, but I've read the books. And if you understand the functions between prokaryotic and eukaryotic cellular organisms, then you'll know that we're not the same species. That's what evolution is talking about, how a new species came about. So if we're all the same species, then what is interbreeding? In order for something to be considered interbreeding, they would have to be two separate species. So only people who don't know this topic is gonna ask for sources on basic shit. We haven't even unpacked nothing yet, for real.
I can make it simple for them. You the original human, a man.
Hold on. I'm gonna get to you. You go one at a time.
They ask for sources so they can switch the app to go Google, but that's the problem. We're not picking up books. This is nothing that you can grasp from a Google search, considering that Google, they even teach you in their program, in their schools, that Google is non-credible. Niggas will switch the app right now and then try to prove me wrong while asking for a source, thinking that Google is a reliable source.
I'm not Googling right now. I'm gonna text it real quick. My fault.
Can I
we can go to
ask a
the
question?
yeah. Hold on. Fulus was here before you. I'll get to you
All right.
after him. Go ahead, Fulus.
You have nothing to say. You were up here over talking the host and everybody else. Now you don't have nothing to say. Yield. You yield now. You're done.
When was I ever
Should we
over
go to
talking
the
the
next
host?
guest? When I got in here, that's the
never-
reason why I requested up to the panel, was so that I
I
can
never
mod quicker.
overtalked the host.
It's okay. You're over talking me now though. But whoever else is next, because we clearly, he asked for the source and he ain't said nothing else. So
Go ahead, Fulus.
Peace, everybody. I'm actually at work. I wasn't trying to like chime in. I was just listening. I was gonna wait till I get home to chime in, but I'm gonna just go ahead and drop back
I
down.
hate black people. What the fuck?
All right, though. Go ahead. Question mark, and then I'm gonna get to you after that, Lou.
Okay. I was just gonna ask one question based off of like where would you classify African Americans, or not African Americans, sorry, black, I don't know what you
Come
want to call
on,
them
man.
if
You
you're not
gotta
calling
get
them
up here
people.
now. Y'all blowing me.
Would you
Whoever was speaking, go ahead. But if you come up to the panel out of respect for the page, you should just address the prompt.
That's okay, but um I'm just saying, what species would you qualify us as under like the whole taxonomy, sorry, of Homo sapiens? Like, where would you place us then? If
Are we all the same species?
I would assume yes, just based off of basic biology, but you clearly have some different interpretation.
Right, so let's start there. Why can you explain to us biologically and genetically how we're all the same?
Because we're all Homo sapien under the sapien subspecies. I don't know what else you want me to really say to that. Like, I don't know of any other genetic classification for a person from Africa versus a person from somewhere else.
Well,
I
go
would
ahead.
advise, doing the research.
I have, but all the research that I've done just shows that racial differences that are like talked about in science are only made to further explain or justify slavery or racial separation.
Who's discussing race?
When you say black people,
I said
You say
so-called.
so-called black people, excuse me then. So people from people of African descent, I'm assuming.
No.
Then what are you referring to as black people?
Okay, when we say so-called black people, we're talking about all neuromelanated beings across the entire diaspora and planet.
Okay.
So we're talking about melanin, which determines the type of it's talking about the type of DNA that you have. Do you think that we all have the same type of melanin?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know the different types of melanin?
I don't. I've never researched melanin specifically.
Okay, so there's at least 5 different types of melanin, and there's 3 that varies amongst so-called humans.
Mm-hmm.
So if we all had the same melanin, we would all phenotypically present the same.
Right.
Right. So since there's different genetic material within each of us, right? Even everybody outside of the so-called black race, right? They have incomplete dominant genetics, so they're not even the same amongst themselves.
And what quantifies that? Like, how can we tell?
Incomplete dominance.
Right. Incomplete dominance, but
right. So for instance, you can have a so-called blonde mother, right? And a brunette father, the child will be ginger. That's incomplete dominance because there's multiple different genetic material there's at least 5 different animals speaking through one nucleus for each of them. And those animals can vary. And this is the reason why a lot of people outside of our species need blood tests before they procreate and have children because of things like the Rh factor, because of the fact that they are incomplete dominant. The mother can have 86% pig DNA or share genetics with a pig versus the father could have, 60% of dog. What is that offspring going to be? And this is what incomplete dominance should suggest. So anytime they procreate with each other, since they're not the same amongst themselves, they're creating a whole nother species. So since we're talking about speciation, the correct term for that would be hybrid. So again, they are here through introgression, which is done through hybridization. There's several new fucking species on this planet. And there was no mixing before the 12th dynasty, which is ancient Kemet, 4012 or 4015 years ago. So there's a lot of stuff that is not being talked about. It's being talked about, but it's just not mainstream. But the number one question in the world every single day is how we went from haploids to diploids, which no scientist in the world or historian knows. The only explanation for that is electrical fusion.
Which, okay, if it's electrical fusion, it's electrical fusion, I guess, for sure. I don't know much about that. But just going back to the melanin topic, Sky, what would you say? You said that there's like different classifications of melanin amongst the different people. Like, so
Like, you think we're all the same species, right?
yes,
Okay, so we're not.
for sure. You've said this multiple
So then
times.
at that point, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm saying, like, I really encourage my people to do the research, because if you don't fully understand the verbiage, then it's going to be hard for you to understand the entire topic.
I understand the verbiage pretty well, but I'm asking, like, what are the different kinds of melanin that
So
are?
the ones that pertain to human so-called black people are neuromelanated, which is the only
Mhm.
molecule that can condense sunlight and is also condensed sunlight. Then you have pheomelanin and eumelanin. Eumelanin turns into pheomelanin. Both of those are animal melanin. So eumelanin is like what a typical Dravidian, a so-called Dravidian would have, or a so-called Mexican. That brown is not so-called black like us, because it's a different genetic composition. So it's not that so-called white tea people don't have melanin. They just have a lot of pheomelanin. It's just not neuromelanin. And if we all had the same melanin, we would all look the same. So the people within that look the same, which is based off of what's within their genome, that is one species. But even when we look at white people, they are incomplete dominant, meaning they are not even the same amongst themselves, because they have multiple different animals within their genome. So even when we look at so-called Mexicans, they have multiple different animals within their genome. The Cubanos, the Italians are a result of mixing, right? This is the newest species on the planet. Anybody that think that we're all the same species that wants to come up? This isn't a class. Like, people are like, oh, let's, like, no. It's just like the hosts really want to have a discussion, y'all. That's it.
Yeah, I said that earlier on. People came up trying to ask questions, but I'm not here to teach nobody.
Hello?
What's up? Hold on, I'm gonna get to you. Go ahead, little mouth, or a little out the way. My fault.
There's nothing I need to say about being the same species. I know we're not the same species. I'll get off here. I really know the truth. Sorry for even being on here.
All right, abundance. Go ahead, Divine.
I just wanted to touch on, like, when they get wet, they also smell like dogs. I just wanted to point that out.
Are the same species?
No, of course not. No.
The reason why they smell like that whenever they get wet?
Well, I believe they are a genetic altering race. And they were made by the Anunnaki, which was us, / the Anunnaki.
Do you know what Anunnaki means?
Well, and that's what people call them, Anunnaki, but no, their actual name is the Anunnaki, and that's who we are descendants of, black, so-called black people.
Right, that word. Do you know what it actually means, though?
No, if you can educate me, I appreciate it.
So the Anunnaki means those who came from above. So that can mean anybody.
Okay, all right.
It's several species that were spliced here on this planet as well. It's not just white tea people, and you know what I'm saying.
Right.
It's several extraterrestrials that were also created on this planet. There's been splicing going on for at least 300,000 years. They started with small insects and plants and worked their way up. I even ran a live about the Homo floresiensis species, because they just went extinct 5,000 years ago. And these are your seven dwarfs, your Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. That's where that comes from. These are small beings that are spliced with bat and bat, Neanderthal DNA, and it's one more. But there's several different species that didn't make it. And when we look at YT people today, they literally came out of the cave 6,000 to 7,000 years ago on all fours with hypertrichosis and vestigial tails. So how is Trump able to tell another nigga that shares the same and complete dominant genetics that they're not native when neither one of them are? And that's why the host is going live, because we think we're the same as these people. Like,
We're totally
less than
not.
10,000 years ago, or excuse me, 2,000 years ago, they were still being born on all fours. I have several pictures.
Yeah,
I
I
have
even heard.
several primary sources about that. Like, you know what I'm saying? My great grandmother even telling me things about these people still being born on all fours.
Yeah, I heard they used to grow tails too as well.
They still do. Nothing
Yeah, that
about
shit
genetics changed.
horrible.
Too.
So, Caucasian, is that where the term, I mean, Caucasus Mountains, is that where they got the name Caucasian?
No, it's
Or
just,
Caucasian actually, oh my bad.
I was just gonna say it's because the Asian predates them. The Asian was the first creation out of the, well, not the first
okay,
creation, but out of the ones who survived.
okay. And the original Asiatics were neuromelanin, correct?
All of the original beings in the whole planet, we were found along all the coastlines on all land masses. So so-called
Okay,
black people identify with the entire planet. We got to get over the
okay,
motherland versus America and stuff like that, because we were literally
right.
all here, and
Okay, and
genetics tells us that. But the
okay, and
the
what?
mhm.
Oh, you can go ahead.
I was just gonna say there, the name, the titles, I know what you mean. So yeah, we were the original ones were us, correct?
Okay, and when people say like we all come from the motherland of Africa, why don't anyone talk about like the ancient civilizations that were way before Africa, like Lemuria, Atlantis? You know, why don't why doesn't anyone touch base on that?
Were changed. People don't know
Okay,
about it.
facts.
The also like another topic. I'm waiting for Zelda to come in here. He can really tell you about how the poles were shifted. That's what was the
Okay,
main thing that knocked us off of frequency. The plants, everything, animals shrunk in frequency was because the
facts.
poles were shifted first. They did a lot to this planet. They're cutting down. They're cutting down 42 million trees a day. Y'all lying about the maps then. Y'all
That's
lying.
sad.
You
Called a
know,
change in the
so
habitat.
And also what is it with them with the sun? Like,
feel melanated.
okay,
See what I'm saying? The UVC radiation has been ground level since 2015, and that wavelength is a gene mutating, germ unaliving, and detoxifying wavelength. So it's removing all eukaryotic organisms. There are a lot of
oh,
insects that are unaliving off the planet. The
right.
Asians are now sterile. They're not producing with themselves anymore.
So
I
Dravidians.
want to fuck.
how do you think these solar flares that's going to be coming in through the years are going to impact so-called white people and people who lack neuromelanin?
They already, like I said, it's been ground level since 2015. 500,000 of them are unalived by the sun every single year. Half a million
Jeez. Yeah, because
Niggas
if
go
it's
every
if
single
outside. We
year,
work.
and
I heard they're
it's
only like
probably doubled.
7%.
It's probably doubled now, because that, like I'm telling you, with all the weather anomalies that's amping up too, a lot of them are no longer on the, and it's gonna keep amping up. Earth has to go back to nature. Like, that ozone layer is on its last leg. Like, that they were saying that when we were children. I'm in my 20s. Like, they were saying, oh, the ozone layer is almost done. Like, 20 years later, it's done. Check the Magnetos pause.
Yeah,
That shit is
But
done.
our ozone layer is
even
being destroyed
hold
by.
on. Even pay attention
Well,
to the
well,
eukaryotic
I
animals like
appreciate you
the
guys having
Ozone
me
layer
up
is
here.
being
Now we
destroyed
ride.
by Elon Musk and
Trying to
yeah.
speak.
Yeah, Devon, I was just gonna tell you to definitely pay attention to the eukaryotic animals, cows, dogs, cats, things that are natural. They're also gonna be struggling with the sun, especially this summer. I mean, the sun's just gonna keep getting hotter and hotter. So yeah, most definitely look out for that.
For sure, man. Appreciate y'all having me up here.
No problem, abundance.
It's just always going to be people in the comments that refuse to request up. If anything that I'm saying is wrong, just come up here and prove. But I can show you the Magneto's pause as of yesterday.
I have a question then.
Like, you know, I can show you a screenshot of the Magneto's pause as of yesterday, y'all. If you're not looking at tools that, first of all, a lot of the tools that they use to measure the sun are done. Y'all don't know that? Y'all don't know that? They just said
So can I ask
less
you a
than a
question?
month ago. Okay, shut the
Bro,
fuck
stop
up while
over
somebody is
talking.
talking,
Well, you shut your
bro.
bitch ass up, bitch. Because everyone's been trying to speak, but
Bro,
you're the one that's been speaking.
animal, and you have no facts. You've already been here before. This is your third time coming back with
But
absolutely
y'all
no
invited
facts,
us in
bro.
to ask questions, and then
I
y'all mute.
didn't
No,
know the
you
fuck we
requested
did
up.
not. You requested up, bro. We're trying to have a discussion, and y'all are sitting here questioning us like we Google. The fuck? Why are you asking me a question like I'm a fucking teacher, bro? We're not the same species. If you can have an intellectual discussion about that, then request up. Other than that, then you know. But the tools that are measuring the sun, they said they went offline. They said that in like December. So the
Yeah, I
Magneto's
seen.
pause. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was finna say I seen the one over there in I think it was Mexico where they watched the sun. It was shut down. Like the little instrument they use up there.
Facts. It's shut down, and they're saying, and the thing is getting too real for them. That's the thing. That sun is getting too real. This is why Trump is trying to say that he cut off. It was just restored like last week, quote unquote restored. But he tried to. There was an issue with the energy that they were saying, and he was gonna try to do something with energy tariffs that were being cut off. And I was like, ooh, they're gonna try to drop the grid now or pretty soon. But it's like they keep trying to desensitize us to what's coming. So Trump is playing this card with sounding the trumpets by basically saying the grid is on its last leg, but they're still trying to make you believe in their government, thinking that if the grid goes out, that he has something to do with it. When whole time it's been cosmic radiation or UVC radiation that's been pouring into the planet since 2015. Like we can talk about C19 all day long, but this energy was on the planet 4 years prior to that. Like that's the thing. Like everybody's like, oh, like 2020, but 2015 was really when this marked the start of this. So it's like if we're not hip to the fact that the government is moving off of astrology, like we not hip to like all of this by now, like it's over with. You had 10 years, it's 2025. You had so-called 10 of their man-made years to get this shit, and niggas still don't get it. They still don't know that our women and children are being snatched for their totipotum stem cells, which is powering this whole thing up.
How does that make us different animals, though?
Why the fuck is he up here again?
Yeah, I have a question.
All right, yeah, I got you. I'm gonna get right to you. Hey, Dizzle, don't invite Lewis no more. But go ahead, Limit.
All right, so boom. I know white people and black people are different. I'm mixed, so I want to know what am I?
What is your mother?
My mom is Italian, Irish, and black, and my dad all black, fully black. So what
And
did that make? I
you
want to
know
know what the fuck that made me.
A eukaryotic hybrid.
I'm a hybrid. Is that bad? Is that good?
Whatever your mother is what you are because it's her chromosomes that rule.
So
And
I
it's
get
her
more of her
womb.
genetics.
Okay, if you're gonna talk over me while asking a question, I'm gonna just drop you.
What you
You can't
mean? What
ask
you
me a
mean?
question and then cut me off while
You
I'm
ain't gotta
at.
talk like that. I'm asking a real question. I didn't come here to disrespect.
All right, when you ask a question, let her answer it though.
Bro.
Don't just come on now.
That's
You
them
grown.
animals. You see what I'm saying? I'm not even trying to be funny. Phenotype, a part of phenotype, the base of that is what you show, everything, which includes behavior. That's a fact. You can go Google that right now. Behavior is included in phenotype. So when people of the opposite species come up here and y'all are over talking, y'all are saying we hate so-called black people. Like y'all are it's called gene expression. Not being able to wait until someone finishes their sentence is probably because you eat meat. Too many different animals, too many different antigens and parasites want to speak at one time. Wait your turn.
Go ahead, Yuki.
You can hear me?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, so, well, I don't want to speak out of turn too, so let me know if I say anything.
Are we all the same species?
Yeah.
Okay, can you scientifically explain that?
I seen a black person, I don't know who it was, but they said something to do with melanated people have 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons in their body or something like that. And white people is just kind of sporadic across the board. But melanated people is all the same. We're the only ones that are really kind of all over the place. You can't really pinpoint where we came from. It seems so scientific that it's almost common sense, you know?
She's said because are we all one species?
Or is that just something that like you believe because that's what was taught?
I trusted the science in school, that was taught to me. Supposedly, we come from a common ancestor, Homo naledi. Maybe there's a hidden truth in the scientific community that there's something morphologically or phenotype based that does separate all of us across the globe into different species technically. You know what I mean? But I mean, we can all breed.
Or red blood cell hemolysis or the Rh factor wouldn't exist Y'all's people wiped out 2 continents and other countries alone with venereal fucking disease. Your semen was toxic to our women. So again, just because it's happening, you should probably take a look at what's happening on a cellular level every time you procreate or lay down with these people.
It's all the same, folks.
Speak. I don't really ascribe to any political or foundational beliefs other than when we die, we return to whatever the truth is. Oh, unalive. Sorry. When we cease to exist in the physical form. But honestly, if I were to give a critical, instantaneous review of what you've been saying, I'm not saying it's not true. Me personally, I'm horrified at what has been done to Black people. It's disgusting, and it's ongoing still. And it's really horrible. Like there's no denying it, and I look like that.
Mm, sure.
I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think we are. Um, I was curious about the thing you were saying about Asians, how they're not even reproducing anymore. Oh my God, what do you mean by sterile?
You check their birth rate right now, it's been declining for several.
Like they're not fertile, they're not, um, even sexually active or anything.
They're not having children because their birth rates are low. If you go check their birth rates, you will see that they are low, and that is because the radiation that the sun is giving off is removing all eukaryotic.
Wow. No, it makes sense. I think
That are coming in here saying that it's not enough explaining. The host is trying to have a discussion, y'all. This is not a explanation live. Do y'all not understand this? We're not all the same species. Come up here and argue that, or I don't have to explain. I'm just speaking my frequency on what I've already done. Like I'm my bad that y'all haven't read the same books or stuff as me, but I'm do the research so I'm able to have the conversation.
yes. What happened?
I'm not sure. Maybe she lost connection because on her end she said it was lagging. But that's true. They're paying 75,000 for our men to come over there and then procreate with them.
Don't do
That's I thought like that's something that's they've been talking about that for like at least 2 or 3 years. It's talking about radiation.
This is what I've been saying. Yeah, we're cool. Right.
Right. So I'm gonna explain it again. We can procreate with you all today because of introgression, which is falls under the same part earlier. So it was not able that this that you're talking about being able to. You
Yeah, I'm just, I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but I'm not educated enough to speak on all that biological stuff. I'm just speaking on what I know of, but as far as I'm aware, as long as we can fucking have fertile kids, we're the same species. What? Well, 4,000 years ago, we were still the same species.
You just said something that made me realize something. You said we came out of caves. And
but y'all don't share any biological identification with those caves, but that is where we found y'all.
don't that sound demonic? Like we crawled up out of the pits of something? You know what I'm saying?
Right. This is your Jesus, your Zeus, your Yahweh, your Moloch, your Pindar, your Yakub is all explaining the same. Greek mythology is explaining what we're talking about in here. And for the people that don't know, there's so much proof in the pudding behind all of this. All you got to do is look into the eukaryotic organism and study the function of the cells themselves. You'll know from evolution, they'll tell you that prokaryotic organisms were the only organisms for millions of years until more complicated eukaryotic cells came into play. But no scientist or historian has an explanation for how the eukaryotic cell got here. the only explanation is electrical fusion. So of course, if you think it's demonic, it's definitely like I said, y'all don't share no biological identification anywhere. No star,
Definitely
no planet, nowhere in the cosmos, nothing. Go ahead, DNA.
Yo, abundance to the panel. Yo, I just wanted to speak on this a little bit when it comes to the situation at hand. It's the magnetic energies that's literally wiping y'all out. It has, it has nothing to do with us being racist or disrespectful towards y'all. Y'all just don't have the biological DNA structure to withhold any type of magnetic force, including the sun and the moon, because it's one and the same.
I'm confused as to why you're saying that it is pointless explaining it to them and then you come off mute and explain it and request up.
Because we just regurgitating the same stuff over and over again. We're in a war. That's the point I'm trying to make.
If it's pointless, I guess I'm just asking why request up. This is the host wanting to have a conversation about how we're not the same species so that more of our brothers and sisters can wake up to the truth. That's not pointless.
I'm not saying that it's pointless, but they don't get it. They're never going to understand. They're never going to care.
So then why request up while we're talking to a eukaryotic woman and a eukaryotic man? Why request up then?
I mean, that's on y'all. I'm not knocking y'all.
I'm asking you, why did you request
I'm not
up?
knocking y'all and explaining it. I'm just saying we dealing with a real threat on the planet, and these niggas is not really. They're not really the real problem. They're just a puppet in the matter. That's what I'm trying to say.
We know that.
I made this live.
Okay, if we know that, then what are we gonna do differently?
So DNA, you're the same nigga that thinks that the same brother as you can be spliced. You don't even fully understand genetics, bro. And you're sitting here saying that the conversation that the host is having is pointless. Why did you request up here when you know nothing about genetics though, bro? And you're saying that the conversation that we're having is pointless when you can go start your own life somewhere else though. You don't think that's a little counterintuitive though?
When you shine truth, not just on the prokaryotic cell, on the eukaryotic cell, you're doing the same thing that the sun is doing to all life down here.
You're tapping into neuromelanin. That's all I'm saying. Like, how do you know genetics and not know that? And you've been in our, like, we've had these discussions for a year. So I'm not trying to come at you, but I have a question. Is talking about the jab more effective than talking to your people about how we're not the same species?
It's nothing wrong with that, and I never said that we was able to be spliced. What I said is you got cloning. You can't clone us. That's what I was saying.
Is that not the same thing?
That's not the same thing.
Okay, so then how do you clone something if you don't go in and grab genetic material to clone? What are you cloning if you don't actually have the genetic material in hand to replicate?
I can't break all that down.
That's why I'm saying that you still don't understand genetics and you're coming up here saying that it's pointless without understanding it.
You can still clone somebody though.
How do you clone if you don't have the genetic material in hand?
I don't know how to tell you that,
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That can't be done to a cell that is coated in neuromelanin.
If y'all say so, like I said,
right, but fuck that though. It's been 12 months, DNA. As a sister to a brother, it's been a year. You should have came back to the lives or something with proof to debunk or something. Like, come on, bro. If you don't know, why tell me that I'm wrong when I can break down introgression, hybridization, and back crossing in 2 sentences or less? You can't clone, gene splice, or edit a cell that is coated in UV light when splicing needs to take place with UV light, bro. Light is just going to absorb itself.
That's
the eukaryotic cell can be spliced and cloned, but your African brother or sister cannot because they are neuromelanated, which is the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. I'm going to come clean. That shit is starting to rub me the wrong way that, you know what I'm saying? It's 12 months in or however long and you don't have no source, but you be down in the comments telling our brothers and sisters that they can be spliced. That shit pisses me off, especially when you can't explain it. But I can explain how our cells can't be spliced and how theirs can, but you can't. But you're saying the conversation is pointless, though.
Like I said, I'm here to try to understand it because it is shit going on that we not seeing. We only looking through the physical. We trying to explain something that can't fully be explained through just reading books. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't just read books. I don't just read books.
Off-world technology that we don't even understand yet.
How we don't understand when the technology is built off of neuromelanin. Everything is to copy neuromelanin. Everything is about the totipotum stem cell. That's the problem. So I don't know what bigger issue if the bigger issue is not the fact that our women and our children are being snatched for their totipotum stem cells, which is creating the GUNSs, creating the BOMBSs, creating all this superficial eukaryotic shit. If that's not the main thing that you're talking about, I got news for you. I got news for you, bro. Who is the divine creator of all life and all organic life? What sparked the universe? Do you know? Photons, bro. Like, come on. So how can you not care about women and children when that's what's powering this entire matrix up? So to sit here and say that the black woman can be spliced is about to rub me the wrong fucking way. I've been trying to keep my distance, but that shit, you don't even have an explanation for that. That means that you're spreading misinformation.
I'm gonna just put it like this, man. I done seen people that look like us walking around with a slit eye in they pupil. That's all I can tell y'all.
That's what I'm saying, and you still haven't explained to me, brother.
I can't explain that because I can't. It's no scientific books on that type of stuff. You can't just bring that out of your ass and just explain some stuff like that, and there's no actual genetic explanation for that type of shit. It just the shit is going on. I don't know what to tell nobody.
So it was a brother that was in here the other day that was talking about how so-called Haitians can have fangs in their mouth. Like when he showed us that, when I know you were in that live and I switched the app to go look at that video, that was a magic trick. A nigga putting slits in his eyes is a magic trick that has nothing to do with him producing animal proteins to the point to where he's now an animal. So there is an explanation. I don't want to hear nothing because there's an explanation for everything physical and esoteric through science, whether it's quantum science, mechanical physics. So if you have if that's the main thing, you should go explore that, brother. But don't just be like, well, I don't know. It can happen, but I don't know. Like, that's not cool, bro. Are you going to tell children, I don't know? Or are you going to give them the source so that way we can fix our species?
Yeah, of course I am. But it's like, at the same time, I'm looking at how things are currently going on with our people going up missing at the same time. We really have to get a real good understanding of what we don't even know what the hell the enemy even look like for real. We sitting here talking about all this genetic stuff. We sitting here speaking about where we come from. We understand where we come from. That's cool.
You don't know that Pindar is the fucking enemy? So-called enemy? Have we not put his picture on the board? Have we not talked about Yakub? Have we not talked about Jesus?
For years, dude.
Yakub, Yahweh is all the same person. Does the story change, or is gene splicing taking place no matter what? That's the main
different being now.
That's knowing what a nigga look like, though. Do you know yourself? Do you know what's happening?
I definitely know myself. Don't do that.
You can't because you think that you can be spliced.
I'm not saying I can be spliced. I said
so just Zell. So just Zell can be spliced since he's so-called African.
His can be cloned. Yes, it can.
Okay, go ahead and explain to Zell, who's very well versed in electroporation. Go ahead and explain to him how his cells can be spliced for 74 people, please.
Like I said,
since your brother is sitting right here, bro, and y'all share the same genetic material, the only difference between you is discipline and frequency. How could y'all have different cells? That means that you and him are a different species. So tell us what the new species is, bro. You mean to tell me you sat in meditation and the universe didn't tell you that? You tapping into meditation with the universe about niggas being cloned but not saving her fucking children? Does the
You really,
species not continue
you
through
really
children?
think I'm sitting here not trying to figure this shit out? Like I'm just talking out of the side of my neck
Bro,
or something, dog. Like y'all.
yeah, I get you. But what I'm saying, it's been several months, brother, and you still don't know. But you're telling everybody else you can be cloned and replaced.
Because when you got people, okay, but we have to understand when you got our people that's going missing and they come back and they act different. You do have cloning facilities in the prison systems. That's kind of my example. While a lot of this shit is just it's deeper than what we really think, man. That we currently understand. That's
Is
why
it
I'm saying
experimentation?
I'm not 100% sure.
But that's what
I
I'm
don't
saying,
know
brother. If
100%
you
for
know that
sure.
it's happening in the prisons, you should be able. That's what I'm saying. Bring something back. I didn't talk to you for months, and this is my first time hearing you say something about the prisons, bro. I would love for you to shed some light on that. But because I've done 10 years worth of research myself, I know that our brothers, our women, and our children are being experimented on. Our women and children are being snatched for their totipotent stem cells, which is sparking every experiment. So that does not mean that we're the ones being spliced, brother. That just means that we are sparking the experiment. We're being used.
Yeah, maybe it's
Splice
some
a
type of
cell. You can't
they putting
splice a
on
cell
the
coated in neuromelanin. You
maybe it's
splice
something else
using
I'm not
UV
seeing.
light. You splice using UV light, and our cells are coated in UV light. How do you splice light with light? I asked you this like 2-3 weeks ago, and you said you didn't know, and it's 2-3 weeks later, and you still don't know. How are you doing the research?
I'm not gonna lie to you. That's y'all thing. I give
So
y'all props for
DNA,
that.
why request
I give y'all
stop?
props for that. I don't have a problem with that. But that's the problem. We still dealing with. We can't really fully function at our fullest, and we don't even have the necessary tools to fully explain some of this shit half of the time, bro. So a lot of people that we are explaining this shit to can't even comprehend this shit. They can't comprehend because their brains is underdeveloped half of the time.
You can't comprehend it because you're still
Oh,
saying
I
you don't
definitely can't
know.
comprehend it. I'm just trying to understand it from a different point of view because this shit not making sense sometimes.
So
So you're not getting
so
it.
you're not getting it. Thank you for finally telling the truth that it's just not making sense. That's because you're
I'm
not
saying
studying
from
and
a point of
reading.
view. I'm saying from a point of view of our people that's going missing and coming back acting completely different. That just function in a
Because
different
they're
manner.
being experimented on, brother. They're doing that on every landmass. Of course
Maybe
they're gonna come
so.
back and act different after they were experimented on.
There's a genetic and biological reason for that, bro.
Oh my
This is why we say to study genetics. And if you know that, you will know how they actually harm us. They didn't use no weapons, no none of this. They don't have cosmic power. The only thing that they used was these diseases and cancers that we have today. That's the main thing that we're dealing with. That's the main shit. That's like, I don't understand how it's hard to get, bro. Children can understand what we are, where we come from, who's prokaryotic, who's eukaryotic, who's us and who's not us.
Yeah, I'm actually finna invite my sister in here so she can put the children on the mic. So a 3-year-old can tell you that he's prokaryotic and can point out on the TV and in nature which animals are prokaryotic. He's struggling with the word eukaryotic, but he know himself. You see what I'm saying? 6-year-old, 7 and 9-year-old is going to the library, getting books about matter, getting books about cells.
I understand that, but we really
Right. So what's the difference between? They get
We're
it.
supposed to learn.
They get it, brother.
We're supposed to learn from the trees. We're supposed to learn from nature. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying is it's a different level to this stuff that we just have to fight to get to that point. We really have to do that. I feel like
So then what if you don't understand what the fight is about and you're constantly saying you don't know, how can you properly fight in a war you know nothing about? When you don't even understand that this is a war for genetics. That's what this whole thing is about.
Genetic thing all the time, but the whole when it comes to the war, I definitely see what's going on. I definitely see that they're freezing the planet to keep our frequency low. I see what they're doing. I see the poisoning going on.
Yo, she.
Oh, my bad. My bad. It's just that we're not like the thing
Can y'all
is.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, brother. My bad.
No, I was just making sure my mic wasn't working for a while for some reason, so I was just making sure that y'all could hear me. But you can go ahead.
This is a war for genetics, and it always has been. That's why they tell you that we're all the same. If you don't know your cellular function, you don't know that they're oppressing you cellularly with antigens. So you don't even know that 9 times out of 10, if you're not eating according to your genetic makeup, you're not even making those thoughts. You're not even thinking that stuff. So if it's hard for you to comprehend, try cleaning your vessel. Try eating according to your genetic makeup and being in the sun and everything that we've been talking about for months. But there still shouldn't be a question mark on genetics if you're studying it. It's only prokaryotic and eukaryotic organisms on the planet. That's it. Like I said, literally children can understand it. If you got to look at child videos about the different, then that's okay. But there's no excuse where you're saying like, oh, our people are going missing, but then to not know why if you're doing the research.
I don't know, man. Sometimes our people just make you question how we are and how we operate sometimes. And I know it's through a lot of the poisoning and stuff. I understand that, but it's just fucking weird the shit that we put ourselves through just to, I guess we looking for all this, some type of like secondhand, like, I don't even know, comfortability. We not really trying to, it don't even seem like we don't even really want to free or bring our people together though sometimes. It's just fucking weird.
So then what are we bringing together if you think that your brother isn't you?
That's not what I'm saying.
If you think that your brother can be spliced, that means that he is a part of another species. That's literally what that means. That means that he has a eukaryotic cell that can be replaced through cloning, which is done through introgression, which is done through hybridization, which is done through repeated back crossing. Like that means that he's a complex cell organism. If they got animal slits in their eyes, you basically saying they have snake DNA or some type of reptilian DNA or whatever, then you should be able to pinpoint that in a genome, at least by now.
I know we take different states. We do go through under different, vessels, but it's not. It just some shit. Just I don't know. Sometimes I just don't be probably just looking at shit in a different manner, and the shit just like hard to explain sometimes. I don't know.
I think Dad Swish wanted to say something.
Nah, yeah, I was basically just telling him, like, she not trying to belittle you, bro, or nothing. She basically trying to get you to understand, but what you doing is you letting your ego get in the way of you actually listening to what she trying to say. And every time you responding to defend yourself instead of responding to, you feel me, just accept, like, feel me, what she's saying you don't fully understand yet, and that's okay, because we all been there before. This whole process of this earth, us being here, is like for us to learn who we are. You feel me? To uncode who we are, because we've been brainwashed to think that we something that we not. And that's all she trying to get you to understand, basically.
That's why I act the way. That's why I speak the way I do about this stuff. I don't look at the physical too much. I look at soul and I look at the spirit. So it's sometimes I try to really comprehend what the hell I'm really looking at half of the time, because
try going on semen retention and fasting and sun gazing all at the same time. I promise you, you'll just get downloads and information to just start to flow. And you're not gonna know why you understand. You just gonna understand because it's already in your DNA. You already know everything. We all part of one consciousness. Basically, we just experience it through different vessels. So, feel me? We all come from the same light, basically. When you hold on to your light, you hold on to your semen, it starts to go up your spine and hit your brain, and you'll just start to understand this information naturally, because it's already.
I already go through that. That's I'm saying, like, the whole process of what we dealing with when it comes to our people in a community based, how we function and treat each other is just very odd. It just makes it, I guess it's just to the point, it just makes me question, we got all these people in this world, we got all these melanated brothers and sisters, but we can't do shit. We really can't do too much. It's like we have something.
You want to know why? You want to know why? Because we're in this frequency of people thinking that this is physical. When everything, every single thing manifests in the spirit before it hits physical. So if you're saying, oh, I'm spiritual about it, then how can you disregard the physical? You're literally seeing how it's manifesting while already knowing before it happens. That's how my reality is. I get a download, I feel something within my chakras, my body, and then it happens.
That's a fact.
So if we can't just disregard physical. We can't just disregard physical. That's a balance. That's what it means to be in harmony and to know thyself.
Yo, the more light that you have within you, the more you hold on to your light, the more you'll start to see the physical only bends from your internal world. So once you more tapped in with your internal world, you start to bend the physical the way you want reality to be. Basically, like when you become your authentic self and you vibrate at that highest level, you naturally liberate people to become their authentic self subconsciously. They don't even know that they're doing it, but when they get around you, they like, damn, this guy, he just feel me. He always his self, like he just is normal. He's just his regular self, and they feel that vibration coming from you. That's what draws them to you. And then when you speak and you know the knowledge, you feel me. You unlock, in their subconscious, you liberate them to become their authentic self, basically. And when everybody vibrating at their authentic self, that's what's going to break this whole matrix apart. And that's what's currently happening. More people is waking up and vibrating at their authentic self. That's why this whole matrix is collapsing. What they trying to do is mentally, they're trying to keep us mentally enslaved with everything that they pushing on us. So basically, we just got to do our due diligence and realize that all we got to do is vibrate at our authentic self in our communities. And that's just going to liberate people automatically, subconsciously. That's the only thing you got to do. It was never meant to be that hard. Just be yourself. Literally, like whatever your hobbies are, tap into those, turn those into a source of income, because you need resources. You can't be spiritual and don't have no resources. You feel me? So you're going to have to start a business or something, but tap in and, create for your community. Turn that into a source of income. Become your authentic self. You'll start to liberate people in your community subconsciously. I promise you. And you'll think the most ignorant people won't be liberated subconsciously. When they come around you, they're going to try to, test you. They're going to try to pick at you to see if you really are who you say you are, or you really tapped in how you say you tapped in. And when you're going to be able to pick up on these signals of them trying to pick at you, they only trying to test you to see if you really who you say you are. Because once they test you and you pass that test, that's what liberates them. You feel me? When they test you and they realize they can't shake you, that's what starts to liberate them subconsciously, so they become their authentic self. And it's a process, but it's what we have to do all as a community for us to free our people. And that's the only thing we can do. You can't really, feel me, save everybody physically trying. You got to just do that in the spiritual world by just vibrating high. That's how you save your community. When we all vibrate high, it's impossible for people to not feel that energy and not be curious about where that comes from or how you would achieve that. So they start watching you. And when they watch you, your authentic self, they start picking up little by little. Feel me? So if we all doing that, we all gonna be good, bro. Feel me? So don't even worry about it too much. Don't even worry about like, oh, I don't know what's going on with, feel me, why we treating each other like this, like that. Don't worry about all of that, bro. Feel me? Just be yourself and vibrate high, bro. And you're gonna start to see your family, everybody around you start to change. Because when you vibrating that high for a long time, feel me, you change the vibration around you naturally, automatically. Just don't let them pick at you and test you and pull you back down, because that's what they trying to do. That's what people around you gonna try to do. It's a mental fight, but you gotta be emotionally strong. You got to detach from your ego to survive this battle, especially as a black man. Feel me? That's all I really had to say, though.
Abundance and gratitude for that. The host wants to get back on topic though, y'all. My bad. I just needed to tap in with my brother on that because But who is this? What does it say? Two vamp? Or what? The nigga that's under Dada. Go ahead.
Or what? So here's another question I had, or like just something I figured I'd ask you. So being a white man or whatever, referenced an animal, whatever, a non, whatever. Is there something I can do to like benefit myself or my children in the future, or like to get this what's it called, neuromelanin, something like that, or am I just like cooked? My family's cooked.
Hey, I'm just saying what's up. I just joined this bitch up. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. You can't get neuromelanin. You have to produce it, and your species doesn't produce neuromelanin, so there's no way to get it.
Can I like have kids with like someone that does have it, and then will my kids have it or
So
no?
the thing is, y'all are born with y'all's pineal glands calcified. It's not that y'all don't have small traces of neuromelanin that's present in the brain. It's just that y'all are not producing it like we are. Neuromelanin is what functions each of our cells because we're prokaryotic organisms. That's the biochemical substance that that constructs the suit and makes us. That's the communicator for our cells. For y'all, you have a nucleus, and there's at least 5 different animals. That genetic material is what is being controlled in the control center. So, again, you can't. Nobody in your species, YT people, Dravidians, so-called Hispanics, the Cubanos, Italian, like if they're not neuromelanated, if they don't stem from the totipotum stem cell, they are not conducive to this planet.
Also, this is kind of like off topic, but like, why do people say YT people? Like, I don't have any offense saying white. Like, is there like a reason behind that? Like, I've never understood that.
Yeah, because TikTok doesn't really allow us, so to speak, to say it. Yeah, they watch everything. They know who's so-called neuromelanated and who's not.
Okay. So there's no like derogatory stuff or like bad connotation towards it. It's just like out of like necessity.
No, I'd love to say white, and I do, but not just the whole live because that will flag it and get it removed.
I got you. All right. Then.
Go ahead, Crucial.
Yo, what up? What up? How y'all doing?
Abundance. Are
Chilling.
we all? Do you agree with the topic? We are all not one species.
Yeah, yeah, something like that, like oversoul, I guess. I feel like it's just a bunch of limited beliefs, definitions, low vibrations from experiences in this lifetime that keep us from keeping our mind open and again like survival mode. And that's probably goes back to the species things, survival mode. But I joined up because I actually have a story about that. Heard someone here talking about like the pupils going like animal mode, and that's happened to me one time. And, yeah, stay on topic
though. I'm trying to discuss the topic and not hear stories respectfully.
Yeah, for sure. Is it cool if I could speak on mine?
He wants to talk about the topic. Do you think we're all the same species?
Oh, my bad. Nah, not by DNA. Nah, I don't think so.
Are you so-called?
Well, I do believe like hybrids.
Are you so-called black? If you don't mind me asking.
Nah, I do got some black in me though, like 8%. I'm native.
To what?
Like Native American, like here in Cali, like tribe.
Oh, okay. So like, you chaotic. No offense, but
it's cool.
Yeah.
Because what really makes you native to the planet is your biology and your genetics. So do you?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. What is your biological identification to the planet?
Man, to keep it 100, I don't even know, bruh. Like, I just stick with like what I know, like Mayans and all that. How I look at that, I just look at more of vibration, like light and dark. So I feel like I do got some connection to that, you know, but I'm not really sure, like down to the core though, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why it's and I'm not trying to be, disrespectful. You
It's
gotta
all
remove
good.
emotions in here. No, I'm just saying that for the room. But
Yeah.
your physical body is connected to your etheric body, which is
Yeah.
why so when we look at the eukaryotic cell, if there's no biological identification with the planet, then there is no spiritual connection either. Because neuromelanin is the soul. It's the only molecule that can condense sunlight, and is condensed sunlight, it's the sun in the flesh. So
Yeah.
that's our biological identification, as well as so-called black people being hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, helium, and carbon, which is the same thing that stars and planets are composed of. So with y'all
Yeah.
being sulfur and ammonia based, there is no spiritual connection to anything. That six ether consciousness that y'all have is animal consciousness. So the animals that y'all are spliced with is the highest level of consciousness that you can obtain.
Interesting. Have you ever done like any psychedelics? Psilocybin?
We can't say that on here.
Yeah, we can
Oh, yeah, my bad.
stay on
I didn't,
topic.
yeah, no.
Stay on topic. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, I'll just say this. Well, that's cool, you know, listening to people and stuff. That's pretty dope. Man, I'll be meditating, man, and I try to focus on the pineal gland. And that thing be shining, yo, like a star. You know what I mean? Like a lamp in the dark. It's just cool. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really got much to say. Just existence, you know, just how we are. More and more gifted than others, you
You
know.
have you melanin.
So what? Sorry.
You have you melanin, which is the same thing as pheomelanin, which it turns into pheomelanin, which is animal melanin. So that your pineal gland is not actually producing neuromelanin. So that's why I be wanting to ask like people like, what are y'all meditating on?
Yeah.
Exactly, like that's what I be trying to figure out, because
Yeah,
there's no neuromelanin. When you meditate, you're going into the soul, which is that. So that's why I'm confused.
so your pineal gland wouldn't shine like a star. All you're doing is just producing more animal melanin, animal protein, and enzymes into your body from different animals that your species is spliced with. You're not pulling in neuromelanin. This is why your species, more than half of your species from 2000 to 2019, have not been able to biosynthesize the sun, which is another form of neuromelanin. You see what I'm saying? And now they're hiding the fact that it's up to the millions now. And y'all not producing, y'all not reproducing. That's what's going on. Y'all becoming sterile because your cells are not coated in neuromelanin. They're coated in pheomelanin, which is able to be spliced into, and you can take chromosomes in and out of that cell. So you can't do that with so-called black people. So this is how we know that you're not one of us, and we're not one of you.
If the mother is so-called black, then her offspring will be so-called black because it's the totipotum stem cell that her chromosomes rule. It's her womb that actually constructs the child, and it's just the tail end of the sperm that fertilizes the egg. She comes here with all of her eggs, and all the father is doing is sparking that life. But if as a so-called black woman, she can do that on her own through parthenogenesis. It's just that our Bartholin glands, I always have a problem saying it. Yeah, I can spell it for y'all though.
Yeah,
but that is a part of our what is known as junk DNA.
Oh yeah.
Is all we need is to vibrate higher, more eukaryotics be removed from the planet, and we will get back to parthenogenesis.
Yeah, that's right. Hell yeah, that's right. My bad. I only got one thing to say, man. Y'all gotta say nothing like negative, but y'all gotta like protect your bloodlines. You know what I mean? You know, I don't know if y'all watched Dr. Umar. I was just watching that dude last night, but you know, he got facts. Yeah, man. I don't know. Y'all gifted, you know?
What does that mean? Like, as a white person, should I like keep it white, or like what do you mean by like protect the bloodline?
Well, I say it this way, bro, because if you look at, I don't want to say black people, you know, I don't want to say that, but
Is it prokaryotic? We could say. Was that it, Sky? I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure, bro, about, like the filter and TikTok and stuff. But you look at it
Like,
like,
it's not about protecting. Here's the thing. Y'all are the reason why our bloodline is needing to so-called be protected. That's why I keep telling my people, stop procreating outside of your species, because red
yeah,
blood cell hemolysis is taking place. That means that your blood is being thinned out every time you have sex. And when you procreate, that mother is looking at that child as a foreign species, and it begins to attack or try to unalive it. So there is a ROGAM shot that is needed that basically pulls that fetus through. Other than that, before the 60s, our people were being there weren't a lot of successful pregnancies. There were, but not like how they are now because of the ROGAM shot. And that's new. That's the 60s. Like I said, when we first came into contact with y'all were wiping us out instantaneously. Us breathing in your microbiome is a problem. Like, that should be pissing me off when I see YT people in nature fucking with the mushrooms and messing up the mycelium and touching the prokaryotic animals. Like, y'all are harming them.
Yep.
And y'all are studying everything and perverting every single thing. Breathing is a problem, bro.
I hear you.
Sorry. The YT lady got upset because the dog was pissing in her yard. Y'all have the same DNA, man. Imagine what your piss does to the planet if you're mad about the dog.
Yeah, I
Wait,
feel that.
could you maybe dabble into more the I can't say the word, but like the mushroom whatever stuff, like I feel like that's kind of like a positive thing, and I think those sorts of things could like help us evolve per se as a species. I don't know if you believe in that type of stuff, but
We're not the same species.
The thing
yeah,
is,
that's
we're
right. That's
here,
right.
you know.
And there's 10 mushrooms to every one tree. They cutting down 42 million trees a day. They're not even talking about the mushroom. That's the real gag. Okay, that's how they're able to advance biotechnology is through mycelium and through mushrooms. Mushrooms are responsible for 90% of all vegetation. Mushrooms.
Yeah.
So y'all being in nature, touching it is unaliving it. Breathing on it is unalive. There is no positive. And I'm being very like assertive because I'm tired of my people being lied to. And I'm tired of them lying to y'all too. So the thing is me, if we were in the same room, you would be harming me even if you weren't. You could be the nicest person on the planet. I've met a lot of nice white people. The problem is y'all are non-conducive to the planet that I share biological identification with, so y'all are harming us both.
You know, I feel you. You know, the thing is, I feel like, you know, I don't include myself with those people. I can't say the word, but the JEWS, you know what I mean? Those are the people, you know, and they're here, you know, that's why they've been kicked around Europe over 109 times. Probably, you know, history is going to repeat itself again. It's probably going to happen, you know, and they are at the top, you know, but regardless, we got bloodlines here that, you know, we're here. You gotta educate them and show you how to vibrate high, you know, just like us.
We're saying they're being removed. They're not here like you think they are. You talking about the Jewish?
Yeah, but y'all, everybody outside of the so-called black race is getting removed off the planet. So y'all saying these titles, trying to differentiate yourselves is not doing
Y'all are the
anything
same.
because y'all are all spliced with multiple animals. You see what I'm saying? Maybe not the same animals and not the same percentage of animals, but y'all are all spliced with multiple animals, which classifies y'all as eukaryotic organism. So don't try to differentiate a eukaryotic organism from another eukaryotic organism when the sun is removing all eukaryotic organism off of this prokaryotic planet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, resonance. Okay.
So that's all I'm saying. Don't try to. That's still your species.
Oh, that's cool to know.
so like, a lot of it really falls down to prokaryotes and eukaryotes.
That's all it is.
That's all it is.
All right.
Prokaryotes, eukaryotes, and the type of melanin that you have.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it's coming down to, genetics and the sun. And you're gonna start to see more and more people talk about the sun and how it's harming life on the planet or how it's affecting life on the planet. These scientists, they're telling you it's affecting technology and all of these things and how there's gonna be a blackout. But they're not telling you how it's affecting DNA. It's not telling you how ionizing particles actually damage DNA. And ionizing particles are charged particles that come from the sun. So it's not going to harm so-called black people's DNA because we're just going to absorb that. radiation via black body radiation. But for y'all, we're seeing the residual effects happen, and it's amping up. Asia is already starting to be sterile and not being able to reproduce. You see what I'm saying? And they were the first people. They were the first out of your species to be created. And then the Arabs are now a lot is going on with them. They're getting unalived at an alarming rate by the sun. More, like I said earlier, more than half of your people are getting unalived by the sun from 2000 to 2019. You can look this up.
Dick. My bad. I didn't mean to cut it off. Man, that's not good, but that's dope, I guess. It's just a plan, you know.
I believe the part in Asia, like the birth rates going down, wasn't that because of like a mandate they had? Like they had too many people. You know, Asia was like the country with like with the highest population.
That was in China.
Yeah, I feel like India is probably going to do the same thing.
Right.
Like, I feel like that's probably the
They was
reason.
referring to Japan. You're referring to something that happened in China.
Oh shit! I'm R word.
It's like you need to look into what's happening to your species respectfully, because I'm gonna come clean. Like we were telling people months ago that y'all species is headed for the dark ages. So when you think about the North Carolina and San Diego and these different places that went through flooding last summer or this past summer, those places still haven't recovered.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? Y'all are in the dark ages now, and y'all are going to have to learn how to live with each other again, be amongst each other again. And the last time y'all were like that was in those caves. Y'all were raping each other, eating each other, unaliving your children. We ran a live about that, and I have sources about that. I've been busy. Y'all, I am going to run another just lecture live. Me and Denzel are going to do one. So we have a lot of the same sources, but different ones that we've collected, so you can see two different styles. But y'all are gonna have to figure out how y'all are gonna work amongst yourselves and your own species. We're the least of your worries. You see what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying. Abundance and gratitude we need to protect our bloodline. We need y'all off the planet. That's what fixes everything.
Yep.
Because right now,
that's gonna heal the whole planet. Every single microorganism, all the way up to the animal, trees, all the prokaryotic animals. Y'all being off the planet will instantaneously heal them, because y'all produce sulfur dioxide out of y'all integumentary system, and that harms the ecosystem and the planet. And that's what they spray in the skies with these clouds to block the sun, to try to block the sun. This is what's going on. They're using y'all.
Like cloud seeding? Is that like cloud seeding and stuff?
Yeah, but don't focus on that, because radiation is UVC radiation is ground level, and it's been ground level since 2015, and that seeps through everything. Right. So we're already past that stage. You see what I'm saying? We're at the stage now where, again, your species is already undergoing the dark ages. They're showing you on the news that your people are like undergoing these natural disasters, but they're not showing the after effect. Like she said,
he's saying cloud seeding is for rain.
What?
Like, it's like, bro, like, please request up, because this is the same person talking about she most def has Irish or something in her. You don't know how genetics work. My mother is black, bitch. Okay, so as long as I stem from the totipotent, I am black. That's what we've been saying this whole time. Y'all love saying that she's light-skinned. Do you know that the so-called black woman creates 48 known shades of herself plus the chakra system? Why do you think the oldest petroglyphs in the world, put in the hardest stone known to man, was depicting us as green, red? Why did your people call us the blue black people? Like, nigga, we've been several different colors throughout your man-made so-called history. Y'all don't know genetics. The totipotent stem cell is what overrules everything, because her chromosomes rule, bitch. So let's study and talk about why you have dog DNA, pig DNA, because Irish is what? Pig. That's porcelain skin. All right. So fuck your titles. I understand, babe. But forget the titles. Let's talk about genetics. Let's just talk about that.
Jose.
Like, you're not understanding how it works.
Hey, I'm bored as shit, dog. So
right. I'm gonna just go ahead and get you out of here. Thank you for, that's terrible. Like, y'all got to start understanding your own genetics.
Yeah, and Like y'all saying it's just for rain. Before it didn't used to rain like this. When y'all see those clear skies, but it's still rain in the Caribbean, that's how it used to rain on this planet. It never used to be dark ass clouds,
Right.
big ass dark ass clouds, and then rain. They never used to be like that. And nothing used to ever cover the sun. The sun used to touch everything on this planet.
He's
You
like
see what I'm
cloud
saying?
seeding
Y'all
is
don't understand what happened on this planet because y'all don't understand genetics. So you don't understand how the planet was really supposed to look like.
right.
You see what I'm saying? So you just
You
yapping.
don't know
So
how prokaryotic organisms
Mhm.
work and how they were in unison with the planet because you don't study. This nigga is talking about Irish and man-made titles that the planet don't know. The planet doesn't know what Irish or a Cubano or an Italian. The sun, when it hits your integumentary system, is actually trying to heal y'all. But then whenever you synthesize that information, you synthesize that radiation, it breaks down.
yep.
The
And they
sun is trying to heal all life, all organisms, but for some reason, you being pheomelanated or you melanate can't take the radiation, let alone UVC radiation, which is the real gag. All these different weather anomalies are happening because of UVC radiation and terrestrial radiation, Oregon energy.
yep.
Sky, so I got a question.
Well,
So,
hold up, hold up.
Oh no, no.
Yuki was first, so let's go to Yuki, and then I get to you, She Love.
oh my fault, I didn't even know.
No, you good. Go ahead, Yuki.
1 second. Actually, he can go before me because I'm being called.
All right, go ahead, Price.
So look, man, I just got some simple.
But before you ask any questions, are we all one species?
Yes. No, hell no. My fault.
Okay, can you explain that scientifically?
Well, I have more questions. Like I'm trying to understand it, and like, are y'all saying if like you're black, like at all, like if you have one parent that's like, let's say it's a mixed race, right? Like you Drake, my nigga, and your dad's black. So are you green or no? Because he's half white.
You are what your mother is.
Oh, I thought it was the other way around.
Nah.
And can y'all explain the photos on like the with
That
the,
right there,
the star and stuff?
Well, I want you said we're not all one species. Why are you saying that? That's what I want to know.
I'm from West Drive.
I'm not even talking to you though. I'm talking to Price.
I'm on the live right here talking. I'm from
Definitely,
West
you
Drive.
can get down though. Like what? Go ahead, Price.
Well, I'm just saying we not all one species because I'm just going off with y'all. And
nah, you should never go off what somebody else says.
And it said, to be honest, it kind of makes sense, but like the pig stuff, like I understand it, but I don't about y'all saying like the Irish and then that stuff. So are y'all saying like y'all are for sure black people and white people are totally different species? Do y'all believe in black people or gods or like nah?
We're not like, okay, we're not question boxes. Okay. This is not like for that. Like, we're not all the same species. You can either add to that topic or not. This is not like for you to go find out your own genetics. You need to study them just like we studied our own. When you study, then you can add to a conversation.
Oh, okay. My fault, Sky.
Nah, no
I didn't
worries.
ask for a goddamn motherfucking.
Yeah, get your bitch ass out of here, nigga. We don't care. We do not care.
No niggas think y'all funny. It's not funny.
Yeah.
Like y'all just showing how ignorant y'all are, to be honest. Go ahead, Apple.
I'm just confused on what's going on. What are we talking about?
Hold on. Before you come up here with the confusion, what does the topic say?
We are not all one species.
Do you agree or disagree?
I feel like some people have how do I word this?
I just want to know what you think. I don't care about how other people feel.
Or I think yeah, certain people have a different, like I say, wavelength, if that makes sense. Like some people think on a higher frequency, some people are on a lower frequency. I don't think it's as much as species more than it is like spirituality. You mean?
Okay, so why do we phenotypically present different?
Because our ancestors come from different parts of the world.
I thought we all stem from one source.
What do you mean?
You're saying I'm saying you're saying we're different because of wavelength. I asked you why do we phenotypically present different, and you said it's because we have different ancestors. Which okay, cool, but I thought we all came
What
from
does
one common
what does that word
ancestor.
mean? I don't know what that means. Phenotypically, whatever you said.
So you read we are not all one species. You wanted to comment on it, but you don't even know what phenotype is.
Fuck no. This is a whole different language. I'm a human.
All right. Go ahead, Jay Steves.
We are one species.
Okay, can you explain that scientifically?
All our ancestors came from the same place. We're all Homo sapien.
Okay, why do we phenotypically present different?
Because that's not how phenotypes work. Phenotypes
Okay.
is due to genetic variation. Our ancestors all mix because that's what we're supposed to do as living beings. We all procreate so that our genes mix and our phenotypes and genotypes all mix so that we can survive. That's how evolution happens. If we all had the same phenotype, we'd all be dead.
They don't even. All so-called black people share the same phenotype.
Do you know what phenotype means?
Obviously,
Explain
phenotype
it.
to show. So it's what you show, including character, not characteristics.
No.
but
I don't want
behavior.
I don't want your explanation. Give me the scientific.
That is the scientific explanation.
Means to show. Everything that you show, including behavior, is a part of phenotype. If we all had the same phenotype, then that means that we have the same melanin or the same genetic coding. Your phenotype is just expressing the genetic material or the genotype.
Yeah. Phenotype. So you can't deny that. And if our phenotype is different, that means our inner mechanics is different, and that means that everything that was I forgot what I was gonna say, but neuromelanin is what programs our cells.
Okay. Is it okay if I say anything? Or are we?
I'm gonna get to you right after Jay Steves. Or we can't hear you if you're off the app, and I hope you're not Googling. Go ahead, Jay Steves.
All right, hello. My fault. I gotta get my bio notes out for this.
Right.
All right. So you're saying that we're all the same. We're all different species because what? Because our phenotypes are different.
Right.
Okay. Explain how that worked though.
Oh my God, bro.
No, because okay. So you're saying that animals. So let's say dogs. They're all different. They're not all dogs are not all the same. They all express different phenotypes. They're all categorized as dogs. They're all the same thing.
Of their genetic material, yes, they are all classified as dogs because they are all the same species.
Okay. So basically, of our genetic material, which is
Why are you
the
over
same,
talking? Why are you over talking? It's okay, bro. Just chill.
because people who are dumb is annoying.
Okay, so then leave.
Honestly, yeah, I am.
Okay, have a nice day.
Like,
The fuck? You just didn't have nothing to add, bro.
Exactly, bro.
Like,
Can't add nothing to dumbness.
okay, then leave.
Like
You went off the app to go Google some
phenotype.
shit. You didn't even know what phenotype was, but okay. Go ahead, Saif.
Hey, yeah, how you doing? I'm actually I major in biology and I'm taking a genetics course, so I can tell you what phenotype means. Phenotype is the expression of a gene. That's exactly what phenotype means. But I think you guys have the right idea. But I wanna say two things if you don't mind. I'm gonna be respectful too. I'm not gonna say you guys are stupid or anything. So first of all, the scientific designation to what decides or what differentiates species, and you can, go research this yourself, which is exactly what what was studied on the Galapagos Islands, and it was actually done again on the Galapagos Islands in the 70s with hinch birds, is actually when the species can no longer mate. Now, different phenotypes does not mean that the species are different, because if you take two different dogs that look completely different, they could still have offspring because they're in the same species. They have different phenotypes, but it doesn't mean that they're not in the same species. However, I believe there was some differentiation between the birds. There was like short-beaked birds and long-beaked birds. The reason why they weren't different species wasn't because they had different traits. It was because they were put in such different environments that their traits changed to such an extent that they could no longer mate with each other. Now, humans, I don't like to use the word mate, but like me and someone of a different race, like let's say I marry a Chinese lady, we can have a kid. We look totally different. We have totally different phenotypes because we have some different genes, but at the same time, we're still the same species because we can procreate. And scientifically, when a species or when a group of animals can no longer procreate, that's what differentiates them as a species. That's what I'm trying to say. What do you have to say to that? I'm just wondering.
So that's a bad take.
Naturally, we wasn't procreating when we very first came into contact with you, nor was you procreating amongst yourselves. The reason why we can procreate today is because of introgression.
I'm not familiar with that. Can you explain it? I'm sorry. I don't know. What do you mean by that? Do you think so?
So you
Okay.
want me to explain it to you so you can try to disagree with me?
No, I just want to know. What do you do? I have an open mind. I just want to know.
May I? So
Go ahead.
the only reason why we can procreate with y'all is because of introgression. When you're having a discussion about speciation, if you're well versed in that topic, you should know about introgression.
Okay, I mean, not. I mean, I'd like to know what it is. I don't want to just know just to disagree with you. I really just
What
want
it
to know.
is it's taking genetic material from one organism and it's introgressing the genes with another organism. So before the 12th dynasty, there was no mixing. There were no hybrids. So 12th dynasty marks 4,015 years ago, which is ancient Kemet. So 4,000 years ago, y'all were not even able to reproduce with each other nor us. So the reason why we can procreate today is because of introgression, which is eugenics or genetic engineering. And that is what scientists, historians, climatologists, geneticists are all saying across the world, because we never went from haploids to diploids. The only explanation for the eukaryotic cell is electrical fusion.
I mean, all right, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to just blindly disagree with you. Do you have any I know you're saying like historians were saying that. I'm not saying this to be rude. I'm just genuinely curious. Do you have like any kind of like historic writing or any scientific research to back it up? Because I can't.
Yeah, David Wilcock. You can check all of his work and the other historians and scientists that he worked with to help him bring that into play. He was also genetically modified as well. You can see that as of 4 months ago, whenever he did a live, and he told you that someone else was speaking for him, because years ago they told him that if he said anything about Simon Toko, that they would unalive him, and he did. And now that nigga does not look the same, and he can tell you everything there is to know about the biology of grays, and now his skull looks just like theirs.
Okay.
So he's the only person that said that so-called black people come from Earth's evolution, or he's one of the historians and scientists that are saying that. And several of them are, because the totipotum stem cells. Our DNA is the only, or DEA is the only deoxyetheric acid on the planet that goes back 14 billion years. 13.6, we rounded up to 14 billion years worth of information is what we're holding. So tapping into that is how you get your computer, your phone, your mobile device. It's pulling from our genetics.
Was someone else saying something?
Oh yeah, just real quick, Sky, what was that guy's name so I can write it down? And
Is it Wilcott?
okay.
Or did you want to say something?
Yes, so biologically, the safest option would be for everyone to try to stay within their own species as much as possible, correct?
All species outside of the that is true, but all species outside of the so-called black race are being removed. Y'all have been being removed since 2015 in vast numbers. It's been amping up. So in the long run, y'all will not be here.
Yeah, like cancer and all these things. I was actually speaking with my boyfriend about this because he's melanated and he's not fully understanding about all of this yet, but I've been telling him I don't know that we should have kids. I was even suggesting, he could have a kid with another melanated person, and then we could raise it, or we could adopt. But I was trying to get to the point of I don't know that it's like the best idea to keep going with this, because I remember reading National Geographic books from the mail when I was little, and I think it was like from 2011. There was a book that said what humans will look like in 30 something. I don't even know if we'll make it till then, but maybe it was 2050 something.
I was in National Geographic when they were talking about the hybrid species.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They made us read that in 5th grade. What? National Geographic, that was a magazine that they made us read as a class in 5th grade. I was 9 years old when I read that. And they were talking about how the population, the U.S. population, but in other parts of the article, it was talking about the world itself would be mainly hybrids. And so they had all these different pictures of like Sudanese and so-called Chinese women, or you see what I'm saying? But what they're explaining is they're trying to further their time here on the planet by so-called mixing with us. But all eukaryotic organisms are being removed. So it doesn't matter if our men go over there and procreate with the so-called Asian, not only is their fate sealed as a so-called black man, but that child still is not going to be conducive to this planet because the mother is so-called eukaryotic.
Right.
Yuki, can I tell you something?
Yes.
Hey, can I add something, please?
Real quick, I just want to say something to Yuki. I'll let you go. I'm sorry, Holy. Yuki, please, I will tell you something. It's not. I don't mean to like go into your business, but look, I don't suggest that like you need to like not love the person that you love or have a child with some other dude, or like have some guy have your man go and have like a child with another woman. Don't listen. You don't need to put yourself to that level. It's okay. It does, honestly, even if everything here is accurate and everything here is true, which I'm still trying to understand myself, that's not like, in my opinion, you love somebody, you love him. I just wanted to say that. Don't stoop yourself to the level where you have to leave somebody because you don't believe he's the same person as you. That has nothing to do with it. Don't think like that. I believe, listen, I wanted to ask this question to the host or to the moderators. Like, let's say I personally, I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm just somebody who's more like in tune with, I guess, and believe me, I have my problems with evolution. I'm religious, so I have my problems with that. But what do you think the kind of significance of this is? Like, do you think that everybody should be equal? Or do you think that because we're different races, it's going to be like we're not equal? Like, how do you think this contributes?
For one, it's not about race, and we're not the same species. We shouldn't be procreating outside of our species. It's very detrimental.
So, okay, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
That's not what I asked. I'm saying.
Hold on, I'll get to you.
No, I'm saying, and societally, like, and the structure of society, how would this like affect it? Not
Who
procreating.
created that?
What do you mean, the structure of society?
Yes.
People. I mean,
White man.
well, I'm not white, so I'm just, I'm not.
I'm not saying you're white, but who created it? It wasn't so-called black people.
No, I agree. I
Yeah.
think the modern world is
So we're
definitely.
going off of your standards. You think it's right because those people share genetics with you. But I'm speaking for my people as so-called black people. We should not be procreating outside of our species. Like I said, it's very detrimental. Like that love shit, that don't matter. I'm gonna just be completely honest.
Well, I mean,
Like,
that's up to you. But
as a so-called black man, why would I lay down outside of my species and create a child that isn't even conducive to the planet? That don't even make any sense.
how would you say that? Wow. So you think so? Like basically, you're saying that procreation of a black person and someone who's not black, let's say that, would be bad. What do you mean by that? Like what would that be? What do you mean by not conducive?
It's gonna be a hybrid. It's not gonna have neuromelanin, and it's gonna be a eukaryotic hybrid. Like and the thing is, when you get into nature, all natural animals, they don't ever try to procreate outside of their species. You don't see an elephant trying to go have or try to go procreate with a hippo. You don't see a lion try to go procreate with a gazelle. You feel what I'm saying? You don't see that. So why are you saying that my people should stoop down and do that?
Well, I mean, that's not exactly true. I mean,
That
animals,
is true.
because like dogs, like dogs, certain
Dogs are
animals.
not natural, bro. I said all natural animals. Dogs are not natural.
That's true.
Okay, if you know that's true, why are you bringing it up? Why are you still
Okay,
trying to push this
they're
narrative,
animals.
bro?
I didn't hear you say natural. Well, relax, dude. I'm not saying a dog is an animal, whether you like it or not, natural or not. Still,
Right. It is an animal, but it's not natural. I said all natural animals because everything that's prokaryotic, everything that's natural to this planet does not try to procreate outside of itself.
okay. Well, I mean, all right. Let's use. Again, I have issues with this argument too. Not yours. I'm just saying from my standpoint. But let's just use the argument of evolution that majority of scientists believe in. Okay. Now we believe. Let's say that we believe that life originated in somewhere in Africa. So let's say that life originated in Africa. I believe different sources say this, but let's just say that life originated, like humans, Homo sapiens, originated from a certain point on the planet, and based on whatever. I'm not even so familiar with this, but basically this life spread across the planet. How? So what you're saying is different. You're saying that. Well, where did you come from then?
I come from the cosmos and the sun.
My ears just started.
From God.
People are laughing, but he's composed of hydrogen, helium, carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. Like, y'all are sulfur and ammonia based. So y'all don't biologically identify with anywhere else in the cosmos. There is no planet that knows y'all. There is no star. There is no celestial body anywhere that knows who y'all are. So I don't know why people are laughing about that, because where is Earth? Is Earth not located in the fucking cosmos? And are scientists not saying that the only people on this planet that came from Earth's evolution are black people? These are scientists that look like y'all. Like, what do you mean?
And y'all saying
Like,
who made the sun, the universe, dark matter energy, the so-called
photons.
black woman in the flesh. You see what I'm saying? And that's where all black men so-called come from. The tip of them stem cell. All so-called black people are all of our genetic information, all of our organs, all come from one embryological origin. Everybody outside the so-called black race, your genetics come from different origins. Your genetic can come from chimpanzee, pig, fruit fly. It doesn't come from the same embryological origin, and that doesn't happen naturally in nature. That which is natural will never change unless something unnatural takes place to it. You see what I'm saying? That's why for 240 million years, Dragonflies have been looking the same for millions of years. Bees have been looking the same because they make replicas of themselves. Y'all don't make replicas of yourselves. So
No,
y'all
the
saying we made the
genes.
sun. We are the divine creators of all life. It's in our genetics that we produce hydrocarbon and atoms through our thalamus gland, and all life on the planet feeds off of that. Y'all need us to sustain life on the planet, and you laughing, but it's getting to a point of time where you're gonna see that you can't even go outside for 15 minutes. Not because we doing something to you, it's because of the sun.
My friend,
Stop playing.
Listen, to say that dragonflies haven't changed for millions of years is just not correct. It's genetic variation. Like, you could look the same. It doesn't mean you're not a different species. This is the entire argument of evolution, is that genetic variation exists. Things that are natural, theoretically, in the same environment would never change, but environmental conditions combined with genetic mutations is the exact theory of evolution. It's the theory of basically, that's like the theory of where the strongest trait takes over the other traits. Like, for example, if the environment changes and you have a species and the environment changes, if the mutant trait is more sufficient for that environment, then that species is going to be able to reproduce more, and the other species is going to die out. You can't just say like for 100 million years dragonflies look the same, therefore evolution is wrong. Where scientists were able to observe hinge birds changing over 30 years on an island. You
Right,
can't
but
just say that.
what was their genetic composition? Because dragonflies have been making replicas of themselves for 230 million fucking years. So have elephants, so have all prokaryotic life make replicas of themselves. If you're making a copy of yourself, there is no recessive trait that is being if it's so-called dominant, and I'm just saying this for contextual purposes, it's going to replicate itself to be dominant. If it's recessive, it's going to replicate itself to be recessive. But when there's incomplete dominance, we don't know what the fuck the offspring is going to be or what the fuck it is, because we're dealing with incomplete dominance, at least 5 different animal genetics or eukaryotic anything, plants. Y'all can have 30% celery DNA. I mean, these are eukaryotic organisms though.
Yeah, prokaryotic organisms don't need genetic material from other organisms to construct its own organism. It doesn't need that. Prokaryotic cells are autotroph people.
You do know that prokaryotes have mutations too, right? It's not just eukaryotic organisms. Even in
name them and explain the function right now.
I'll give you a good example with antibiotics. That's why antibiotics are not going to work for very long. So I'll explain this. When you take too many antibiotics, eventually the bacteria in your body, which are prokaryotic, let's say you have an infection.
For who though?
It's anybody. Hold on, let me explain.
No, but we're not the same species, and we don't all have the same bacteria.
This is for the whole world.
Wait. Okay, what genus was first? In the bacteria that you're talking about. Let me just ask you a clarifying question. You're talking about bacteria, but you're not talking about what kind. There's different types of bacteria here. So the 4 main types that are found in stomachs, right? Let's just talk about the stomach itself, since we're talking about antibiotics. What is first in that genus?
This discussion, listen, let me just finish my point.
What is first in the genus, though?
Hold on.
You can't tell me the bacteria that you're referring to?
Wait. Hold on. I'm making a point. Let me just finish my point, and I'll answer whatever question you have, because this is a very good point.
But I need to know what bacteria you're talking about to know if
antibiotics doesn't distinguish. There's certain antibiotics for certain bacteria.
So antibiotics don't unalive particular.
No, hold on.
Oh, wait a second, y'all. Wait. Antibiotics. Okay, that's what you're going with. It is unaliving a lot of different types of bacteria. That's the reason why I'm asking you to clarify. There is a genus schedule for how the bacteria that you're talking about came into play. That's why I'm asking you to clarify. Do you know what was first in that genus? And do you know which one is last? Because that's the one that eukaryotic organisms mainly have in their gut biome.
Schedule. Let me listen, Sky. I understand your question, but I was speaking first, and I was interrupted. So let me just go finish, and then I'll explain what I was talking about. So let me just finish. This is a general antibiotics. Generally, across the entire world, antibiotics are designed to kill bacteria, okay? But the thing is, no matter what type of bacteria you have, it's going to eventually build, or there will be an eventual mutation in the bacteria. And when you take too many antibiotics, when that bacteria with the mutant gene that is resistant to it takes over and replicates more, and the old bacteria dies off, that's called
Okay, please say
antibiotic.
unalive. Just, I know we're talking about bacteria and stuff. Please
You're
say
right.
unalive and F1 in the chat, just to
And
protect yourself.
antibiotics are unnatural, and that's why I said that which is natural in nature will never change unless something unnatural takes place to it. That's what I'm saying. So-called black people, we were natural on this planet, having a global civilization,
what I
and
was
then
talking about.
antigens started to
affect ourselves.
So
and,
and
now
be in our
we need
bloodstream.
that shit.
Now we need these antibiotics. Now we need all of these things, which actually it's a double-edged sword for us. You see what I'm
Right,
saying?
and even your CDC just proved with JFK Jr. just said that so-called black people need fewer antigens and need a completely lesser vax schedule because they have a presence of fewer antigens than everybody else. The antigens is what surround our cells. And that's what, when we're talking about cellular oppression, that's what we're talking about, because there's a substance that surrounds our cells and oppresses them, but we're not producing the animal proteins. So the antibiotics that you're talking about, referring to all bacteria is not even supposed to be on this planet, which is the reason why, if we're going to talk about something being anti anything, that's just showing that it's non-conducive here. Why are you needing to unalive bacteria if when the eukaryotic cell has no explanation? So now we need antibiotics because now there's the presence of eukaryotic organisms, eukaryotic bacteria, and microorganisms. That's what we're talking about.
You're saying eukaryotic organisms are natural?
Bacilli was first, okay? Lactobacilli or lactobacillus
Is last.
is last, and lacto is always referring to milk, cheese, dairy, cows,
Animals.
animal proteins.
Yep. Animal bacteria. Eukaryotic cell bacteria. And so-called black people, we don't have eukaryotic cells. We have prokaryotic
And that's not a
cells.
mutation. Going back to the original, that's not a mutation. No, you didn't tell me nothing about cells replicating. You talked about there being a resistance to something,
I explained
which is
it.
not
I
a
said that.
mutation at all.
And
That's
things-
not a
and
mutation.
things only mutate.
I did explain it. No,
That's not a mutation.
And things only
I said
mutate when
I-
something unnatural takes place to it.
No, okay, I got you, host. I understand. It's changes to the environment. And no, this is what I'm saying, Sky. You don't put like words that are not correct. I did explain. The bacteria goes through mitosis, it replicates, and then eventually, during the replication, there is a genetic mutation that is resistant to the antibiotics. I'm not saying that there's no. When did I mention there's no replication? There's the bacteria.
You
doesn't
said
just
mutation. You gave
Yeah,
an
the
example
mutation
of
during the
mutating cells by talking about antibiotics. And us
Yes.
building a resistance to antibiotics has nothing to do with the cell itself.
No, because you're saying
Antibiotic that you're talking about is only
saying-
present because of the presence of eukaryotic microorganisms.
You're saying no, but because you're kind of shifting it. You're saying because before I mentioned it, you were saying that prokaryotic organisms do not have mutations and they just replicate the same thing, so they're never going to change. And I just explained how that's not correct. It doesn't matter.
That's
there's
not.
a-
Are antibiotics prokaryotic?
No, antibiotics is
Okay,
a
so then what was the
organism.
point of the
Yeah.
point of the example then?
Because the bacteria is prokaryotic. So
Right,
bacteria-
and we're made up of several different prokaryotic cells that are considered bacteria. It's called flora.
And
right,
now-
but a eukaryotic cell, an organism is animal DNA. That's different.
I understand, but
And
you're
not
kinda-
all bacteria is prokaryotic cells. There's eukaryotic bacteria on the planet.
Absolutely.
That's a very minority of bacteria, but most of most of all
don't say
life is
that-
prokaryotic.
No. Don't say it's a very minority when we just broke it down about the lactobacillus.
Literally no
which is
eukaryotic
which is
bacteria.
which is
False. That's
which is
incorrect.
hold
There are no
on
eukaryotic
which is in all animals. You see what I'm saying? It's all animals that have pheomelanin. It's in their body. It's in their anatomy. This is a fact. So-called black people we don't have
eukaryotic DNA. You know what I'm saying? We don't have histones. We don't have internal membranes and organelles. We don't have a nucleus. Everything in our body, everything in our anatomy, the 150 trillion cells that we have in our anatomy is all programmed by our neuromelanin. And
Sure.
50 trillion of those cells
You
are
don't. Yeah,
neuromelanin.
if you took a
And
piece of your
100
skin,
trillion of those cells are prokaryotic cells that exist in the mouth, gut, sperm, and eggs of our women.
Sir, like I hope you know that that's just not
Please don't
correct.
call him
If you take a
slave I
cell from your
remain. Please
body,
don't call him that.
well, I'm just being respectful. What do you mean?
Letting you know that that acronym means slave I remain. So that is actually disrespectful to call a neuromelanated man. But go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I'm my friend. I'll call him my friend. You don't have to be so rude, dude. I swear I didn't know. I don't need to.
I'm just assertive. That's just how I talk.
No worries.
But
No
go
worries.
ahead.
I understand. Okay. Okay. You do. Okay. So when it comes to eukaryotic meiosis, that's how let's just generalize into humans for now. Okay. I know you don't agree with this, but let's just say we're all the same. So for the sake of this argument, okay, meiosis does not involve, procreating the same individual. Why? Because there's something called independent assortment. If you and let's say your husband or whoever decide to have a child, they are not gonna, even if you two are black, they're not gonna be the same as you because of independent assortment. Every single offspring of every single animal on this entire planet that's eukaryotic is genetically different from their parents. Yes, they have similar traits, but the independent crossing that occurs during prophase 1 of meiosis 1, that is going to produce a different offspring. So you can't just go and say that black people are prokaryotic when you could literally disprove it by two black people having a child and literally just looking at your genetic composition, and you can just see it's different. Because if you're prokaryotic, then you're literally gonna produce somebody that is a complete replica of you, which has not ever happened in the history of the human race, or even your race. I don't know. I don't want to be. I'm just trying to be generalizing here.
All right, yeah, I got you. And again, this is why we can't be seen under the same lens, because so-called black people, prokaryotic cells, our cells don't undergo mitosis or meiosis. It undergoes binary fission. And our women before antigens were added to their bloodstream, they were able to undergo parthenogenesis. You see what I'm saying? To reproduce without no male sperm. You see what I'm saying? She extracted the selenium and zinc out of her bone marrow and activated her own Bartholin glands, and now self-impregnated herself to create a child. And if you see, she has the ability to create a man and a woman. So that's where we come from. So she makes the replica of herself, because so-called black men, all of our genetic information comes from the same embryological origin, which is the totipotent stem cell of the so-called black woman, which is able to create an organism off a single cell, which is what a prokaryotic cell means. So when black people tell you that we're prokaryotic cells, we're not telling you that we're just made up of one cell. We mean that all of our cells in our body all come from the same origin. All of the cells in a white tea person's body doesn't come from the same origin. It comes from pigs. It comes from fruit fly, chimpanzee, all of these different animals that cannot naturally reproduce with each other in nature. We don't see that in nature happening today. All of these animals reproducing with each other to make y'all. You see what I'm saying? And y'all are now unaliving more than y'all being born. Y'all are not making replicas of yourselves. So-called black people, we're having baby booms all over the planet. Like you know what I'm saying?
But I understand.
So again, we're not the same species.
But so you're saying that your genetic composition is different from everybody on Earth. So you're saying you have different genetic material than everything on Earth. Is that what you're saying? Because if that is what you're saying,
would all phenotypically present the same.
Yeah, because
no. I'm saying genetically, not phenotypically. I'm saying in your genes.
What programs your phenotype? Is it not coded in your genetics?
No, I'm not human. Don't forget about us. I'm talking about the whole world, like including every organism, elephants, like everything.
There are prokaryotic elephants. There are prokaryotic and eukaryotic turtles.
No,
There are
that's not what I'm
prokaryotic
saying.
and eukaryotic plants. Celery is a eukaryotic plant.
No. I'm saying no. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, are you saying that like, 'cause, okay, genetic composition, like we humans share like 98% genetic material with chimpanzees. Humans share like 60% genetic.
Because of incomplete dominance. That's what we're saying. That is not the case for prokaryotic organisms because they replicate themselves. So there isn't any extra genetic information for them to be incomplete dominance or or for there to be the presence of a mutation or anything else like that. There's nothing to trip the genetics off because there's just only one thing, and neuromelanin is what's programming the cell.
Y'all phenotypically look like those chimps. Like, this is a fact. And your phenotype is a direct correlation and determined by your genotype, which is your genetics. You see what I'm saying? And when we see how chimpanzees and these monkeys that y'all splice with acting nature, and we see how y'all been acting towards us in this so-called history, we see a genetic match. You see what I'm saying? Because your psychological state is also determined and connected to your genes. And y'all behave just like them.
I don't need to say y'all. I mean,
so,
not.
no, I'm saying everybody outside the so-called black race. If you're not us, I'm just saying y'all. And you up here defending them like we all the same race. So I'm gonna keep just saying y'all. So again, so-called black people, we don't have animal DNA. We don't phenotypically look like no animals. We look like nature. We look like what you would say, trees, roots. All of these things, we look like the earth and the sun. Y'all look like actual animals. Your skin is porcelain based, filled with mucus. It's filled with mucus and it's porcelain based. You see what I'm saying? Y'all produce sulfur and nitric oxide out of your integumentary system. This is a fact. So-called black people, we produce hydrocarbon. That's two different chemical compounds and molecular makeups and genetic makeups. Because of your genetic makeup is just explaining the type of melanin that you have. And so-called black people, we have neuromelanin. That's that's the biochemical substance that programs all of my body. The biochemical substances that program your body is pheomelanin, which is animal melanin. And you have different amounts of pheomelanin from different animals. That's unnatural because a lion has pheomelanin, but that's a natural organism. A lion is 100% a lion. The chimp that we're talking about, that chimp is 100% chimp, bro. Y'all are not 100% of anything. Y'all eukaryotic organism are the only organisms on the planet that is not 100% of anything. That's a problem. You see what I'm saying? That's what a multicellular organism is. So this is what we're saying when we're saying so-called black people, we are not multicellular organism because we don't have other genetic composition or genetic material from different organisms to make up our organism that we walk in today.
My friend, you can look. Every animal shares genetic information. I'm not just talking about humans. Chimps share. Yeah, sir. You can go ahead. I'm just saying that, like, I don't know why you think I'm just saying that I'm just this. Okay, I'll call me a human. Okay. I don't know why you're saying that humans are the only people on Earth that are not 100% human. And chimpanzees also share genetic information with their common ancestors. And chimpanzees also share genetic information with other primates. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's not just humans that share genetic information with other animals.
Y'all are the humans. They don't label us as humans everywhere, bro. They know that we're not humans because we're not composed of the same genetic material as y'all, bro.
No, I think you weren't labeled as humans.
Someone else does want to speak, though.
Yeah, I think she can go ahead. I was just saying that.
Hey, hello. I'm sorry. Hold on. Shh. Always, I can never do. Excuse me, y'all. I have children. I apologize. Everybody loud. I apologize. Okay. I'm so sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, bet. All right. So, I agree with the topic. I don't know. I agree with the topic. We are not all the same species. Just so you know, we're not all one. And it doesn't really matter right now in these day and age if you're dark or if you're porcelain skinned, because they already stole that DNA from the 50s to the 70s when they already took our melanin. Hold on, what, baby? Okay, be safe, take out with you. Love you too. When they already did the whole, I can't remember the exact thing that they did. I can't remember the name of it, but it was during the time where black folks, white folks, they were already segregated. The rest of the world was already segregated from us in general. They already took our melanin. When that David Wilcox guy, he would have told you that too. They already took our melanin. They already stored it into the others so that the goddess who actually created melanin, which is the only goddess ever existed that had dark complexion. Okay, it's not Gaia. Everybody thinking it's the Earth, and it's not the Earth. It didn't come from the Earth. Okay, it came from constellations, just like y'all are saying. It did come from constellations, but specific goddesses. Okay, a specific goddess has darker skin than the regular everybody else. All the other angels, if you want to call them that, goddesses, gods, whatever you believe in. If you don't know the information. They are melanin based, okay? When she was roaming around on this earth, okay, and other things were coming into pass, and other things like humans was like, oh, that's beautiful. You know how human men get. When something is beautiful, what do they want to do? Take it down. They took it down, okay? They took her down. They spread it in the world of science. They took her DNA, right? Started altering it, started trying to figure out what else can she create and all that stuff. And that is how this happened. Majority of black folks are not even black folks for real. If you was actually to go get your DNA scratched, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about internally, outwardly, all of it, saliva, your mucus, all of that. It'll show you that majority of the black folks are imitation black folks. They're not real black folks. So it really wouldn't matter anymore because they already did that. And we fell in a trap. And even though we keep segregating, if we don't have to go outside our race, that's true. We should not. But if we are dating our same race, you could also be dating a pig man, a fly man, a dragonfly man. You could be dating all these things. Because again, that's how everything happened. It's no longer, it doesn't even matter anymore. Like, it doesn't even matter. I just wanted to get the reason why this panel was up here. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter no more. You can't save it.
If it doesn't matter, then why staying alive and type in the comments and request up just to tell people it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter to you?
It doesn't matter. Jesus Christ is the. It doesn't matter. Everybody is going to unalive eventually, regardless of what you're talking about. If you're not a hybrid, you're not a hybrid because there's a whole lot of stuff.
I hear you, sister, but why request up and add to a conversation if it doesn't matter?
At one point, Mr. Sayef was like, "You don't believe that or whatever," and I was like, "I don't have to believe anything because belief systems are when people don't have the logical understanding and know of what they're talking about. Okay, I don't have to believe anything when there's.
Can you scientifically explain to us how they took our DNA, everyone else's?
Easily. That's easily done. The same way any scientist can do anything. We all learned this in science class. You abstract DNA from something. Yes, you abstract it, right? You could put it under a microscope. Okay, you put it under a microscope.
Where was our DNA extracted?
DNA, RNA. You see all the variations.
Sister. Okay, just relax and breathe for a second. All right. Because you're not answering my question. So what I'm asking you is, if all of our DNA was extracted, how, where, and how were the genes introgressed?
I can tell you that part too. Okay, easily. Okay, through vaccines, also through the air. Okay, airborne, also through what we eat as well. Okay, there's like a million things that we put on our body, which is topical creams and stuff, as well as the things that we nurture, like the sunlight, which is the fake sunlight because we don't get real sunlight anymore. But that's here nor there. Since we're going to talk about reality, let's talk about that. We're not really getting what we actually are supposed to be getting. Hence why the variations keep changing over and over and over and over and over again, and nothing stands still because it will never stand still. And at the end of the day, what I'm trying to explain is, and I know you said take a breath, but I know I have to do this fast for you. At the end of the day, the same way that they force you to take vitamins, the same way they tell you to get the flu shot, the same way they tell you to get, and Mr. Wilcox also said that too, I believe, vaccines, baby, vitamins, what you eat, which is burgers, pizza, whatever you eat, if you're not eating things from the earth, you're getting that. Also, how did they extract it? The same way they do it. Take your blood. Now also just take your blood, scrape the skin from under your nails. That's very easy. I mean, you can make human beings just with partial of your skin if you want to in a petri dish. We already got advanced science like that. So
The,
there's no changing the reality of how it happens. It happens like
Hold on. The DNA, as we all know, as grown people, sits inside of the cell. So how did these people with our blood and our nails, how did they extract the DNA that sits in the nucleoid of so-called black people's cells? How did they do that?
Because again, we keep forgetting and thinking that all human race are the same. Okay, there's human race that are, including black folks. I'm sorry, I know that may push a button, including some of us dark melanin folks that are imitation folks, meaning that.
Nah, but hold on. So-called black people, all of our cells are coated in neuromelanin, which allows us to biosynthesize the sun and allows us to undergo black body radiation on this planet. Hold on. So I just want to know, how do you cut into a cell that is coated in UV light, in neuromelanin? How do you cut that and take genetic information out of that cell?
Well, see, that's the thing.
So you can use it for your own good. How do you do that?
That's the thing. Okay, you're acting as if everybody on this planet is don't have nucleus and membranes and all that stuff. Okay, right? Let's just get to the point, right? Okay, not everybody on this planet.
We don't. Yeah, that's what we're saying, sister. We don't have that. So again, how are they splicing no, we don't. As a prokaryotic organism, the neuromelanin is what's programmed. That is the nucleus or the control center of the cell.
According to science,
So
right?
according to science, in order to splice a cell, you need UV light. Our cells are coated in UV light. How do you splice light with light? It's just going to absorb itself according to science, just like a black hole would. So just because they can collect your DNA does not mean that they can splice in, take genetic information out, and introgress the genes with anything else.
Yes, they can.
Okay, with a eukaryotic cell, but they can't do that with prokaryotic organisms because they can't.
Again, but not everybody was born at one time.
I know, but so-called black people are prokaryotic organisms, and genetics do not change unless it is a eukaryotic cell.
So how genetics does not change, right?
Hold on, sister.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, sister. You're not answering our question, so I'm just gonna ask it a different way. How do you go in a cell of a person that's black and take genetic information out and do anything with it?
The same way you would do a strawberry.
Okay, so a strawberry can be eukaryotic.
It can also be because it comes from the earth.
Right, but that has a completely different genus and speciation than a strawberry that is known today.
Does a strawberry have the same genetic material as a so-called black person? Does a strawberry have neuromelanin? Or does it have botanical melanin?
Or allomelanin.
According to what you're saying,
allomelanin. They have a whole different type of melanin, and the melanin that you have is what determines the genetic composition that constructs the suit that you have. So again, you can't do that to a strawberry. You can do that to everything that's not so-called black people. But when you come to so-called black people, you cannot cut into our cells and take genetic information out or put genetic information in. Because our cells are coated in UV light. Our cells, when they try to cut into our cells with this UV light, our cells just behave like a black hole and absorb the light and close up.
So how come in all reality they're doing it? I mean, I get you're asking me these questions and trying to break it down. How come they're already doing it?
There's literally scientists saying that you cannot splice so-called black people because our cells are coated in neuromelanin. There's actually scientists saying that.
There's actually scientists that goes
How are
against
you coming on here
not only
and
that,
breaking down the whole step-by-step process?
That's right.
When has neuromelanin ever been
against that too?
Hold on,
So like, why would that be?
Or JMO, I'm gonna get to you. Hold on. But go ahead, Shay. Explain to me how you can splice neuromelanin with UV light.
Okay, because you know how you just said, right? There's scientists saying that you cannot do so, right? But there's also scientists saying you can do so. So I don't know which one to believe, right? I'm not gonna lie. I don't know which one to believe here.
Okay, that's fine. Explain how though, because you're saying that we can't. So explain the process. Like you're saying that we can. So go ahead. Explain how you can cut neuromelanin with UV light.
I was trying to, but then I got muted. So I don't know if you really want the explanation.
Now
Like,
you just kept saying some other stuff, but go ahead
no,
though.
no, I was saying, no, what I was saying was that they also do. So if you don't know which one to believe, right? Because you're saying that they can't. You're saying scientists think they can't, right? But there's scientists for a very long time saying that you can do these things. So which one would be true, the newer version or the older version? Because within the new version,
All I want to know is the
they're
step
making
by
babies out
step
of petri
process.
dishes.
I
So
don't
like,
care
how
what
can the process
scientist is
come
saying
back?
which. How can you splice neuromelanin? Like, why do you keep bringing up the scientists? You said you was gonna explain the step by step process. So go ahead, bro.
I say that. I did not say that, baby. But you want
I
me to
look.
go? Okay, don't trip. I got you. Don't trip. Don't
No.
trip. Ready?
Wait,
Let me go.
sister, but
Who?
sister, you're telling all neuromelanated people all over the globe that their cells can be spliced, but you're not saying how, but you're saying that scientists are saying it. So if scientists are saying it and you regurgitating everything that they saying in here, you should be able to regurgitate how. Because I can explain to you electroporation, transfection, and sonoporation. I can explain that to you right now, 3
Explain
steps
it.
or less.
Do it.
Introgression, you take genetic information from one species and you introgress the genes into another species, which is done through hybridization, and that's done through repeated back crossing.
Considered back crossing.
I'm not finna do a question box. You haven't even
You're
answered
not
none
gonna
of our
question what
questions.
you
So
just
explain to
said.
us how you can
You just
take
said there's no
genetic
period. So I'm
information
trying
from
to.
a prokaryotic cell and introgress the genes with a eukaryotic cell.
Okay.
And I'd like to know the scientist that's saying that because I've studied
I
this for
got
10
you. I
years and
got
I
you.
haven't
I'm
came
gonna tell
across
you his
one.
name right now. I got you. Am I on mute again? Because I keep getting muted.
Go ahead. Explain how you can. Go ahead. We can't hear you if you off the app. By the way.
You should know the scientists, especially if there are several.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I was trying to get the name of the person.
You should be able to tell me more than one because you said that there were
Yes, there's more than one.
scientists,
More than one.
plural.
You said
There's more than
scientists.
one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was trying to get to the actual article so I can actually say for word what it is saying so that you won't be like I'm talking out of the side of my neck because I thought that's what we were doing here. So is that okay or not?
Just go ahead, please.
Yeah, like
I'm
We
saying it's
don't
okay or not. I mean, if it's not okay, I'll get down and then I'll just
just tell us,
just tell us.
please.
Don't try to play
Yeah,
dodgeball now.
you want us to like, you
You
know what I'm
want that.
saying? Move on, but we're not.
We're gonna
Because you
stay right where
overtalked
we
us
at.
and told us we were
I just
wrong
don't want
multiple
it to do
times.
something stupid. No, I don't want you to
Anyway,
move on. I just
We'll
don't want to
wait.
try to give you
We'll wait.
information and then
one.
We'll
you get
wait on
upset
you.
because
We're
I'm taking a
patient.
while to
We'll
give you
wait. Go ahead,
information.
sis. Go ahead. We got all day. We'll just wait. Because you said you were on the article, so you should be able to tell us here in a second.
No,
Because I'm just looking at the books that I have. So whenever you
I'm
give
looking
me
at
yours,
the app so I can
I'll give you mine. I'll give you all 10 of mine.
Also, Shay.
Okay, cool.
Also,
Cool.
Shay, you can share your screen. By the way, you got 1,000 followers. Go ahead. I would love to read
Oh,
this.
I didn't even know that. How do you do that?
I'm not sure, but I know you gotta have
Yeah,
like
we
a
just
thousand
sent you an
followers.
I
invitation.
just
Don't
sent you
worry
an
about it.
invitation.
Go ahead and accept
Go
that
ahead and
invite.
accept that. Yep. And I'm expanding you just so everybody
Everybody
can
can
see
see
you.
you. All
Yep.
106 people
We're
can
all
see
waiting.
the article.
Hey, how do I show the screen though?
Go ahead and accept that invite for the
Yeah, the
camera.
camera's on. So I can click off like that? And then
Press
so
There you go. We
Yep.
see you. Abundance, sis. We don't see your screen. You switch the app, we can't hear you or see anything that's on your screen because you're not on TikTok. So right now it says pause and that you'll be back soon.
And if you want to post that article on your screen, you got to go to green screen, and it'll allow you to do that. So
Yeah.
I'm saying everything that you want, we will help you show us this.
Yeah,
this
go to
article.
green screen
okay.
plus and then whatever you just screenshotted.
Green screen. 1 second. Green screen. Save. Oh, okay. Did I not do that right?
You're gonna click the plus and then save, and then it'll be on the screen.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, after she makes this point, it's okay if I add something and then I'll drop
Yeah,
it.
after JMO though, because he ain't spoke yet.
Now go back to the screen. Go to this. Okay, do that, and that one. Okay, this is the first one, yes? Can y'all see this, right?
No, you gotta click save.
Oh,
You probably
sorry.
did click it, but you
I'm
gotta
so
click save.
sorry.
Oh, you
Yeah.
good. Just take it.
Okay, I'll just do this one since it has the more on it. Okay, I don't want to get in the way. I can't. I'm sorry, y'all. Can
Good. It says what part of this did you want to talk about? Looking up a sign. Where's the
Oh shit!
yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
y'all. The part where it says that you can the splicing. I tried to give you the 3 ones, but I can't do the thing like y'all said. So this is the third paragraph of the website that I was referring to. How it speaks about how you are able to splice melanin DNA. And it shows literally how they would. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Sorry, I'm sorry, y'all.
Thought you were grabbing a scientist that was saying
Yes,
that
yes.
neuromelanin can be spliced.
Okay. Oh, the scientist's name. I'm sorry. I thought you wanted the actual screenshots and stuff. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm learning how to do all this, y'all. My bad. I thought you would like this.
Asking for the source, but there is no scientist in the world that can splice neuromelanin. You can splice a cell with a nucleus, a eukaryotic organism. You can splice into pheomelanin and eumelanin and certain plants that have allomelanin and pyomelanin, but you can't splice neuromelanin because in order to splice a cell, you need light. Our cells are coated in the same UV light that they're splicing the cells with.
Exactly. So
So
they'll tell you that they can splice melanin, but they will not tell you which type of melanin can be spliced. You know what I'm saying? But they will tell you that, oh, so-called black people's specific melanocytes all over the body cannot be spliced into. Our body just absorbs it. We don't need protection from the sun because we are the sun.
All right, so while she gets all that situated, you can go ahead and state your point, JMO.
Okay. First, I like to say that neuromelanin cannot be spliced. Secondly, I like to say all black people do not have neuromelanin. Neuromelanin is something that is not predetermined by race. It's like it develops over time. That's another thing. So, with that being said, if black people, if there are black people that do not have neuromelanin, a white man could get our DNA.
Okay, so so all black people don't have neuromelanin, right?
No,
And it's not determined by genetics.
it's not determined by race or skin color.
Race is theoretical, and skin color is determined by what?
this is made up, right, by the same eukaryotic cell that we're talking about. And it's not related to your biology at all. Right?
Yeah, but it accumulates over time.
Race?
Neuromelanin.
Oh,
No, neuromelanin.
Right. So if neuromelanin is accumulating over time for which cell? Because again, the eukaryotic cell are born with their pineal glands calcified, so they're not producing neuromelanin. So thank you for proving our point with that. So for prokaryotic organisms who have the presence of neuromelanin in their brain before they're even born, and their entire tegumentary system, their hair, everything is running off of neuromelanin because that's what programs their cells.
But you're not getting what I'm saying. All black people don't have neuromelanin, so how would they?
So
be
then
black?
what do we have?
How
So
would they
then
be
what do
black?
we have?
So what makes black people black?
Yeah, what do we have?
Black is a race.
Okay, we know that, Smart Wayne. We told you that.
Exactly. So and
What
we are
type of
getting
melanin? What type of melanin do so-called black people have if they don't have neuromelanin?
It would just be melanin.
Bro, you're playing. Like you're playing and you think it's funny. Like, or that's ether lefty.
Yeah, bro.
What?
It's
This is
like
sad, bro. There's
you
5
was in the
types of
comments the
melanin,
whole
dude.
time yapping and came up here just to say that dumbass shit on the live.
How is that dumb? I'm just being honest. If it's predetermined, if it's not predetermined by race or skin color, all black people do not have it.
What makes up your skin color?
Melanin makes up your skin color.
Okay, but what is it determined by?
Your pigmentation.
Yeah, bro.
Guessing. You're just up here guessing, and it's sad.
Yeah.
And
How
you're
am I
embarrassing
guessing?
yourself in front of 100 plus
How am I
people
guessing?
because you're saying that it's made up of pigment when melanin is pigment.
And you're not saying which type of melanin. You're not being,
Yeah,
you're not
you
being
think
specific.
that
You're just
there's
saying melanin.
one type of melanin, but then saying they don't have neuromelanin, but you don't even know the other types.
Okay, what are the different types of melanin?
Oh, bye. Like
Like,
y'all
you
just
can't just come
playing,
in,
bro.
like, bro.
Literally. Like
Come on,
what?
bro.
Shit's
Wait,
sad,
can I?
bro.
Yeah,
What's
go
up,
ahead.
y'all?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I just came up on the live. I saw you were talking, so I wanted to ask you guys some questions about the different
First,
species up here.
before we ask questions, are we all one species?
Are we all one species?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain that scientifically?
Well, there's different concepts of species, like there's biological, morphological, ecological, and phylogenetic. In basically all of those definitions, all people living on this earth right now are all Homo sapien, especially the biological and phylogenetic concepts. And what I mean by that is a phylogenetic species would just be the species that diverge out of a species event. So, like the species event that ended up leaving populations of Homo neanderthalis and leaving populations of Homo sapien, those two populations are separate species. And everyone on Earth is a Homo sapien. Homo is the genus, sapiens the species.
So if that's the case, and if we're all the same species, which means that we are all composed of the same genetic material, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how come all of your people, including everybody outside of my species, is sulfur and ammonia based, pheomelanated and eumelanated, and everybody within my species is neuromelanated and composed of hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, helium, and nitrogen? If we're the same, why are we composed of two completely different types of genetic material? And why do we have two completely different genomes?
I don't know what you mean by two completely different genomes, but
It means
everyone
that
on
we
Earth
have the
exists
same,
within a
we have
99%
we
and
have,
higher
let
degree
me
of
explain
similarity
myself so
between
that way that
genomes.
you can understand what I'm saying. Like I love to clarify so that way you know. What I'm saying is we're composed of different things.
Okay, wait, that's where I have
How
to
are
stop
we
you. I
the
don't know what you mean by
same?
that.
Okay, so let me finish, okay? We're composed. You are sulfur and ammonia based.
Okay.
Composed of the same thing that stars and planets are. Every planet turns into a star, and I biologically identify with this one and the sun, and my cells are running off of the same thing that the sun is giving off. Neuromelanin is condensed sunlight, and it's the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is that as well. So how come your people are being unalived by the sun if we're the same when the sun gives life to all organisms, all organic organisms?
I'm black.
Okay, well, you're pushing their narrative, so we couldn't
Hold
tell.
on. Well, well, humans, I don't know of anyone who is sulfur and ammonia based. Sulfur and ammonia don't make up any macromolecules that make people up, or any of the polymers that make those macromolecules
It's
up.
pheomelanin.
Yeah, it makes pheomelanin up. You should go look up the different types of melanin.
I said the macromolecules, because the macromolecules. Those are the four
Okay,
macromolecules. So the
micro
macromolecules
to
that make up cells.
macrocosm, correct? Micro to macrocosm, correct?
No, I'm talking
Oh,
about
okay, so
lipids,
small things
carbohydrates,
don't add up to big
proteins, and
ones?
nucleotides. They
Right.
are,
So
but what I'm
again, the
saying is, wait a second.
oh my God. Oh my fucking God, bro.
Sulfur and ammonia are used in this. We're so far past. Wait, we're so Take it one step at a time.
Chemical composition, the biochemical substance is the DNA that constructs the suit. This is why everything in your body communicates through chemical messages, because that's the only way that DNA communicates. Wavelengths. And our wavelength is neuromelanin, condensed sunlight, the soul walking in the flesh. We are that our chemical base is nitrogen, helium, oxygen, carbon, and hydrogen. Everybody outside the so-called black race, y'all have sulfur and ammonia and nitrogen oxide and teensy bits of carbon. This is a fact. This is a fact. That's pheomelanin. That's what makes up pheomelanin and eumelanin. That's the spectrum.
Everyone,
EU
all
melanin
humans
to
use that.
pheomelanin. So-called black
Sulfur is
people are
important.
not humans. We don't have animal DNA, nor do we produce animal protein enzymes. We don't have pheomelanin. You don't see animal features in our phenotype that's being expressed by your genotype. You don't see that. You don't see that. You see us representing the stars, the sun, the trees, the earth. That's what you see us phenotypically representing. And we biosynthesize the sun. We undergo black body radiation, which is the same thing that stars undergo through, which is where you are able to absorb all wavelength and frequencies at all frequencies at its fullest wavelength, is what I'm trying to say. Cosmic rays, any type of rays, we can absorb that and we emit that right back out to our environment. So-called black people, we make the environment just like the sun. Y'all don't do that. Y'all go through acute body radiation where y'all overloaded with radiation, and now your nucleus is getting removed, which is how all of the animal genetics, the different animal composition is able to communicate. And now that that's getting removed, y'all are going to start having neurological issues, reproductive issues, cardiovascular issues, which is what we're seeing right now on a macro level. We're seeing y'all becoming sterile. We're seeing y'all being unalive more than y'all being born. We see y'all with the most diseases and parasites, because that's what y'all have from the animals that y'all splice with. That's what y'all been giving to the planet, is viruses and diseases and parasites. And scientists don't even see y'all as a living organism. You see what I'm saying? They view y'all as a virus.
Doesn't see who as a living
eukaryotic organisms.
Keep trying to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you know that you're not okay.
You're trying to
talking
say
to the eukaryotic cell, bro.
Exactly. You're trying to say we're not. You're trying to say who? Like the whole topic, the whole live is not about prokaryotic cell and eukaryotic cell. Not about it's not about so-called black people and everybody outside the so-called black race. Don't say who. Like, you just been talking for no reason, bro.
Do you guys think
let's
you're
be for real.
prokaryotic
Let's be for real, and let's not play semantics.
I'm trying to figure out what is even going on in y'all's heads. Y'all think you are prokaryotic cells, like a bacteria?
What makes up a body?
Cells. Eukaryotic
Which are made
cells.
up of which are made up of what?
What? Yo, a eukaryotic cell
You don't
makes up
know,
multicellular organisms.
So are you telling me that
unicellular organisms
hold on.
are
Are you telling me that microorganisms don't live throughout all life, no matter if you're a prokaryotic organism or a eukaryotic organism? You're telling me that bacteria doesn't exist in all life.
That's not what I said. I said the cells that make up your body are eukaryotic. You have a gut biome and a biome that exists in your brain, in your mouth, in your throat, and everywhere on your body. However, the blood that makes up your stomach and your eyes, the cells that make up your arms and your brain and your face and your bones are all eukaryotic.
That's false. You see what I'm saying?
Those are two different types of organisms.
You're right. Prokaryotic and eukaryotic are two different types of cells.
Exactly.
So
eukaryotic is what makes up people in all multicellular.
When we're talking about bacteria, which is a microorganism, you have to understand that there are also eukaryotic microorganisms that are within our bloodstream due to the presence of antigens. Again, I'm going to say it for the last time. We're not the ones producing the animal proteins just because they're in our blood. It's not coming from the same embryological stem or origin as us.
What is an animal? What's the difference between
They're
your
there.
Bro, I'm
protein and an
not,
animal protein and my
bro.
protein?
They're there.
And
They're there. I want to add to what you're saying. Is that if that's okay? If you want to keep going, it's fine. I just wanted to add something.
I
It's
mean,
up to
well,
you.
what I'm trying to discern is that I feel like what I'm saying is just you could just search it up. Like you could just do this on yourself. Like I recently in a biology class, I had to take a swab out of my cheek and put it on a dish, and we looked under the microscope, and it's an animal cell, and I'm 70% black. I don't really know
No, there. Here's the
what's
thing.
going on here.
I think this is why he's confused. I wanted to just say something. Okay.
I guess all I'm saying is that I feel like I don't know what kind of wait wait can I talk real like you can just search up what cells make you up on Google. Like I don't you guys are extrapolating off of like random stuff. Well, prokaryotic cells have cell walls. You don't have cell walls. Wait, I'm trying to talk.
Let it. Can we make a point, please? I want to just say something real quick because I was supposed to say something earlier, but I dropped because I had to do something real quick.
Google brings you to articles you can read, not Google itself. You can read the same stuff I'm saying in a book. It doesn't have to be on Google. Wait, go.
Skywatcher, if you was talking, we can't hear you. I don't think so. Or at least I can't hear you.
Y'all can't hear me?
Oh, go ahead.
Y'all couldn't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Nah, we couldn't hear you that whole time, bro.
Damn.
We thought it was
I was
dead
talking that
silent.
whole time, bro.
Dude,
That's crazy.
We didn't mean to interrupt you. We just that no one was talking. We didn't hear.
Yeah, it said you was unmuted, but nothing was.
That's
We
crazy.
was just saying that all of our cells are formed from a single cell. Like you gotta like cook that because that shit is important. Like I would continue that.
Yeah.
That's the main thing that they're confused about.
So again, so-called black people, all of our cells don't come from different animals. All of our genetic information don't come from different animals. That's what makes a multicellular organism or a eukaryotic cell organism. So-called black people, we are not eukaryotic cells. You see what I'm saying? All of our genetic information comes from the same embryological origin, which is the totipotent stem cell of the so-called black woman. and this single cell is able to become a whole entire organism based off that single cell. You see what I'm saying? So when we say so-called black people are prokaryotic cells, we're not saying that, oh, we're just a big blob of bacteria, we're one cell. We're saying that all of our cells that make up our whole anatomy comes from the same embryological origin. You see what I'm saying? And all the cells that make up y'all anatomy comes from a pig, a chimpanzee, a cow, all of these different origins, these different animals that are not the same genetically and biologically. That's what we're saying. So again, we're not the same species because we are made up of different genetic compositions.
Trying to say, is it okay if I respond?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Because the reason why the other person was confused and I'm confused is because you keep saying like prokaryote. You're saying that black people have only prokaryotic cells, okay? And by the way, I wanted to correct you earlier because to my knowledge, every multicellular organism, so elephants, animals, wolves, lions, elephants, I won't use dogs because I guess it's not natural. Like those animals are all eukaryotes. There's never been a prokaryotic elephant. I don't know why you said that, but there's not a single prokaryotic elephant. Prokaryotic cells are defined when the organelles are membrane bound, there's no nucleus, the DNA is just in a linear chain, there's no chromosomes, there's no meiosis. That's what a prokaryotic cell is. Actually, if you look deeper into it, eukaryotic cells derive from prokaryotic cells because actually there's a theory of genetic, I forgot the exact name, but basically there's even like a theory that chloroplasts and mitochondria were actually originally prokaryotic cells that other eukaryotic cells absorbed, and they evolved to become the mitochondria and the chloroplast of plants. So that's what I'm saying. So like when you say a black person are only prokaryotes, I don't want to discredit, I'm not trying to like be disrespectful or anything. I just want to know, what do you define as a prokaryote? I think that's what the guy was confused about, because you're saying that, because like if you just, like I'm not saying Google is your best.
You're confused because you're not listening. He just explained to you that a prokaryotic cell is a single cellular organism, which is referring to the function of the cell. There is not multiple different animals and genetic material that is functioning the organism. The difference between the two cells is the way that they function.
And when you said elephants are eukaryotic, that's false. You see what I'm saying? Because elephants are 100% elephants. All of their genetic material is 100% elephant. They don't have a genetic material from different organisms to make up that organism. They're not multicellular. No. All of their hold on, I let you speak. All of their genetic information comes from the cell from the mother elephant mothers. That's where it comes from. It doesn't come from another species. So-called black people, our genetic information comes from the so-called black woman. You see what I'm saying? The totipotent stem cells. Your genetic information, or the people that you're protecting, or you trying to say you trying to defend verbally, their genetic information don't come from one origin. You see what I'm saying? They have different genetic composition, because I'm not saying pheomelanin is unnatural. You see what I'm saying? Because a lion has pheomelanin, but it's 100% a lion. They have pheomelanin, but different percentages of animals of pheomelanin. You have unnatural levels of pheomelanin within you to make up your organism. That's unnatural. That which is natural in nature will never change unless something unnatural takes place to it. So how did all of these animals get together to make these organisms?
I can explain. I got you.
Called human to have pheomelanin because it's animal melanin.
That's not what distinguishes eukaryotes and prokaryotes scientifically. I have not brought in a single subjective opinion.
What we're referring to are the difference in the function of the cells. If they're the same, then wouldn't they have the same function?
No, the thing is that you have to understand, if an animal prokaryotes or an animal procreates, sorry, what the hell am I saying? An animal like an elephant, you can do your own research on this. I'm taking genetics. Every eukaryotic organism goes through independent assortment. So every single offspring that an elephant has its own unique genetic code. It has its own unique identity. Yes, it takes traits from the mother. Yes, it takes traits from the father. But at the end of the day, prokaryotes don't go through independent assortment. As a matter of fact, they don't even go through fertilization or anything like that because prokaryotes are single cellular organisms that just replicate. I understand they go through mitosis only, but eukaryotes.
Thank you for telling us the function of the cell. That's what we've been telling you for 4 hours.
But your DNA, okay.
All our cells do is replicate each other. That's referring to the function. A eukaryotic organism does not do that. It has multiple different animal genetics. So you can have a so-called blonde mother, right? And a so-called brown-haired father. Why does the child have ginger hair? That's incomplete dominance. That's gene expression. It's multiple different animals that makes up both of those organisms. So that offspring is a completely different species. That doesn't happen with so-called black people, though,
here's the thing.
because we replicate. So each of us are nothing more than just a replication of the very first man or woman.
Albinism. That is more common in black.
You want to know why? Because albinism is one of the 48 shades that she can create. It's still neuromelanin.
That's why their phenotype still resembles so-called black people. and the thing is, when you said, "Oh, elephants go independent assortment," no, that's false because these elephants all look the same within the same species. They all have trunks. They all have tusks because of the same genetic composition for that is programmed for that body to have. You see what I'm saying? So you can't say they have independent genes or independent alleles. No, that's false. Because what makes them a species? You see what I'm saying? You got to look at that.
The species.
Hold on. All elephants are genetically the same. All lions are genetically the same.
No.
You see what I'm saying? The only thing that is different is the environment and how they operate in that environment. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Just like bees in Africa and bees in America. If you were to take bees in Africa and put them in a hive in America, they will accept the bees and they will work in unison with the planet because they're the same species. They're not worried about landmass or environmental. That's all things that can affect your genetics, but that doesn't cause your genetics. You see what I'm saying? That doesn't cause that. Your genetic makeup is already programmed to act how it's supposed to act. With every environment, then your genetics adapts to that environment.
Listen.
You see what I'm saying?
Elephants have been replicating for 200 to 300 million years. Horses just got on the planet 10,000 years ago. That's a eukaryotic organism that y'all share genetics with.
Hold on.
Exactly. And the thing is, you're saying that independent shit doesn't work because, again, like she said, all of these animals that we're talking about, they've been here for millions of years, replicating the same exact way. You can't change an elephant how it's up. They're gonna look the exact way, the same way. That's how it is. You see what I'm saying? You can't change their phenotype. They're gonna look the exact same. Okay. So again, they share the same genetics. Dragonflies do the same thing. Bees do the same thing. Ants do the same thing. You can look at documentaries of all these natural organic organisms on the planet and see how long they've been on the planet doing the exact same thing for the planet.
All right, hold on.
Y'all, ants do more for the planet than y'all.
Okay,
They're saying that.
Hold on, that doesn't contribute anything. You're saying.
Yes,
can I just explain something?
But hold on, let me just say one last thing. I know you want to talk. My bad. But it means a lot because an ant is a prokaryotic organism and you are a eukaryotic man. The ant has been here for millions and millions of years doing exactly what its genetics telling you. And you want to know what your people did? Copied off of them, and you made your army just based off of the ants themselves. Yep. You modeled your helicopters off of dragonflies. Like, nigga, everything that was already here, y'all replicated and copied, but you have no cosmic power to create that on your own. So again, when we're talking about replication, I'm the replication of the first so-called black woman, and so is he, and so is the host. Y'all don't replicate like we do because it's different genetic material.
Yep. The genetic material or the animal DNA that y'all have varies within each other. Like you could have you could be 96% chimpanzee, 80% mouse, and then your spouse can have 90% chimpanzee and then 92% mouse. That's two different percentages of animals that you share DNA with. So your offspring is going to be a whole completely new species. This is why when y'all reproduce with each other, y'all have to take the RhoGAM shot. Y'all get red blood cell hemolysis amongst each other. Y'all not supposed to be. That shows you that you're not supposed to be reproducing, because every organism on the planet that is naturally supposed to be here, they've been reproducing for millions and millions of years, and they never had no zoonotic disease, no hemolytic disease, no Tay-Sachs disease, none of these diseases that affect them. None of that. Why are we now having that when we came into contact with y'all 4,000 years ago? But before 4,000 years ago, there was no mixed children, and there was no such thing as zoonotic disease and hemolytic disease known on this planet.
All right, let me explain some things. I didn't mean to try to interrupt you because you guys are just, I don't know, you guys like making your own definitions for a species. But I don't know if you've noticed, but every single word and every single definition I've used so far has been based on science. I've not subjectively quoted anything. First of all, I'm going to ask you one quick question. It's a yes or no question. Do you guys have chromosomes? Do you have chromosomes?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Or is that a
No, I want you to answer yes or no. Do you have chromosomes?
You didn't ask a question. You said you have chromosomes.
You
made a statement.
Do you?
You said you guys have chromosomes.
Do you have chromosomes? Like, do you guys have chromosomes?
So-called black people, we don't have 46 chromosomes like you say we like.
No,
like
humans don't have 46 chromosomes. We have 23 chromosomes, and we have
from each parent, which makes 46. So again, so-called black people.
No.
Hold on.
Wait. Hold on.
So again, so-called black people, we don't have chromosomes. You see what I'm saying? All of our genetic information comes from one chromosome. We have one chromosome which is in a circular shape. You see what I'm saying? So eukaryotic organisms, y'all chromosomes are linear and they're paired up. They're paired up with some other genetic information from a different animal to help that animal help it get its protein to help structure that cell. So again, so-called black people, our chromosomes are just like they're oval shape, like a circle. You see what I'm saying? And they link together like chain links, and you can't break them apart. But with yours is just floating around in the cell, and you can take that genetic information in and out of that cell. And you know the thing is, they've been doing this with your species for a good amount of time. You see what I'm saying? It's called CRISPR-Cas9, and they've been genetically modifying your species and other animals, and they can literally take your species and create a whole species with no eyes.
Yep, they sure did. In 2007, they took the graft of 2 Neanderthals' brain and they created 10 clones.
Okay.
I can put that source on the board if you want to see that. Like, y'all have the cell that can be spliced and modified. They can use us to spark that experiment because, again, the so-called black woman and her children have the most abundant totipotent stem cells, which sparks all life. So they use us for those experiments, but they're not taking genetic material in and out because they can't.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why a lot of y'all were abducted in the 40s, the 60s, and the 80s.
Yep, the cell naturally produces light.
I asked a yes or no question.
The cell naturally produces light because it's coated in neuromelanin.
All right. Hold on.
So it feeds all life on the planet. This is why 70,000 of so-called black women go missing every year, and we know they're playing with them numbers. And 8 million of our children. I'm not saying all of them are so-called black children, but majority of them children that are going missing are so-called black children. You can go look this up. And so-called black people, our women and children are going missing at an alarming rate for the exact totipotent stem cells that is a single cell that can become a whole organism. That's what's being taken.
All right,
you see what I'm saying?
I got you.
So we see what's happening.
But hold on. Stop. Because listen, stop. You guys are going on a tangent, and I keep being muted. This has nothing to do with my question. So I'm trying to make my point. Okay. Please let me finish, for God's sake. Oh my God! Like all I asked was a yes or a no. And
You're
you spent like
saying
5 minutes talking.
he answered your question.
No. He didn't
No.
answer. You started talking about missing
No,
people.
he said
That
no
has to do
was
with
the
my
first
question.
thing that came
But
out of his
wait,
mouth.
but hold on. Because I didn't
asked me about the
I didn't
chromosomes,
ask
and
you
I
to go on a
debunked that shit.
tangent. I asked you to say yes or no. It's simple.
Okay, how about we ask you to get the fuck off the panel since we already talked to you? Next guest.
Yeah, how about
You're not
that?
finna just run his live. The fuck.
I don't mean to interrupt or
Go ahead,
anything, but I
Hollywood.
gotta go ahead and drop off soon. I just want
Go ahead, Hollywood.
to have a civilized debate about anything. Y'all niggas just want to rant some bull rhetoric.
Go ahead and wait your turn, Twine. You're speaking out of turn, and we already talked to that man. While you're defending him, we talked to him for several hours, and we're letting other people speak. All right. So the host said that he wants to get to Hollywood. Go ahead, Hollywood. All right, we're gonna help you out. Have a nice day. Have a nice day. We're gonna help you out.
Peace, love, and light, y'all.
Abundance.
Abundance.
Of course, I just wanted to come on here, and of course, y'all speaking the truth. But then at the same time, you gotta understand these Caucasoids mindsets. At the same time, they got their truth and they got their mindsets and they got their programs that they run on. Of course, they're not gonna understand melanin, the stages of melanin, euro, pheo, all the neuro. It's not gonna make sense to them.
Nah, bro, this shit just all fake, bro. Y'all just running your mouth. That dude trying to come in.
Melanin itself is too powerful for them to comprehend, and you need it for physical benefits and spiritual benefits. So all I'm saying is peace, love, and light. Take care of your energy and your frequency in times like this. I already see y'all not really getting caught in arguments. Y'all just throwing them out the way. I'm seeing y'all already knowing, but just be very careful because it's getting wicked out here. I just want to come here and say that.
Abundance and gratitude, and we know thyself. You know what I'm saying? So we don't move based off of fear because nothing is happening to our species. The only thing that's taking place with our species is the people that want to hold on to this system and feed their neuromelanin like a eukaryotic organism, which is proven by Dr. Layla Africa and several other neuroscientists that when you feed your neuromelanin like a eukaryotic organism, it diminishes the production, which they can't stop the production of neuromelanin. But everything like the matrix, the system, the food, molecular gastronomy, nanotech, the antigens was meant to slow down the production of neuromelanin so that we don't remember who we are. But again, it just slowed us down. Abundance and gratitude for that, brother. We don't move in fear. We know that we biologically identify with the planet, so you got to take the whole planet out in order to get rid of us, and the cosmos, and the stars, and the suns.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, abundance, my brother.
Thanks. You already did. Keep teaching that. I'm out. Abundance.
Go ahead, Xation.
I just wanted to say something right quick. Like, I ain't too studied up on the whole topic or nothing like that, but I do recognize what y'all teaching as true. And I just wanted to say I appreciate what y'all doing and standing up for the truth and what really, really does matter of getting down to the basics of what is the true foundation, not what they tried to teach us and force down our throat. So I just wanted to give y'all flowers for that. So y'all have a good evening and be safe and peace and blessings.
Abundance.
Abundance, brother.
Gratitude.
Abundance for sharing your frequency. Thank you for that, bro.
Go ahead, T.
No, I just wanted to say I appreciate the knowledge too. That's why I came up here. So I just wanted to learn more. So y'all's teaching me and what I needed to know. I already knew that this was true, but I just need some more reinsurance. And y'all gave me that reinsurance, so thank you.
Most definitely abundance.
Hey, y'all keep
Hold
applying
on.
that pressure.
Abundance, brother, but we're not teaching none of our brothers and sisters here because again, what we're reminding our brothers and sisters is that we're all the same genetically and biologically because that's what we lost when we've been falling in frequency is our identity. This is why we so fast to cling on to new titles, not knowing that we biologically identify with the whole universe via quantum entanglement. So you can do it too, brother. And we need more brothers and sisters to speak on this, to wake more brothers and sisters up. You see what I'm saying? That feeling that you're feeling inside, you want another brothers and sisters to feel that inside too. Having light inside of them and knowledge inside of them. So if you're curious, you gotta go research that.
because it's not just for you, it's for the next generation and for the species. So abundance for that.
Thanks abundance for that, brother. Who's King?
I'm gonna follow your. I'm gonna follow your page, bro. I love that energy. Keep it going. Keep applying that pressure. We definitely need it. A lot of elders don't think that the young generation is on point like that, but we all see that there's a shift going on, and the lesser beings are not going out without a fight. That's why they're trying to rely on technology to keep us from getting what we call our superpowers. But like you said, we're part of the universe, so we beyond that. Keep that going, though. Love y'all. Peace, blessings.
Abundance, the superpower that everybody be talking about is just neuromelanin. That's it. It's just junk DNA that
And
you just have to tap into through meditation and knowing thyself.
knowledge, information. That's how you unlock your DEA. That's what's been hidden from you. That's why they always hide who you are, because it's the information that tells you who you are, and that information sits in your genetics, your genetic information.
King Jeb. King Jeb.
King Jeb.
King Jeb 11.
You gotta
What's wrong? Hello?
yeah, we hear you.
Abundance.
Yeah, peace, love, and light to the gods and goddesses, man. Yeah, it's our time to rise. I totally agree with everything y'all saying. Y'all 100% correct. I was studying this for a long time, you know what I'm saying? And it feels good to hear people talking about this, especially our people, and we waking up to the truth of who we are. What's confusing me is how these Caucasoids, they want to come in on and challenge what y'all are saying when their scientists are actually saying this. You see what I'm saying? So if they want to debate somebody, they need to go talk to their scientists about it, because they are the one who are actually coming out with this information. A lot of them are. I actually looked at a video about 2 weeks ago. I forgot the scientist's name. It was a white woman, a Caucasoid woman, and a Caucasoid man, and they were explaining how it was impossible to either much get past to either much experiment on the black man and the black woman because of the neuromelanin. And they were saying that they had to wait to this right here, the gene, the gene is grafted down to a lower state, which is the albino or something, when they lose the neuromelanin for them to be able to experiment on it. So you know what I'm saying? So I don't know why they're coming. I think they know this. When I see that, when I hear them come on and just come at y'all like this right here, they're trying to persuade our people. It don't have nothing to do with their mindset, because they already know the truth. You see what I'm saying? So now they're trying to get as much as us to stay away from the truth as they can. That's what I believe.
An albino to make so-called Caucasoids or white people. How did they do that? How did they? Yeah, can you tell us that scientific process?
I can't go into the science. I was just listening to the video when they were talking about it. They said that they couldn't experiment on the black man or the black woman because of the neuromelanin. But they saying they were actually sound like they were talking about some type of ET or extraterrestrial, that they waited till the gene actually broke down itself. It had to break itself down to a lesser state before they can actually go into an experiment on it to be able to graft from it.
Yeah, because so-called albino is just one of the shades that the so-called black woman can create, and she can create 48 known shades. You see what I'm saying? And the albino that they used was a Dravidian albino, a EU melanated albino. You see what I'm saying? They didn't use a so-called black individual nowhere on this planet to create these people. So we have we don't have biological ties to these people or genetic ties to these people. These people do not come from us. Their genetic origin is from animals, which is what makes us two different species.
I'm with you 100%. I'm with you 100%. I think they put that in there just to throw it off, because they don't like to tell us the truth, 100% of the truth. They're going to just give us like 85%, at least 70% of the truth. But they got to cover up things so they can fit their narrative. You see what I'm saying? So I know that they don't have nothing to do with us because it's obvious. We can look at each other and tell that we're different. You see what I'm saying? So we don't even much have to go into all this right here. You can look at a Caucasoid and you can look at a black man and a black woman and you can see the obvious on the outside. Now, you know it's great on the inside, but from fur on their head to the pale skin, they know they sulfur base. To me, I honestly believe they know this, but their goal is to confuse us. You see what I'm saying? They know that they want to confuse us. They don't. Long as they get us to put our energy in and us not believing in what is true, they winning. That's what I believe. Because I believe they know. That's why that guy was studying on it. He's trying to find a reason, even though he know he's wrong. The guy y'all had to cut off, he already know he's wrong, but he was trying to build on the situation because he's trying to win over other people to stick to his side to give him power. That's how they work. Hello?
Oh, abundance for that. Yeah, I don't make these lives to sit here and argue with the complex cell organism. This is strictly for my people and to remind my people because as so-called black people, we need to know who we are.
Facts.
And the reason we need to know who we are is for our children.
That's big facts.
I don't care what a complex cell organism has to say. They're being removed from the planet. I don't got time to focus on them. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like I'm just focused on my people, and we need to get back to the children.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you were on here arguing. I'm just saying what they coming in to do. See, y'all handled everything great. I don't have no problem with what y'all was saying or how y'all handled anything. Everything that I was listening to is on point, it's truth, and our people do need to hear it. But I know what the complex cell organism is doing. You see what I'm saying? Because they already lost. So you know what I'm saying? So, but they know when they already know the truth, they know the truth because their people already told them. So it's a lot of if I seen a video with a scientist talking about letting them know that pale skin is unnecessary, is no need for it, they heard it too, especially the ones who can start talking about genetics with you. They know about it too. So you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying it ain't that you were arguing. I think that they're in here mostly coming in to try to persuade the ones that don't know. Our people that don't know don't take the time out and do the research for themselves. You see what I'm saying? So they want to try to come in and just try to win as much as us because we're the ones who are creating reality.
Facts.
That's what I think.
I want to say abundance though, my brother. I appreciate that.
No problem at all, brother. Y'all keep doing what y'all got to do. One love to the gods and goddesses. It's our time, baby.
Go ahead. What did I say? 1-1 Nuru.
Yeah, blessed love, give thanks.
Abundance.
Yeah. Like the vibration, you know, and growth is a must. Knowledge can't too much, you know. So we give thanks for it. And with the program, you understand, I will give thanks for the opening of the eyes for each and every one. You know, a long time we are wait, a long time we are chant, and a long time we are say. So we just give thanks for worship our reach, you know. Blessings.
Abundance. Man, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, thank you for host for having me here. I just wanted to ask, like, do people who don't have any African genetics, are they just a whole different group of people, like the picture you see below, or are they like mixed with Africans?
Africa is just a title.
Mhm.
So everybody outside of so-called black people, if your mother is not so-called black, then you would be considered as a either a eukaryotic hybrid or just a eukaryotic cell organism.
Because when I look at YT people, I've seen that they're not the only ones that display those genomes. It's also people from like other Asiatic countries, North Africa, other parts of some other African countries as well, near the east, that kind of share similar genetics. And I was just wondering, like, some of these people are like half Africa, half black. but some of them have no black in them. And I find that quite fascinating that they have no black in them. I always wonder what they are. I'm not sure if it's like categorized as Neanderthal, or, you know, I don't know. I just find it quite mysterious.
So
What do you mean by them not having, like, are you saying it's a mixed individual that they don't have black in them? I'm confused.
Some Africans, they're like mixed. They have black and then they have the genes of the white tea people. But some people, they have no black in them. You know, they're completely like Neanderthal blood. And because there were a group of people from the that lived up in those regions in Europe, right? And they did mix with the Homo sapiens. But I'm just thinking, could it be that some of them have no Homo sapiens in them, and they're just full that, whatever that is, those people, Neanderthals.
Species is determined by the mother, so whatever the mother is, because her genetics and chromosomes rule, is whatever the offspring is.
Okay, I see.
And,
Yeah.
and for so-called black people all over the planet, we all are neuromelanated. If the mother, like, I don't know who you're talking about in so-called Africa that has like mixed blood, but those people, it depends on the mother. If the mother is anybody outside the so-called black race, any black woman all over the planet, then that is not a black child. That's how we make that distinction, because the mothers who grasp the child in the stomach.
No, if the mother is somebody in the comments, I'm not sure what you mean, but if the mother is so-called mixed, then it goes based off of her mother.
Facts. It just
and
keeps
it,
going
and it
back.
keeps going back and back and back, and that, because that's what determines the species. It's her womb that's actually constructing the child, and it's just the tail and the sperm that fertilizes the egg. So you are what your mother is.
Oh, what
yeah,
what
go ahead.
what part does the seed from the man plays?
Fertilizes the egg.
The
It's the
tail.
tail end of the sperm that fertilizes the egg.
I was once I have an assumption based on working out the theories of, because I'm a Jamaican, I'm in Jamaica, and it's a Christian state, and then we form a cultural background called Rasta. So it have me from I was like in grade 2. I always question like certain things the teachers say and the pastor say. So it had me coming down to a point where I was like, the man is the giver of life and the woman is the creator of life. So I was wondering if we have the balls and the seed, and the women have the plant, the land and the soil, and you plant your seed in it. But what you're saying is the gel just fertilize the egg, but don't instill a plant in it.
Comes here with all of her eggs, and all the man is doing is fertilizing. She can procreate, or reproduce on her own. All she needs to do is just stimulate her Bartholin gland, but that's what is a part of our junk deoxyetheric acid.
And what's it called?
But
Oh, go ahead.
I was just finna say, because it's a sister that hasn't spoken at all, and she's just off mute.
Yeah, go ahead, Kamita.
Oh, Aisata. Hello, good afternoon, good evening, guys. Great job, great job. Hotep to you all. I was there when I overheard all the commotion. I want to say Hotep to you. You're doing a great job. This is what we should be doing, what you guys are doing. I do the same thing on my page. I actually lost my TikTok page. I had 60,000 followers because of this kind of information. I'm Haitian, I'm from Haiti, so I speak Creole on my life. Unfortunately, my people are very much asleep. Some of them are just start to wake up. And these Caucasians, they have employed, Black people within our community to actually come on our page and trying to, divert the conversation so that the people who actually want to listen, who wants to get this information, don't get it. That's their whole game. Just come in your live and trying to, divert the conversation, say, oh, well, that's not really science or anything like that. And they do that on purpose. And they've been employed to do that. This is a movement. Okay. They don't want us to wake up. That's the whole thing. See, I speak with them in terms of energy. I'm glad you guys are doing all that. I don't even go that far with them. I tell them everything is energy, vibration, and frequency. We do not have the same energy with Caucasians. Okay. Every race have a different type of energy. Our energy is the energy of the cosmos, and that's it. No one else has that. Okay. And it's that neuromelanin, and it's literally deadly to y'all. It's literally deadly when we know who we are. We are deadly to you guys. We could just look at you and we can eliminate you. That's how deadly this stuff is. Okay? So that's all I tell them. But our people, it's starting, it's slow, it's coming around, and they know that this is our time. This is our time. We waking up, and this movement is just gonna continue, and it's just gonna get better and better. It's gonna be like one day, Black people just gonna wake up and get it. They're gonna know who they fuck they are. That's all that's gonna be. So I wanted to say hotep to you guys, and you're doing a very important job. Keep doing it. I cannot even do any lives right now because I don't even know how I got on your live because I'm not supposed to be able to get on because I don't have 1,000 followers yet. I lost my TikTok account at 60,000 followers. And because all the Uncle Toms in our community, okay, reported my page because I was telling the truth. I'm a voodoo practitioner. Okay. Voodoo is all about the science of the cosmos. This is what our ancestors had. The high priest in ancient Egypt in Kemet, that's what they were practicing. This is the science of the cosmos. Everything that the pseudoscience that the white man has today, that he has to say a few things now, finally talking about quantum entanglement. He has to say it now because it's coming out. That's why he's saying it. But anybody with sense, any Black persons with sense, who's not a Christian, who's not a Muslim, would know. They talking about your ancestral science. That's what they talking about. But unfortunately, if you Muslim or Christian, you can't hear that stuff because you're into a certain God, you're into a certain deity that they've brought to you through slavery. And right now you're alienated and you can't get out of it. That's what we have in our community. But it's coming out. They have no choice. Now, what they're trying to do is actually use our science again and say, well, we could just put everything together. No, we can't. We can't put Christianity and voodoo. You've tried that shit already. We're not doing that anymore. This is the time. Okay, this is the time for the truth to come out, and it's coming out, and you can't stop it. It's coming out. All the propaganda that you called our ancestors demonic, you said that their science was a sorcery since they were in Egypt. The shit is coming out. It's coming out. Thank you all.
Abundance.
Yes.
That's a love, man. Thanks. I would like to know something. What does iodine have to do with our melanin and chromosome? Anybody knows? Because the reason why I ask.
You said, what does iodine have to do with our chromosome?
Yeah, of our melanin, with our melanin and our chromosome. Yeah, have to do with our body. I would like to know. Because the reason why I ask,
Who said that in here? Like, where did you get that from?
No, nobody never said it in here. I just bring it up. The reason why I bring it up, it's because of for the past 4 years, I'm living in Jamaica, and even a little bit before COVID, I was noticing the cloud seeding technology, the weather modification thing that they're doing. And I notice whenever our rain is coming across, I notice the planes flying across the sky and spraying a lot. But when this happened, my head hurts. So I would like to know, I never really think about it till now, to try to find out like what that chemical do to us.
I don't really hear many people talk about it. I think Dr. Sebi said something about sea moss and iodine one time, but I'm not sure.
Because I notice it, man. It's a lot. They use it a lot. They claim that they're
You're
using
asking about iodine? What's the importance of needing it for our melanin?
No, not the importance. Like, what does it, if it affect us or what? If it's important or if it's not. That's what I would like to know, because they're using it in the cloud seeding technology.
Yeah, iodine doesn't affect us negatively. Everything in moderation, but that comes from a lot of sea veggies, kelp, nori, like high in minerals and amino acids that we actually need. But we shouldn't be consuming iodine from
like
shrimp.
The capsules or shrimp or stuff like that.
Yeah, like unnatural sources. Yeah.
And iodine is for thyroid health. It's for thyroid support. It's for your throat chakra.
Throat chakra.
You see what I'm saying? That's what it's for.
Oh, so now I know. Yo, you see, reasoning is really good enough. Reasoning is really good. Because you see what you said about the throat chakra? That shit make my throat hurts. Like swollen up on me. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm saying. So they have this new method that I see they're using in the weather system. So I did some research on it, and it's not really iodide. I think they said it's iodate 1 is the name of it, but it's a flare that they put on the tip of the plane wings, and when they fly across, they burned it, and it leave that thing that people call chemtrail. So I've noticed it in Jamaica, but for the since week, about 4 or 3 weeks, every minute my throat seems to have that feeling in it. And not me alone, other people around me seems to having the same feeling, till I start looking up the side effects of it and the side effects of COVID, how related they are. You know, I try to talk to this AI app on my phone by the name of Genie. And when it thinks that I'm stupid, it try to hide the information. But when I show it that I'm not stupid, that's when it started to reveal the information to me. So I'm wondering, why are they using it in the here? And why so much now? No, that's just why I'm asking the question. Probably take it away from the reasoning that we were reasoning about. Probably that's what I did. Why probably you guys feel lost, or I'm not explaining properly. But that's what I'm asking. Does it affect us? Does it hurt us now? Because now is a time most of us are more mind opening, more understanding to what's going on, feeling and getting a different high opening on the world. So I'm wondering if that's going to be a problem for us.
Did you do any research on it?
I did a minimum research on it, not much. I did a minimum research. That's why I realized that it's two different names. They have one name, it's iodine or iodate, and one of them is ionized iodate, and they have some name to it, 1 something, a number. And they tell us that it's the same kind of feeling, similar symptoms of COVID. But they claim that the people that are using it, because they're doing it for business now. It's a business. So you have a company, if you want rain to fall in your area, you can pay them and they do it. But they claim that they use a certain amount that doesn't affect us. It's not harmful to us. But I can see where it's harming. I can feel the difference. My throat hurts, my head, and it's not me alone. It's like most of the people in the surrounding. And then whenever they spray it a lot, it has this chilling feel into my body. I have to come in my house. And the people that stay outside, they get sick.
All right. Well, I would say definitely go ahead and do some more thorough research on that for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it because I just think about it now since you guys were talking, and when you say about the thyroids, I'm thinking about it. So I got to do some research to really
Oh
see.
yeah, my brother asked a question. Do you eat meat?
Me,
Yeah.
only I eat fish.
That's the problem. You shouldn't be consuming anything with eyeballs, tongues, no flesh. We should be eating fruits, mainly fruits, H3O2, sunlight, and veggies. And we have to be careful with the veggies because a lot of the veggies that people think are good for us, like kale, collard greens, cruciferous vegetables, celery, carrots, all that stuff is not conducive to our genetic makeup. Those are all eukaryotic organisms.
There's a
So
lot of yep.
yeah, we should mainly be consuming fruits. So like bell peppers. Bell peppers are fruits. Zucchini and squash are fruits. Okra is fruit. Tomato, tomatillos. Coconut, uh, dates, mainly fruits. Romaine. You can explore the romaine family. Dandelion greens, herbs, H3O2, structured water, herbal teas, and sunlight. No meat, no fish. No processed foods. If you're gonna do processed, make sure they're all natural, where it's a handful of ingredients.
Yeah, okay. Because
Those who are saying that we can't live on a fruit diet need to do the research on what a fruit is, because a lot of the times people think things are vegetables that are fruits. Like I said, bell peppers are fruits. Squash and zucchini are fruits. So you can I've been a vegan for almost a year. You can definitely live off of veggies
Yeah.
and fruits and the sun. Casino is a vegan. Denzel is a vegan. The host is a vegan. Like
Not that hard.
it's not hard.
Not at all.
But I will say that's for so-called black people right there. I wouldn't recommend that for anybody else outside of us.
I'm from that
You
side.
love Price.
Hmm?
Yeah, it's
My
another
turn.
person who wanted to speak. Go ahead, Price.
Man, I just want to get my black ass up on here and tell Sky, I didn't ask for a whole goddamn speech, bitch. So next time you
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah.
You waited
Nigga, you
that.
been
That's
in the live
crazy.
3 hours, bro. 3 fucking hours, like still being ignorant. Like I don't understand that. And sorry if you're saying W guess, nigga, you ain't bring, nigga, you're studying this shit in school and still couldn't fuck with us. Like okay, go ahead, Link.
Yeah, Grand Rising, everybody, man.
Abundance.
Yeah, just onto the topic. We are not all the same races. Just thinking about it. If anybody remembers the Black Death in England, where the population was so low that the government had to produce babies, cabbage babies, they were calling them, and these babies they were given to people, to bring them up, but they were processed. And it was said the grandparents from those children, they had no history that they were able to give their offsprings after that. And that's why I think that's why when you see some people nowadays walking, they're not like fully human kind of thing. So yeah, it's just a question of what is the real human and what's not. And if you ever seen the film They Live, I don't know if anybody ever seen that film They Live. You know, you see all those things there. So some people that we live here on this planet, I feel like they are not human, and I feel like with the rise of AI is like a gateway to like bring them through. It's like a loophole, you know. And so right now, if you see some
Bring what through?
some images online, you're just gonna say, "Oh, that's AI generated," you know. So it kind of and then eventually you're just gonna get used to it, really, you know.
Well, they can't AI genetics though.
Yeah,
Are we all one? So you're saying we're not all one species, right?
yeah, we definitely know one species, you know. That you definitely got some real humans, and then you've got. I mean, think about it. You know, we've got these things in food. We got these things in animals.
Can you explain scientifically how we're not all one species?
Okay, cool. So the other day, I live in England. I live in England, and I want to do an experiment, and sunflowers with I found a sunflower farm, and sunflowers, they always follow the sun. So if anybody can find sunflowers, just observe them and see if they are facing the sun. They always follow the sun all day long if the sun is shining. So I was observing the sunflowers in England. They were facing the opposite way, which means the sun that was there is not a real sun, because the sunflowers can only follow a real sun, kind of thing.
Okay. How does that? No, I'm talking about the so-called human race. Are we all one species?
No. For me,
Okay.
I would say, in my opinion, I would say I don't think we are.
Okay, can you explain that scientifically?
Um, food wise, if you look how we consume food, I don't think, like I don't know if you've ever gone on holiday somewhere where they eat organic food after, like coming from America or like from the Europe. Like let's say you go to Africa. Like how do you feel when you eat the food from like how does your body feel like when you eat the food from like those places that consume organic food? For me, I would say like my body feels different. Like I would feel sick. I would feel like my body's like washing off, kind of thing. And which shows like scientifically, the only way I can explain is the food that we consume affects us, and if you're a real human, you're gonna feel it. I mean,
So who would be considered the fake humans?
I think here in the Western world, there's non-humans. There's a lot of non-humans walking in the Western world. I
What,
feel like in the poor countries,
what do
like
they look like?
the mate, that's the hard bit, like distinguishing the real. It's like a fake. It's like a fake Gucci belt and a real Gucci belt. You know what I mean? Sometimes, yeah. I don't know what I'm looking for.
So, all right. So it could be anyone.
Yeah, this is the thing, man. It could be anyone. It could be even a dog, even a cow. It could be fake. Have you never seen a clone sheep, a clone cow? They're there. They exist. So if they can
Cows
clone,
are already unnatural to the planet, though.
exactly my point. You know what I mean? So if these other species and plants and animals, if they can make a fake version of that, and we already aware that some of these things that we consume, carrots, and as you said, cows and many others, they're not natural. And it doesn't mean that's just what we know. And then there is what we don't know. And that's where the problem is.
Looking at genetics, we can tell who's naturally conducive to the planet, though.
Are you able to tell a real human from a processed human?
Well, the thing is, the entirety humans itself aren't natural to the planet.
Ooh, okay.
So everybody outside of so-called black people is what you would classify as humans, and all of them are not naturally conducive to the planet.
Hmm. A human.
Right. So the so-called white man, Asian man, Arab man, Mexican, Somali, all them motherfuckers right there, they're not natural to the planet. The only people who are natural to the planet is so-called black people.
And why would you say that?
Because, like I said, we got to get into genetics. Everybody outside of us has animal DNA from multiple different types of animals that can't naturally reproduce with one another. Not to mention that those animals that they're spliced with aren't even natural to the planet. With us, so-called black people, we don't have any animal DNA.
Wow, that's something. That's something. So you think the original? You think everybody else is cloned from the black man?
Nah, they didn't come from us, but that they are unnatural to the planet.
So what's their origin then?
Well, electroporation, electric fusion, genetic splicing.
Expression, front operation.
Yeah, so those words, I would just do,
Fertilization.
yeah, I definitely do some research on those words, and it'll give you a better understanding.
So you think you guys think you know what is immunization?
Oh, I do want to get to Jay Reed. I just want to make sure we get everybody else
Thank
that
you.
spoke yet.
Thank you. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I've been listening, and I was just wondering. So, as far as the white people on the planet, where did they come from, and how did we, as black people, lose our position as being on top here on the planet?
Are we all one species?
I know we're not one species. That's why I said, where did
Okay.
the white people come from, and how did we lose our kinglyship place on the planet? Well, now we're considered to be at the bottom.
Okay, can you explain scientifically how we're not the same species real quick?
Uh, I can't. I know we're not the same. I'll leave it at that. I know we're different. I do know we're all, we're different as far as um, the black people on the planet. And I know we're all, even though you're black, that doesn't mean we're the same. I can't scientifically put that into scientific words, but I know that we're not the same.
So, can you point out things that make us different?
Uh, yeah, what makes us different is how we live and what we know to be true. I mean, some people that consider themselves as being um, African American or consider themselves as black, um, they think eating pork is good. They think eating shrimp is good. They think doing the same thing that our adversaries have done, they think is okay. So that's what makes us different. I think it's spiritually in you to know that certain things are wrong. I think it's more comes down to a more spiritual thing.
Right. So, my thing is, I'm talking about genetics. I'm not talking about like what we do, even though that ties into genetics, but the main point is genetics, though. You feel what I'm saying? So, can you
Okay.
point out anything referring to genetics that makes us different?
As far as what certain black cultures, or are you
Yeah,
talking
like
about the
what
white?
makes so-called black people different from every other people?
Um, I really wouldn't be able to explain that besides coming from a biblical aspect of it, and I know y'all not down with that, so I really didn't want to get all into that. I just really wanted to know where the white people came from and what caused our slip from being heads of the planet to not being heads of the planet.
It's not just white people though. I know a lot of people want to just get on so-called white people all day. It's not just the white man, and it's not even
Hmm.
just everybody outside of so-called black people. It's animals too, plants too. You feel what I'm saying? So it's not just the white man is unnatural to the planet.
Well, I just want where did they at the position that they're at today? How did we lose that position?
Never lost the position. All they did was introduce a matrix and then we fell for the matrix. We're still in position. Everything is being ran off of the black woman's tocipitum stem cell.
I mean,
I
you
know
guys
that
got
because
you
we
guys got
put.
some white. You
Okay,
guys
all
got
right.
some white in you. You
Okay,
guys,
wait your
you
turn.
guys.
Okay. If I'm speaking, just wait until I'm done and then you can go.
Okay, I'm listening. I didn't interrupt. That wasn't me interrupting. I was
I
listening to
know.
you.
I was speaking to the person that was interrupting, but I
Okay.
was just saying we never lost our position as people. All they did was construct a matrix. The matrix is superficial. It
Hmm.
only exists because we give energy to it.
Okay. So when did they introduce this matrix? And what exactly is the matrix so I know exactly where you're coming from? Hello?
I can relate to the Matrix too because I know the Bible, the religion, the introduction of certain things in school. That's a part of it, and even the medicine, the systematical government. I can relate to that.
Hmm.
That's the
Hmm.
Matrix. Yeah.
Okay, so are we in the agreement that at one time the Caucasoids lived in the mountains as
Yeah,
far as being Neanderthals, the Visitans, and things of that nature? That's what they were.
yeah. That's where we found them.
That's where we found them. And at what
But
point did we choose to um, bring them into our civilization, which caused us, like I said, to lose our position in the planet?
we didn't lose a position on the planet though. You're
Okay.
still see the thing is we're still subscribing to this system. We still get up, go to work. We still take our children to their schools. We take our
Hmm.
children to their doctors. You feel what I'm saying?
Hmm. Hmm.
Why are we still doing that?
It's what the majority of us think to be the right thing to do.
Right. And as a so-called black man, what should we be doing on this planet to stop that?
I really, if I knew the answer to that, then I think we'd be doing it.
Freeing our mind, bro. The
So
collective consciousness is not free yet. Only a certain few is.
Right, hold on, I'm gonna get to you, brother.
Okay, okay,
But
okay.
so it
All right, go ahead, brother. My fault.
no, you good, go ahead.
I was gonna say how you don't know what you're supposed to do on the planet, but your reminder of what you're supposed to do on the planet is around you every day. The black women and children are going missing, bro. You're saying what is the matrix? What is going on? That's what's going on, bro. That's what the system is built for the destruction of your species. 100% of jobs are built off our genocide everywhere.
what we do here, everything we do here economically is affecting another country with our brothers and sisters on it. We don't realize this. We don't realize that 8 million of our children are going missing worldwide. We don't know. We don't understand that our women, so our so-called black women, are missing at an alarming rate. 70,000 women are missing every year because of that shit. Because of their totipotent stem cell. Because of the fact that they're the divine creators of life. So you don't understand the suit that you're walking in, which was made to protect and enforce universal law. You see what I'm saying? To protect the species. That's what we do. You see all men in nature, that's what they do. They protect the family, bro.
No, that's
A
understandable.
whole planetary family that is going missing, and us at black men as a collective, we haven't stepped up as to say anything. Why is that? Why are we not focused on that? Why are we not focused on why our children that look like us, our women that look like us, that birth us, why are we not focused on that, bro? Everything that you've been saying here hasn't like, you haven't said anything about our women and children. Yeah, you're asking what do we do?
Well,
But
no,
that's the thing that's in your face, bro. Our mothers of life are going missing,
wait,
bro, or their
that
genetics.
that really was not my question, but you can
I mean, you was
elaborate.
asking how we.
You was
Asking about the Matrix, and we're telling you the reason why the Matrix was constructed. And the state that you're wondering why we're in today is because of that. We fell in frequency because we began to believe. The word lie is in believe instead of knowing, which is the number one rule in the cosmos, to know thyself. So we forgot. It's not that we don't know. That's what neuromelanin is. It's the soul in the flesh, sun in the flesh.
And you literally ask, what am I supposed to do? Because my brother just asked you, what do you think so-called black men are supposed to do? You said, I wouldn't know if I wouldn't be here. That I would, because you don't know. You don't know your genetics. You don't know what your mother really gave you.
So
You're just in that body maneuvering, not knowing that it's a privilege to walk in that body. That's the real ID. You worried about the driver's license, all of this shit in their system, when your real
no,
ID is getting misused. So that's what I'm saying, my brother. We got to start taking accountability with each other, because the thing is this is not about us. This is about the next generation, and they need to know the truth. So that's all I'm saying. So we need to dive into genetics, because that brings us back to children, and that shows us the value in children. So this matrix, the matrix started when we started to believe in a God, that a male God, and when our children and women were going missing. That's when we started to fall in frequency. When we started to allow one of our children and women to go missing. That's when the matrix started, my
Can you
brother.
suggest some books to read so I can educate myself on this subject?
I mean, how do you find out any research that you found out before talking to me today? Every research
And
that you've done to find out
in the
about your
book,
life to get to where you need to be, you didn't ask me that question. You
mostly in
asked
the book.
yourself that question. That inner voice inside of you that tells you what is confusion, what is truth, what is untruth, and what and basically everything that you need to know is everything that is inside of you. You have an inner voice that tells you. You got to mentally sharpen that by reading about
Well, that's what
genetics, biology, chemistry.
I just
You got
asked
to
you
read
to
about all of that, because it's telling you about energy, how it's transferring from the microcosm to the macrocosm.
So
And you are that energy traveling from the microcosm to the macrocosm. So that's what you got to study.
I would need to. So I said, is there any books that you can suggest to me so that I can educate myself more on the subject?
That gotta be revealed by the spirit, bro.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All right, look, I
No, thank
understand.
you.
I'm gonna
Thank you
give you
very
some books because you're a reflection of me, my brother. But the thing is, you gotta go find that shit yourself. You gotta sit with yourself to see what type of knowledge you need to attract for your piece of the puzzle that you need to help with the species. But the books that I got is Genetics for Dummies, Biology for Dummies, Anatomy and Physiology for Dummies, Neuroscience for Dummies. You see what I'm saying? And I would advise you to just start you could go learn about what's it called, neuromelanin, with Dr. Layla Africa and also Dr. Dilbert Blair. They also talk about that. And I would advise you to start with prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells, because that's the two different cell types that exist on the planet.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
I
And he's
appreciate
saying,
that.
and I get it, he doesn't know, but the thing is, so does our children. They don't know either. And especially the children that are getting snatched, they don't even know how the sun feels like on their skin. They don't even know how the grass feels like on their toes. So us here being ignorant to the fact that that's going on, that's unacceptable. But we need to have this knowledge. You see what
Okay.
I'm saying? It's not
Yes, sir.
about us. So when y'all be like, "Oh, stop saying it like this. You're being mean. Stop being rude." No, bro. We're done with that shit, bro. Our children are going missing, bro. Are you serious? We gotta be serious on this shit. So you gotta know this shit already. I'm just here to remind you, I'm not teaching you nothing. You're a reflection of me. You are biologically and genetically just like me, bro. So you can do that shit. We ain't got no time to waste. It's awareness time. Can you wake the other brothers and sisters to what's going on so we can start moving? Can you turn that potential energy to kinetic? That's what we finna do right now.
Okay.
And we need to understand what that potential is before we turn it to kinetic. And how you do that is sitting with yourself, knowing thyself, knowing your inner mechanics, understanding inner alchemy, soul migration, so you can understand outer alchemy.
Okay.
That's what it is.
I appreciate the information, brother.
Abundance to you, brother. Abundance.
Thank you very much.
You know what I'm saying? I just speak with my heart. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really trying to be you know what I'm saying? This is just how I speak, but abundance.
You read energy. So whoever in the comments trying to, because they be trying to tell us that, be nicer or be like, either you understand this shit or you don't. And y'all come up here and y'all ask questions instead of do your own research. And I'm not talking about nobody on the panel right now. I'm just addressing, we've been going live for months. You see what I'm saying? And it's actually not, I can understand asking somebody, what books have you read? But then y'all come in here and y'all usurp energy. And that's not cool, because we're not building at that point. You just want me to tell you everything and tell you and tell you and tell you and tell you. And to the point to where you challenge me because you really don't understand what's being discussed.
Well, I appreciate the panel. I thank y'all very much.
Most definitely abundance. You said, how does this stop our women and children from going missing? When my brothers and sisters realize who they are, that's how we stop our women and children from going missing, because the so-called black man will go back to his rightful job. That's how it's going to stop our women and children from going missing. Right now,
How are we gonna stop it if we don't know that it's a problem?
Exactly.
Y'all are on TikTok talking about black men versus black women. Y'all are on TikTok talking about racism and cultural appropriation. Y'all are having fruitless ass discussions, but in a live where the only live on TikTok where it's talking about women and children going missing, now niggas want to be like, how does it bring? Nigga, this is coming from a nigga who hasn't sat with himself.
Facts.
or outside of the fucking species. We gave you the blueprint. We're now aware that our women and children are missing. Awareness is the first thing. If you don't know, how can you do anything? That's for you to sit with yourself and decode your piece to the puzzle. But nobody else can tell you how to do that. The only answer is for you to sit with you. From there, it's up to you. And niggas are not sitting down with themselves. They sit down with Remedy H and Rashad Jamal, who touched children. You see what I'm saying? What's the other nigga that said that black women come from apes? What's his name? Malachi the York touched children.
Right.
The fuck? These are niggas who y'all are listening to instead of sitting down yourself and actually starting from an unbiased perspective and doing the research. Nobody told us. That's the thing. They be like, oh, tell us. Nobody told me, Zell, or Ether.
And the thing is, yes, all of our brothers and sisters have to be aware. Imagine if all of our brothers and sisters were aware of what's actually going on the planet. You think we're still going to be working for these eukaryotic niggas?
Exactly.
Once our people start to realize
that these suits that they wear in these corporate jobs are just monkey suits. That these people policing us on our planet are just animals with just uniforms and slave catcher badges. Once we start realizing that, and realizing that they don't have no biological identification to the planet, why are you medically, psychologically evaluating me, and why are you policing me on my planet? Then we're gonna start to move in that energy. You gotta know the energy so you can move in it. You gotta embody that energy, but to do that, you gotta sit with yourself and learn who you really is, bro. You gotta know who you are to know where you're going. That's what it is. And if you don't know what your genetic makeup is, then you're not gonna know where you're going, because the root definition of gene is origin, and that's the origin. And so-called black people and other prokaryotic cells, we are here through biosynthesis. Everybody else, biogenesis is what I meant to say. Biogenesis. Everybody here is through spontaneous generation. Y'all got here. Y'all don't have a past. We keep coming back. We're the cycle. We are that Big Bang Theory. We are the universe and the sun. We are that in the flesh. That's why it's so hard for these people to comprehend who we are. So it's genetics over feelings, man. Facts.
Facts. And this the last time I'm gonna address you, knowledge dump. You're saying that we're safe in our homes and other people are on the ground protecting women and children. The thing is, we're in mental slavery right now. You feel what I'm saying? Before it's physical, it's mental. So the reason our people are getting snatched up is because we don't know thyself. It has nothing to do with us protecting the children physically. It all starts mentally. And because our brothers and sisters believe that we're all the same, and we believe working a job and going after a dollar is good, we're leaving our children vulnerable. We're sending our children to these unnatural species. So they don't have to forcefully come in our house and try to take our children, because obviously we wouldn't let that happen. But because we believe we're all the same, that's how it's happening. But go ahead, God one mouth.
Nah, I hear y'all, brother. You know, I feel like when the collective consciousness raises to that level, you know, something will move. Because, you know, all the information is there for those who can see clearly and for those who been heard that call. You feel me? I bet y'all boys been woke for about 3, 4, 5+ years, and so have I. You feel me? But it ain't really collectively. You know what I'm saying? We to the point now where it's like we gotta make some move with this shit. If not, then we just gonna be talking about it all the time. You feel me? And then you said the lady, the woman, she said we dropped in frequency. You feel me? A lot of people don't know what that means. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't really seeing frequency as something physical. Well, I'm not. Okay, because God is the highest extension of the mind, using elements and matters to express itself or himself or itself. So you in the crown chakra if you're talking about the energy we fell from. And when we make it back to the crown chakra or the enlightenment or the anointed place, which the Christians call Christ, then we can start moving in that energy. But I respect what y'all doing, but that's all I had to say.
What do you mean? Like, can you just elaborate a little bit more and express your frequency? Like, what do you mean?
I'm saying if you gonna say we fell from frequency, then what frequency are you saying? Like, can you explain? My question is, can you explain what do you mean by we fell in frequency? And then we can build.
Said we, I'm talking about the planet itself, all organic life.
Okay, but what frequency? Because there's different frequencies.
Earth has her own, of course, Earth has her own resonance, 555 hertz. That's her natural resonance. You can check the Schumann resonance and they'll tell you we were vibing as low as 7.83. That's what I mean. So of course, that's the physical explanation, but everything manifests in the spirit first. We had to believe in a system. That's what shrieks our frequency, and that's what's still continuing to shriek our frequency. And this is the lowest frequency that our anatomy can take. which is the reason why the planet is now restoring her energy and herself and going back to nature.
Okay, I can understand that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, are you speaking consciousness too? Because we are just the
About
conscious.
the women and the children going missing.
That's definitely not good. I feel like that shit happens at a rate it shouldn't happen at, and until, like I said, like until the collective consciousness wants to move, then it'll change. But until then, you got to realize we prisoners of war. We fighting with the devil. We fighting with the manifestation of the devil.
Who's a prisoner?
Our people was prisoners, to the mind.
Or are we prisoners? Because you said we're prisoners of war, and now you're saying we were. So are we or were we?
Collectively, we still are. I'm not.
So then, okay. So would you classify your people as prisoners if the idea was to wake them up and for them to remember who they are? Would you speak that frequency on your people?
Yeah, that's what I do in real time, real life.
You speak that they are prisoners of war on a planet
No,
that's what I just asked you. Why would you call your brothers and sisters prisoners on a planet that's theirs? If your idea is for them to wake up, why speak the spell of them being a prisoner?
because if they weren't a prisoner, they would be free, right? They would be free, right or
Are
wrong.
they who has them in bondage? Are we believing in a system, or does something really have us in bondage?
I
Are we
feel like
subscribing to a matrix, or does the matrix somehow have us in bondage?
shit. They got our minds in bondage collectively. I would
Because
say
we subscribe to it, correct? Other than that, it would be no matrix.
you're
You have
you're
to get
correct.
people to believe in it. That's what I'm saying.
You're correct. Yeah.
Right. So by telling your brother and sisters and saying, "Hey Zell, you a prisoner, bro," that keeps him, and that frequency, all 150 trillion cells in his body just heard that. And that's what forms his reality, is his cells. So you just spoke a low frequency, or I, in this example, just spoke a low frequency on his entire system, which is the cosmos, which is the sun, which is the planet, and we're all connected through quantum entanglement. So just saying that to 75 people in here that we are prisoners, you just spoke that spell on all your brothers and sisters.
I
Not to
was
interrupt, I just had something to say.
I was letting them be aware where they were at. I mean, I really don't see it that I spoke no spell on them. It's like how you gonna get somebody to come out of something they don't know they damn in. So if I'm telling them what they in, that's not really speaking that on them. It's saying, hey nigga, come out. That's all I see it as.
Not to interrupt, I feel like you guys are both
I'm
speaking.
gonna get to you next. Like after they're done, I'll get to you next, bro.
Good.
Oh,
But
I'm on. I did not.
um, all right, go ahead, Unlocked.
No, I just wanted to add to that because I do feel like you guys are both speaking, the same truth, and I do feel like what you both are saying is right. In a certain way, in order for people to truly be free, they have to know that they were, you know, a slave to this system, to this matrix in the first place. Like
Exactly.
once you become aware of something, then you can break free. But there's a lot of stuff that comes in play that people are just so like you said, like people are unconsciously subscribed to this matrix. Like people don't even know that they're in this to begin with. So how can they free themselves from something that they're unaware of? So I think that's kind of the point that he was coming from. But yeah, Skywatcher, I do agree with what you're saying. Like, your words are
What
powerful,
I
like your
was,
words are spells.
gratitude
So
and
yeah, in
abundance,
a way
but
you do.
that's my point right there. Is words or
Wait,
spells.
wait, wait, wait. Can I just
Once
finish
you're,
talking real quick?
no, because I was speaking and you asked to speak. Like what? Like you know what I'm saying? So somebody else was speaking. So what I'm saying, because we're
You
not
cut
saying
him
the
off.
same,
What you
we're not
mean?
saying the same thing though. Bro, I was literally speaking and he said not to interrupt, but like what are y'all talking about, bro? We were literally speaking. So the point that I'm saying, y'all, is when you are the aware one, Are you not moving in awareness? So again, whether my brother is asleep or awake, I would never approach him by calling him and speaking the spell of you are a prisoner, regardless of what energy he's in. That wouldn't come from me because his energy has nothing to do with me. If I'm here to wake him up and operating out of my puzzle piece, calling him a prisoner is not doing that. So that's all I'm trying to say, y'all. That's all
Who did I call a prisoner?
authenticity is the highest authenticity is the highest vibration. If you're not moving based off of that, then I don't know.
I said collectively we were prisoners. I never handedly called no single person a prisoner.
Right. So who's the collective?
The collective consciousness of the people. That's not a physical body. That's an energy.
Right, but who you're referring to your brothers and sisters by saying the collective.
Correct. But I said that somebody specifically was in. I ain't never say nobody specifically. I said the collective.
All right. Who ain't spoke? Was it King Solomon? I don't think you spoke.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. So sorry for my English. It's not my first language, but I think I'm too late. I think that we're all one species, and I think you're already over it. That's
All
why
right.
I
Can
don't
you
want to
explain that
interrupt you.
scientifically?
Again, please.
Can you explain that scientifically? How we are all one species?
Scientifically, like, what you mean with species? Same race, or species is like
Nah, race isn't
dog and
real.
cat are not the same species, but German Shepherd and another dog is the same species, like that. Like we all human. I don't get it. What you mean? How we explain it?
Right. So
Like let me explain like that. The way I think, we all the same race. We just how you call it in English? Some of us are degenerated. Can you say it like that?
what do you
Like the
mean
West,
degenerated?
I call it the West African. It's like, for me, the highest form of human, and since then we degenerated till the albino, the white
So
person.
how could something natural degenerate into
Like
something?
you see in Africa, two blacks can come together and make an albino, which
Right.
is just Latin for white. So,
No, it's
and
not.
when an
Albino is
albino have
still
sex with a black again, then
right. Hold on. An albino is still a fully so-called black person, and they possess neuromelanin. So I'm confused on what are you talking about? They're basically white. No, that's not factual at all.
which color would you give them?
It's one of the 48 shades that the so-called black woman can manifest into the physical.
Well, that's what I mean. The West African got the best blood, and all the others are degenerated. It starts with the East African. I mean, I'm East African. I'm from Somalia. When the West African have sex with the Arab, then the East African comes out, like Somali, Ethiopian, and this
Exactly.
and this on.
Yeah, F1s. You can't say the SEX word on here.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. But as far as the Somalis, that's a hybrid. So
Yeah, a hybrid, a cross. Yes, that's what I mean. Like the
right.
West
So
African,
it's not
the way I think it, the West African was first. He made the albinos, and then between the albinos and the real Negroes, it's a mixing. All
okay.
between
Hold
them are
on.
just a mix for me. It's what I think. I can't prove it, but
Okay, all right. That's not a problem. So, how did the white, Asian, and Arab man get on the planet?
the Arab.
The white man, the Asian man, and the Arab man. How did they get on the planet?
Well, that's what I mean. The first came the black people, then they made the whitest people, like
Okay,
the
then how did
two
their
opposites,
phenotype
and then
change?
they mix
Right.
between
How
them.
did the phenotype change?
I can't tell you that, my friend.
Then why are you
This is
saying that they're the same? Just because an albino presents lighter doesn't mean that they're a so-called white person. That don't even make any sense.
why not?
What do you mean why not? Because they don't phenotypically present as a so-called YT person.
I don't know which color would you give them. What is white for you? There are
It's
different
not
shades of white.
you're focused
Nobody's
on
really white and nobody's really
listen,
black.
you're
It's just
hyper
different
fixated
shades.
on color. It's not about color. It's about genetics. If two so-called black people create an albino, that's still a so-called black person. That's not a YT person. You're focused on the color of the
Okay.
skin rather
Okay,
than
okay, now I get it. No, okay, I get it.
okay, then so how did the white, Arab, and Asian man get on the planet?
You're muted.
Go ahead, King Solomon.
Oh, sorry. No, I can't explain it to you like that.
What do you mean you can't
I
explain it to? You came up
couldn't
here.
explain it.
Okay.
I told you it's the way I see it. If I look at the world, but I couldn't tell you it biologically or scientifically. I
So
couldn't
if there's
explain it.
no
It's just when I look
okay,
at the world,
not a
how I see it.
problem. If you can't scientifically, biologically, or genetically explain to me how we are
I
all
couldn't.
one species, then why are you coming up here saying that we're all one species?
I mean, okay, sorry. I just, I, I didn't think you would go this scientific.
Are you trying to create confusion or something?
No, I just believe in God, and for me,
All
it
right,
all
not a
started
problem.
with the
Let's go
first
with
man
God.
and woman
Not a
who
problem.
procreate,
Right.
or who,
So
and then I believe we degenerated since then. It's
okay,
just a
so
belief in
why would
Islam, but I couldn't explain it scientifically. I'm not that learned. I'm not a science.
okay, why did God create us different?
Why God created us different?
Yeah.
Well, okay, this world is a test, and so in one verse, I'm not that learned. You should go to a Muslim. Wait for the next Muslim who is really learned. I don't want to say something wrong, but it's
So
like this world is a test, and so that we know each other and not hate each other and fight each other. That we all
right, it's not
human.
about hating and fighting, bro. I'm just asking you, why did God create so-called black people different from everybody else? Because God created natural things on the planet that can work
I
in
would
unison.
I would
Hold
love
on,
to
hold
give you
on, hold on, hold
the
on, hold
real
on.
line, but I don't
Hold,
have it in my mind.
hold on, hold on. So God created natural things on the planet to work in unison with the earth and the cosmos, right? Why would he create unnatural things to disrupt the unisons on the planet? That don't make any sense to me. So go ahead and explain why God created unnatural things and natural things.
I couldn't explain it. I mean, not that I couldn't explain it. I don't know it. This is something you gotta ask the Most High when you're in front of Him. I couldn't
Okay.
tell you that.
So why believe instead of knowing?
Like, what do I know? How this world started? Who the first human was? I mean, you read some books. There are other people who read some other books and can explain it scientifically that this world started from nothing. And others say we're apes, and then we get better till the white man comes and he's the best. Like everybody got another theory, but could you really prove your theory? That's the question. For me, all theories are just beliefs. But I don't want to waste your time, people. Really, I like the discussion, and I don't
So
want to interrupt it.
so
I'm just
to,
gonna
to
listen it.
clear all right, so to clarify, you don't know how we are all one.
I no, I,
All right, that's not a
no.
problem. Abundance. Go ahead, Blue.
Thank you.
I'm masculine.
Oh, my fault. Go ahead, Divine Masculine. My fault, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, appreciate everybody, appreciate Ether, appreciate Sky, appreciate everybody that's in this joint. And it's like the more I kind of get on the lives and the more I just hear the people and see the people and listen to the people, it's like everybody is scared, everybody's confused, everybody's unaware. And it's like, to get your awareness, you gotta be still, you gotta be quiet, you gotta listen. You gotta understand, overstand, and understand. You know what I'm saying? And nobody's kind of willing to do that, but everybody's so scared, so they just kind of projecting it on everybody else. And it's like, all you gotta do is be quiet, sit still, be in your silence, and just listen, gather the information, and don't just hear something and just speak on it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what everybody doing. And it's like, these people are up here trying to give us little information and give us a little understanding and understanding. And then it's like the people don't want to do no work. So it's like all the people that failed to do their shadow work and identify with their darkness, they just project everything on everybody else because they scared to do their own fucking work. And it don't work like that. You got to do your own work. Everybody has to work, because if you ain't working and doing what you got to do, then you're going to be removed, because I'm going to remove you or somebody else will remove you. So it's like, you got to do your work and don't be looking for everybody to kind of tell you something or explain something to you and baby step and hold your hand and do all that shit, because you got to do some shit on your own. That's just it. That's all I got for him.
Abundance, my brother. That's facts. Abundance.
Facts, abundance, gratitude.
Go ahead,
It's
BJ.
difficult to admit that more white people are richer than black people.
What does money got to do with if we're all one
I
species?
think that money is a
Are we all the same species or not?
Go ahead, Blue Jay. Are we all one?
I was in the middle of a statement. If you want to mute me and tell me something, I'd appreciate it if you let me
We're
know
not
beforehand.
discussing
Go ahead, let's
finances
know
here.
that we're the same species.
Okay, so yeah, money definitely determines intelligence.
Yeah. You're talking about finances. We're talking about genetics. Like, I don't. Okay. Go ahead, Unlocked.
Yeah, I was wondering what's your guys' opinions on like genetic mutations and like gene splicing. Do you guys feel like early on in human history and civilization that there were any sort of extraterrestrials that could possibly have possessed more knowledge than we did at the time and could, have experimented on the people of the earth at the time and maybe created genetic variations, created white people, Asian people through, black people genetics?
I do think genetic splicing took place, but it didn't take place with so-called black people, though. They can't splice into our cells because our cells are coated in neuromelanin.
Okay. So do you feel like that the different, I guess, races of today's world came from a different species, or do you think that it was from a species, that already existed here on this earth?
It was with species that existed on Earth. It was just different types of animals, because you can splice into their cells since they have pheomelanin or eumelanin.
Right. I mean, it's kind of like the same. Like, there's some people that share 46% of their genetic makeup with the dog, or like even certain fruits and vegetables and that sort of thing. I just think a lot of, what has happened, has definitely been covered up, and a lot of the truth has been oppressed. And so that's why, you see so many people, lost in their ways. It's like we're just finally coming out of like, quote unquote, the dark ages, like we've just entered into the age of Aquarius. And that's why a lot of people are now like waking up and speaking their truth. So I definitely feel like, it's one thing to educate people, but on the topic of waking up, enlightening themselves, becoming self-aware, spiritually aware. But, not everyone is meant to come to the top. You know what I mean? Like you can't wake everybody up, unfortunately. That's just how it is. But I do feel like having open conversations and discussions like this can definitely put people on the right track, start getting them to think about these sorts of things, because there's so many people that aren't even like ready to have this type of conversation because they're so like locked in their own old ways.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah, I personally, sorry about that. I was breaking up a little bit. I personally believe like the only like real solution to a lot of what's going on right now is like continue to spread the truth, because like the more you try to spread love and light, like the opposite and opposing forces are gonna work twice as hard, to ban your videos, shadow ban you. Like a lot of people that are posting, a lot of that type of content, like when you're getting shadow banned, and when all those platforms are working against you. So like use that as like a confirmation that you're doing the right thing when you have, negative energies working overtime to block that message and to block that light. But I truly do feel like it's just a matter of time until people collectively can come together and everyone can kind of realize what's going on, but like no one's really speaking up about it because, the powers that were are the ones that are afraid of, becoming a minority. Like it's not news that white people are becoming a minority, even though white people right now in this sort of economy hold the power. Like a lot of them are the top 1% in the United States. I know that's not like that everywhere else in the world, but the ones that do hold the power monetarily are the ones that are controlling this system, this matrix that we reside in. And so until people can kind of break free from this matrix and continue to spread truth, like we're just going to kind of be stuck in that same loop until people can really break it.
right. Yeah, as far as them being the 1% or in power, that's false power. They only have power within the system that they built. That's all. They don't have no power over anything but the system that they built, and that's crumbling.
Right. Yeah, I feel like it's like the concept of money, like money is just a piece of paper, it's just a number, it's just a digit, but we give power to it, and that's why it's valuable in today's system. Like, you know, the fact that we have a currency that we can tell someone, "Hey, I'm gonna pay you money if you take your time to build this house." And we're giving value to that money so people can go and buy things. But I feel like sooner or later, like once we stop operating on this system of currency in terms of like money versus like operating in a stance of like frequency, like, hey, look, I'm I'm growing these vegetables. Like if you can provide me some shelter from the storm, like I'll give you some food. Like once we go back and start reverting to like that communal type of living, then we can truly like be in harmony with ourselves, with nature. But there's just too much division right now, with each other in this society for us to like really come together like that. So I
It's
don't know when that's gonna happen, but I
actually
hope it
not.
happens soon.
It's really not. It just starts with the individual, you know? Because me and my sister, she's actually in here. We do trade all the time. We trade all the time. We don't I grow a lot of stuff. I have oyster mushrooms. I just planted strawberries. I have aloe vera. I have agave. I just have a like. It's just you have to do the work as an individual, and if there's nothing to trade, if there's nobody doing the work to trade. So if you know that trade is where we should be going back to, that's something that you should be participating in now. You don't have to wait for the system to shut down to do that. You affirm everything in your reality by giving energy to it.
100%. And no, I 100% agree with you. Like, I grow my own stuff too, so power to you as well. But no, I was just more so saying that in the sense of like we're still. I shouldn't say we, but I should say like a lot of people today are still stuck, going to the store, buying groceries, like relying on the same system, that they're serving because it's easy. Like it's easy for you to go to the grocery store and buy vegetables versus planting seeds, to actually get your fruit from the earth naturally. And that's just kind of where we've evolved as a society. Like we're using our money as a way to buy comfort. You know what I mean? But yeah, I 100% agree with you.
Alrighty, go ahead, Bast. Go ahead, Bast. You gotta unmute.
Positive idea, not teach.
Yo, Bast. All right, go ahead, True King. Yo, Bast, are you up here?
We getting ready to leave.
Uh,
Fucked. You with a eukaryotic, bro?
What'd you say?
You with a eukaryotic? Like, are you dating someone that is eukaryotic?
Am I dating someone who's eukaryotic? Define that. What do you mean?
The person that you're dating outside of your race or species?
No, I'm mixed.
What is your mother, bro?
My mom is Eastern European and my dad is West African.
Oh, y'all in the same species.
So
Never
so we
mind.
got a eukaryotic talking about the
Yeah,
truth.
trade.
Talking about trading the truth. This nigga,
Y'all in the
man.
same species though. That's crazy though.
And what's wrong with preaching truth?
It's not your truth though. That's what we
The
saying.
truth is that you're not you and everybody who share your genetic makeup is not natural to the planet, and you're getting removed via the sun. This is what the truth is. That's what the truth is. That's what we're telling our brothers and sisters. So you know what I'm saying? You're not natural to the planet. That's the problem. You are a multicellular eukaryotic organism. That's why you said what is eukaryotic? Is a organism that has different genetic material from different organisms to make up that one organism. And the sun doesn't know that. The universe don't know that. The planet doesn't know that, which is why your whole anatomy cannot absorb terrestrial radiation and solar radiation.
I do feel I get what you guys are trying to say, but I also do feel like the universe is super intelligent, and in a way that we can't even use words to describe that. And I do understand, Earth is changing. We're going through 5D, and you either can ascend or you get left behind. Like Earth is splitting timelines every day. You know what I mean? You either stay down here in 3D or you
Right.
ascend to 5D. But
But
what
the
I
thing
do
is,
feel like is
the universe is the black woman, and she genetically and biologically doesn't know any of you eukaryotic cell organisms. So how can the universe know you when the so-called black woman, which is a fragment of the universe, doesn't know any of you? And every time I procreate with her,
go ahead.
Y'all call and y'all give her zoonotic disease, and this is where sickle cell come from.
I will say I feel like
Why is that?
The creator.
Oh, logical. You don't know that.
Kind of cutting out. I didn't hear that.
Eukaryotic.
Yeah, hey Denzel, it's cutting in and out. It says you got a bad connection. But what was you saying though, Unlock? You feel like what?
Yeah, for you guys to say that the universe is female, I don't necessarily agree. I think it's more of like a combination. Like there's masculine and feminine
Does
qualities.
right.
You know
So
what I
does
mean?
the universe create?
Does the universe create?
Yeah.
Yeah, of
So
course.
what
How else are
aspect?
we here?
Right. So what aspect do you see creating, feminine or masculine?
It's the combination. You can't create with just female. You need the
That's
masculine
false.
as well. You know what I mean? It's a
The
combination
ma-
of both. Like
the
just like even
masculine is what builds, protects and builds. The feminine aspect creates life. So you don't need both.
okay, so you're telling me that without a male, that a female can just create?
Yeah.
How so?
Because of her she has
Her Bartholin glands, and she's able to
yeah,
extract the selenium and zinc out of her bone marrow and activate her
the bone
Bartholin
marrow.
glands, which actually lubricate the selenium and zinc, and now she can self-impregnate herself and now give birth. This is what all of your religious texts is talking about. How the so-called black woman is the divine creator of all life, and she's able to do this. So this is what it is.
Okay, that's actually really interesting. I've never heard of that, but I'll definitely research that. Um, but I was just kind of saying how we have masculine and feminine qualities, and it's about finding the balance between both. I've never heard about the what you were talking about, the selenium and the zinc. I do believe that anything is possible. So, I'm not gonna sit here and try to fact check you on something that I'm not as educated on as you are. Um, but I do believe that the universe has both masculine and feminine qualities, and it's a matter of finding a balance between the both in order to ascend.
That's what my
And
answer
energy
is.
have to do with organic and inorganic.
I'm not saying that it has any correlation.
So then, what are we saying?
He's saying the
The
universe.
energy is within the universe. It's within her because she's all that. So he like
Yeah. She's the
I'm
universe, so the balance is within her.
right, but I'm saying like even as a female, you can have masculine qualities. You still have masculine energy. Like we're electromagnetic beings. You see what I'm saying? Like women are naturally, I should say females are naturally magnetic in nature and men are electric. And so even though yeah, I'm a male, I still have, feminine magnetic qualities. That's what I'm
right. But
saying in the whole grand scheme of things.
are you able to perform parthenogenesis and do you carry the totipotum stem cell?
No, because I'm not a female.
Okay, so that's what I'm exactly.
But just
So
because I'm not
just
a female doesn't
but
mean
you
that I'm
don't
not an
stem from the
electromagnetic being.
totipotum stem cell though. Your mother is a eukaryotic organism. She doesn't share biological identification with this planet. Your father does, but it's your mother's genetics that rule.
Right. Okay. And I'm not disagreeing. I'm just having an open conversation because this is new to me. I haven't heard of that, but I'm not saying that I disagree. Um, but I will say like in the grand scheme of things, um, until people can realize. My bad. I was getting a call. Um, I was saying the fact that, just because someone is white versus black, calling them a eukaryote versus a prokaryote, I feel like it's dividing us even more than what it really needs to be. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, we're all going back to source, and we all are one, despite our differences epigenetically, ethnically, racially, the color of our skin. Yeah, we all may look different.
All right,
Yeah, we
can I
all
ask
are
you a
connected.
question? How are you gonna go back to source?
That's where we're all going.
Right.
Everything
So
goes back to
what goes
source.
back to source?
Our spirit,
Your spirit. Are you
our
sure?
soul, everything's connected.
Right. So how do you have a soul if you don't have neuromelanin?
How do you have a soul if you don't have neuromelanin?
Right. Because when you look at the etymology of soul, soul just means sun. So there was never no U in soul. It was SOL. And when you look at neuromelanin, neuromelanin is condensed sunlight and it can condense sunlight. So if you don't possess neuromelanin, you're not soul. So how are you going to return back to source?
Because we're all made up of light.
How are you made up of light?
Everything that you're
Okay.
everything that you're seeing is made up of light and sound. That's the basis of what this
So
universe is made up of.
why is the sun removing your species off the planet if we're all made of light?
Because some people need to go. It's like you can't. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? Like I don't get to pick and choose who dies. I feel like in a greater scheme,
Hey.
that's God. You know what I mean? Not everyone can stay here forever. I'm not really sure
So
what you're asking me.
so no so-called black people are unaliving from the sun. But I can tell you that the Asians are, the so-called the Europe people in Europe are. Joe Biden was just talking about how they're not even birthing a lot of children. I think it was what 2023, 2024. He did a whole little interview or some whatever that shit is, where he spoke to the people about uh people in America, they ain't having kids like that. Y'all are becoming sterile. So my thing is, you're saying everybody has a soul, everybody's light, but it doesn't make sense how light is harming light. How can light remove light off the planet?
Well,
That don't
he's
make
right. He's right. Everything does have light, but everything doesn't come from source. Every light being, quote unquote, does not stem from source energy. So again, of course y'all have spirits because y'all are here through electrical fusion. That's light. But when it comes to source energy stemming from the totipotent or having and possessing neuromelanin is something completely different.
And yeah, I'm not saying in the sense that everyone has neuromelanin because that's not true. But I am saying that at the end, we're all going back to the creator. Everything returns back. It's like the whole cycle of things. And at the end of the day, it's like if you know, you know. Like I'm not gonna sit here and try to convince anyone to believe something. It's like you guys were saying, it's the difference between believing and knowing.
right. So we're all going back to source. We are all so yeah. We're all going back to source and all that. My question is, how come? Why did source manifest themselves into something unnatural just to be removed off the planet?
So you're asking why are there people here that are going to be quote unquote removed from the planet?
No,
Is
they're
that what you're asking me?
being removed off the planet.
Right. So you're asking me why that's happening?
Yeah, like you're saying, we're all going back to source. We all come from source. So my thing is, why would source experience itself in something that's unnatural, that's being removed off the planet, while another group is actually ascending?
I mean, that's a good question. I feel like there's not just one specific answer, you know? Um, I do think, we're the universe experiencing ourselves. And so, like, in a way, it's like, yeah, I am me. Or I should say, I am you and you are me in that sense. But is there one specific answer as to why people are being removed from this planet? I mean, it's the cycle of life, you
It's
know?
UVC radiation that's been ground level since 2015. Y'all were already getting harmed by the sun, but since this is UVC radiation, which is a gene mutating wavelength, and it also detoxifies, and it also unalives germs, like it's removing the eukaryotic cell, because that's what happens to pheomelanated and eumelanated or eukaryotic organisms, period. Whenever UVC radiation is applied, radiation penetrates everything. So it's not that y'all haven't been getting affected by this radiation this whole time, but that ozone layer is indeed done. Like, it's not on its last leg anymore. It's actually done. And that's the reason why I'm standing outside right now and I can see ground level UVC radiation.
Yep.
This shit is ground level. And this is, and again, I don't know which star that one is right there, but that shit is out. And it's out 4:30, 5 p.m., 6 o'clock during the day. So I don't know. The planet is going back to nature, and we can see that every single day. It's not just y'all. Like, that's the thing. It's all eukaryotic life. Plants, animals, insects. It's a eukaryotic animal outside right now that is supposed to be nocturnal. They're not supposed to be out right now. He's out way past his bedtime. And I've been seeing him out in this same area for like the last few weeks.
Yep, the ionizing particles from the sun is bonding with the atom molecule of your cell, and that's destroying or disintegrating or depolymerizing your genetic material, because it was put together unnaturally through electrical fusion, and now it's gonna be ripped apart through magnetism. And now this is why y'all gonna have a lot of issues neurologically, psychologically, like I said, cardiovascular issues and reproductive issues.
Yeah, and for those that are saying pseudoscience, you know that your entire Western medicine is built off of pseudoscience. In order for a scientific theory to be tested, doesn't it have to start off as with the hypothesis, with the question, and then it has to be tested? Is that not pseudo, nigga? Like, y'all gotta understand that all the experiments that are taking place right now is because they don't know. It is pseudoscience. And y'all have pseudomelanin. Y'all should look into pseudomelanism. That's a real fucking phenomenon that y'all have.
Yep.
All eukaryotic organisms have. When they're talking about pseudomelanistic animals that are prokaryotic, it's because they're referring to albinism, which is still one of the shades that comes from the totipotum stem cell. No matter what no matter what species it is under the prokaryotic belt. So I like for all you pseudo motherfuckers to pseudo request up and let's pseudo talk about it. Like, that shit lame, bro. You just say it's pseudoscience, but the entire thing is built off of that. Everything starts with curiosity, does it not?
Go ahead, Greg.
Well, she's absolutely right. The whole Western education system is based off. If we don't have medical racism, we have scientific racism, which was actually a genre in the early 1800s under Franz Boas. So there's your progenitor right there. Those I'm giving you. Want the names if you guys are still trying to deny what Skywatcher is saying? Franz Boas. All right, look him up. He is the father of scientific racism. All right. he was the one who told you that blacks could withstand pain. And he was one of the guys that was the progenitor to Francis Marion Scott, a guy from Alabama who started one of the pseudosciences of medicine where he would operate pre-anesthesia era on black women for fistulas. All right. Y'all still don't know what the fuck you're doing, because how else would Dr. Ben Carson, he was the first one to perform a brain surgery in the modern era. The guy who OJ the Mayo Clinic was founded off. Most deaths started in the movie, What These Hands Have Made. You guys didn't know shit. You were just trying to learn our society from us. All right. And there's still a secret you guys are hiding. And I definitely believe that sun is doing some subatomic work on you that is irreversible. So I'll stop right there.
Everything is based off of pseudoscience because y'all don't know who is the first documented multi-genius. Tahotep. Was that a neuromelanated man? Yes, I'll continue. Who taught y'all everything that y'all know? Because y'all came out of caves on all fours with hypertrichosis and vestigial tails, unable to speak and reproduce. Like, how did y'all go from being on all fours to being bipedal? That's something that y'all should research. Wouldn't you want to know that? Wouldn't you want to know why y'all were still being born on all fours in the 1800s, 1850s? Why are y'all still being born with tails today? Like, come on.
Yo, esoteric outlaw, you can request up. Bro, I be seeing you in here all the time. You don't never come up and say nothing. You just be in the comments for hours trying to say that somebody's wrong.
When heavy hitters come in the room, they usually stay down in the comment section and try to do shit to get the live blocked.
Right? Like, you disagree with what we're saying, but you follow me. Like, that's weird. What's wrong with you psychologically? But if anybody thinks that we are all one human race, we are all the same, you could request up.
Come on now. I know y'all know some racist people now that think they're smart. Go get them.
Oh yeah, God one Mal, you can speak. I don't know if you talk yet.
And why don't y'all women stop stealing our women's placenta sacs, stealing cells? I ain't gonna lie, Skywalker, you kind of scared them off.
Who? Who?
You just scared the naysayers off. It was such a complete rant. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't get over it. You know what I'm saying? They can't withstand it. Everything was you dotted every I and crossed every T.
Abundance and gratitude. It's just research, though.
Man, I know somebody brave enough to come up here.
Ed, Bakari.
Hello, hello. Can y'all hear me? I have a quick question, real quick. So, like, do y'all think like a melanin is the original of species of the planet? If like I'm saying, like, besides all other species on the planet, is melanin the original species? That's my question.
Melanin has so neuromelanated people biologically identify with the planet. Neuromelanin is the only type of melanin that can biologically identify with the plane or the cosmos.
Okay. So, is all melanin people the same color? Like, because you see, there's brown, black, there's black, black. So, is some have more melanin than the other, or they're all the same?
Go find me a black man. Go find me a man that's jet black to color this background.
Well, Sudanese are more like black. I don't know what you would call them, but that's what I think.
I
Yo,
say
Bakari.
they're dark brown.
They're dark brown.
Yeah, that's not black though, man. It's the darkest brown. We call it mahogany. Y'all dark mahogany, bro.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
All right,
y'all dark.
Bakari, do you think we are all one species?
Well, I think as a human beings, I feel like we are one species, but at the same time we are not, because we there's the originals and there are the made ups, you know. But I don't know if the white tea are the made ups. I can't say that, but I know for sure black are the originals.
Okay, so how are we all the same, but some people are made up?
Because I do, with my knowledge, I know that the planet does not end where it ends today. It expands more than that. Even the firmament is just a construction, right? It's just a so. What I'm trying to say is that the planet expands, and there's more lands out there, besides what we know. And being more lands out there, there could be more species that either are melanin or are not melanin. You know what I mean? So we can't say
Yeah,
that.
I'm saying how are we all the same though if some people are made up? Because you said that there are
No,
the originals and the made up people. How are the originals and made up people the same?
first of all, the first original species as a human being was a black woman. You know,
Right.
and then came a black man, but the Bible turned around the other way. And then nowadays we do have whiteys, right? So whiteys are more like like genetic modified kind of thing. I don't know, I'm not sure, but that's what
They
I
GMO. They GMO.
Right. So where did they come from though?
well, I would say they look more like chimpanzee than we do. I might say that they came from chimpanzee. I don't know. I don't want to say that, but it might be that. Who knows, man? I don't know.
So you don't know how they got here?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, so why did you say that we are all the same then?
We all man. We eat, breathe. We all same. We all same kind of. Okay, so here's how.
All right, before you go, so that makes me and an elephant the same because we both eat and breathe.
No. The technology, the body is built the same. Your body's not the same as an animal body, but your body's the same as any human being. It
That's
works the
false.
same way.
That's false though.
No,
That's
that
not
is.
true whatsoever.
No, that's that I'm talking about. Yeah, it does work the same, but there's deeper in the spiritual where
It
you
don't
can look
work the
into.
same though. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's the little difference that we have. That's where the original and the non-original you can differentiate from. When you
No,
go,
I'm saying okay. So okay, explain to me how a so-called black body works the same as somebody who is white.
hey, just on the
Hey, spare him though, bro. Spare him. He on your side, but he ignorant. Just spare him, bro.
No,
no
I
no.
ain't saying this to embarrass. I just want to see what he knows. You feel what I'm saying? Because he
All
said
right.
we all the same. So I want explanations. Because like I said, children be listening.
What was the question again?
Explain to me how a so-called black body works. This how a black body and a white body works the same.
It's a totally different technology. You know, we more advanced than they are. That's the little difference.
How
But
is it the same though? That's what I asked.
it's just more. There's one advanced and the other is less advanced. But it's the same technology. We can say one came first and the other came from the other.
Right, Blondie, you can speak. You not all the way up in here yet, but you can speak when you get up here. Um. So what do you mean
They're
by
loaded
one?
in on my end. They should
Oh,
be
am
able
I?
to. Yeah.
What
Oh, they
This
what
left.
shit.
what the brother was trying to
Hey,
say,
Blondie, request back up. My fault.
the dude named Unlock, he was trying to explain that despite the differences of the bodies and stuff, we are still just one consciousness. That's what he was trying to
That's
explain.
not true though. You gotta see. We can't be sitting here spewing misinformation. You feel what I'm saying? Because when we get, there's a difference between a nine ether consciousness and a six ether consciousness. You feel what I'm saying? So called black people, we have nine ether consciousness. Everybody else outside of us has six ether consciousness, which is animal consciousness. So we can't say that.
So how many sources are there? Or at least let me just use the word God because you're familiar with that. How many gods are there? Like I'm talking about the ultimate source. How many of them?
The ultimate. What do you mean the ultimate source? Like the mother of all is the so-called black woman is the mother of
What
all
what you
life
under,
throughout the cosmos.
okay? What's your understanding on creation? What's the base of creation? The foundation of creation itself?
She is. He just told you that. How many times he got to say it? She is all. What do you
Nah,
all understand? Is your brain not comprehending?
hold on. That's a limited knowledge, right? That's a limited understanding. My point is this. I do understand what you're saying. Yes, a woman is she's the creator in a physical form, but we are not physical beings though. We just experience a physical as a game. But my question is this: what is the foundation of creation itself? The foundation is just source. There's just one foundation. You know, that's what the brother was trying to say. One consciousness, one
So when you
foundation.
go
There's
outside
So
no
I'm
and
gonna
pick
ask
up
you
the
a
dirt, she is the source. You grabbing the dirt from source, right?
that's a limited understanding though. That's limit. That's limit understanding. In the woman, there's a man. There's a duality in each species. A female, masculine,
Hello?
and feminine.
yeah,
So even a
Blondie. I'm
woman
gonna get to
itself,
you after
she's
you
a
done.
masculine within herself.
Okay, so you're saying that we all have the same consciousness when I just said so-called black people have nine ether consciousness and everybody else has six ether consciousness, which is the
That's
same as the animals.
okay.
So
That's egoistic right there because you think non-ether
what?
is more special than the other, but you have to understand consciousness is just consciousness. The difference is involvement,
What?
and yes, the difference is involved. Like you involve up, and the other is just not involved yet. That's the difference, but it's just one
Wait, so you
consciousness.
telling me wait, hold on. So are you telling me that six ether consciousness is going to evolve into nine ether consciousness?
Lifetime after lifetime, it's energy. Energy is not destroyed. It will indeed some other lifetime.
So
Yes.
so in due time, six ether consciousness will evolve into nine ether consciousness, right?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Don't you know? Do you even know what magic is? Let me ask you that.
Do I know
Because
what magic?
do you know what magic is? So let me
But hold
explain.
on, we're not talking about mysticism or magic in here. We're talking about genetics, right? You came in here, you said that we all different, but we all the same. I don't even know which side. I don't know. I really don't.
Okay, my brother. I recommend you guys start taking Armor's Gold because it's really, really gonna enhance your awareness and understanding. But my point is this: when you understand that the whole purpose of existence is just to evolve. You know, if you do not evolve, you will be attached to that which you like. That's what these beings are. They just attached. You know,
Okay,
but
so all right, so is the eukaryotic cell organism showing signs that it's trying to evolve?
what in the whitey?
The
So
eukaryotic cell organism.
let me explain in a eukaryotic cell organism. First,
Explain it to me, man. Come on, please.
I don't even want nobody to explain it to him because I need him to understand this himself. You feel what I'm saying?
No, I definitely don't understand,
Because
brother. Please
you're
explain.
trying to tell me something that I don't think you fully understand yet. So go ahead
Well,
and explain.
the goal is not to be biased here. The goal is not to be
Right. There's no bias. So how is the eukaryotic cell organism, from what you can see, is it showing signs that it's evolving, or is it being removed? Which one?
Where do you find that cell? In what species?
What do you think?
In the melanin? In the black person? Brown person? That's what I told. That's what I try to tell you, brother. There's a difference in advance. Our technology, the body, the physical is a technology. It's little bit more advanced. There's more advanced beings out there they're still melanin, but they're not like us. So they have more advanced things that we don't have. That's the same way with other species here on Earth.
You said they have more advanced. What?
They have more advanced within themselves than we don't have. They still melanin. Someday they'll be able to come down here. We'll be able to see them, but not
Who are
until
you
now.
referring to,
Huh?
brother? Who are you referring to?
The melanin brother outside of the earth. Don't you know that?
So, the brothers and sisters outside of Earth,
Yes. You guys don't understand creation, man.
right? So, how are they more advanced? Listen, how if we're composed of the same things, how are they more advanced than us?
Because that's how it is. That's
What
how
do you
it
mean that's
is.
how it is? Can you explain
There's
why that is?
there's different realms, right? There's different realms, and each realms can only hold a specific frequency. This realm is holding this frequency right now, but it's transferring to a new frequency. That's why we gotta evolve to a new, like a lighter body, but it's still gonna be this body. But the other, the melanin that I'm calling brother outside this planet, they're already there, but we not there yet. So we are working to get where they're at.
Right. So, like, yeah, like what my brother Denzel said, that we're literally the same. It's only discipline and frequency that separates us. So they're not more advanced than us.
They are. They are advanced. We don't have, for you to be advanced, first of all, you have to realize your body's a technology and you have to know how to use it. We can't use it. Do you know how to use your mind to open the door? You can't do that, but they know how to do all that. That's what advanced is. When you use your mind, just your mind to get in your house, that's what advanced is. We can't do that. But you talking about cells
What do you
and
mean
this
we
and
can't?
that.
All right, brother. Not a problem. I'm a circle back. I'm a circle back. Go ahead, Blondie.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so you know how like we all have melanin, right? Like every race on the entire planet has a melanin, right?
Right. Are we all one species?
Exactly. So what I'm
No,
saying,
I'm asking. Are we all one species?
wait, hold on. Yes.
Okay, can you explain that scientifically?
Okay, so everyone on the population has melanin, right?
Facts.
The first man on the planet was fully melanated, but as he reproduced, the melanin decreased, and as like people moved.
The first man?
But do you believe in Adam?
All right, so you said the first man. Okay. Yeah, I want to get into that too. What type of melanin and how did what did the man reproduce with?
Eve. Like I'm a
Oh, so you're going off of Adam and Eve.
yeah, I'm a Muslim, so I'm just going by my beliefs. But I'm just trying to explain to you like how races work from like what I know. So you know how like the first man was just fully melanated, born in the sun in Africa.
Yeah, so what type of melanin was that?
Our skin, like our pigment.
What type of melanin was that?
Wait, what do you mean what type?
There's 5 different types of melanin.
Or what type? Can you explain the types?
Nah.
I don't know about the other types, but I just know everyone has melanin. And there's lesser melanin.
Right, so you know everybody got melanin, but you don't know the 5 different types of melanin.
No.
So why would you come up here speaking about melanin then? If you're not even well versed in it, respectfully.
No, I was just trying to explain to you, like, I'm just telling you what I'm trying to like add on. I'm not trying to.
I heard what you said in the beginning. You was like the first man, he kept reproducing and motherfuckers started getting lighter.
Yeah, I'm trying to finish like what I was saying, but
all right, go ahead. Matter of fact, go ahead. Get your full point out. My fault. Go ahead.
As people like moved away from the sun, they produce lesser melanin due to like adaptation, and you know. But I don't believe in evolution. I just believe in adaptation. And as they went further from the sun, like the mountains, Caucasus Mountains, the Caucasians, they became lighter, produced lighter skin tones. You get
what did the Caucasians look like though? What was their phenotype?
I guess you could say it started off with just afro and then light skin, and it turned in adaptions, and then their hair became straight. And
all right, how did their hair become straight though? That's what I'm confused on.
I don't have the answer, but I was just trying to add on to what I believe.
So my only thing is, why are you bringing up things that you don't know?
This is education purposes, brother. We're here to discuss the.
Hold on, Bakari. We talk one at a time, respectfully. So, Blondie, why are we bringing up things that we don't know?
I know there's melanin in everybody. That's all I know, but I also know how it decreased over time.
Yeah, you're saying colder climates. So there's 5 different types of melanin, and 3 pertain to humans, or so-called humans. So my question is, before you bring up melanin, because like I said, children listen to what we say.
Okay.
So you can't just go around saying that, okay, we're all melanated. We're all melanated. We all got the same melanin, because that's not true.
It's proven that like even white people, you know, a albino person, they have 0 melanin. That's why they burn up in the sun. Melanin, like you know how white people tan in the sun when they go on the beach? That's melanin because it protects you from the UV rays of the sun.
For one, albinos are still so-called black people. They still produce the type of melanin that we have.
Why do they burn up?
Burn in the sun. So I'm not sure who told you that. That's just one of the 48 shades that the so-called black woman can create. But yeah, so-called black albinos, they don't burn in the sun.
I mean, you ever heard of like mutations, genetic mutations that are in animals and bugs and insects? It's the same thing with humans.
Right. So you're saying that we mutated into so-called white people?
I didn't say. I said just less or no melanin at all.
All right, but that wouldn't change phenotype. And yeah, albinism isn't a mutation. Yeah. It's just one of the 48 shades. But
so they have melanin.
Yes, they have the same melanin that all so-called black people have.
Why aren't they black then?
Oh,
or why
My,
aren't they dark skinned?
oh my gosh. Hold on, brother. There are 5 different types of melanin, okay?
Okay.
Neuromelanin is what all so-called black people have no matter where they are in the diaspora. Just because they are quote unquote albino, they are still neuromelanated. What the host is explaining is that the totipotum stem cell carrier, which is where all life stems from, all organic life, which is a so-called black woman, can create 48 known shades of herself. Of the 48 shades, your typical your quote unquote albino is still one of those 48. So it's not about skin color. It's about what the genetic composition is of
That skin
that
color.
skin color. So
Okay. Okay.
what makes that up is very important because there are also Dravidian albinos. Those albinos can be spliced. That's the albino that scientists are talking about. They're not talking about neuromelanated albinos because they're still neuromelanated. You can't splice a cell coated in UV light.
Okay. I think I need to learn about the different melanin types first, and then like come back and talk because I don't have knowledge of that. I only know that everyone has melanin. Just it's different, like what you said, the 5 types. But I'll try to learn more about that.
Most definitely abundance.
But yeah, that's what I wanted to add. But
Yeah, so everybody outside of so-called black people, they're not they don't share any genetics with us, and they're not biologically composed of the same things that we're composed of.
okay, all right, I get that now. I'll see y'all.
All right, abundance. But yeah, anybody in the comments, instead of commenting y'all paragraphs and all that, y'all can come up here if y'all want.
So out of 94 people, all 94 of y'all think that we all the same species? Or that we not all the same species? Nobody in here disagrees?
All right, abundance, Barry. Are we all the same species?
No, not at all. I didn't come up to disagree or anything. I was actually waiting for somebody to come up and disagree and make it interesting. But I just wanted to say, y'all sound like you're fairly younger, and it's really nice to hear young folks educated and that actually know something. I was just talking to a sister of mine yesterday, and she and I were talking about how everybody in the world believes the theory is that black people migrated from Africa into Europe and all of a sudden got straight hair and lighter skin complexion. And we were talking about how goofy and gullible we all have to be as human, as people to even believe that, because it even in your conscious mind, just thinking about that, it sounds ridiculous. But yeah, society is straight. We straight up silly and miseducated, and we don't have an understanding. And I'd also like to know where y'all are getting y'all research from, because I have a couple people that I lean on, like Dr. Layla Africa, but I don't have a ton of sources that are well versed in melanin.
For me, I got a couple different books from. Are you referring to mainly melanin?
So, in regards to the melanin types, and the young sis was up here speaking about prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells and all this. I mean, she was eating down, and I'm sitting here taking notes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure I'm much older than y'all.
All right. So for yeah, mainly I'll just say research some good books you can get is Genetics for Dummies, Biology for Dummies, molecular cell biology for dummies. Also books for learning neuromelanin. You can get Darkness Matters by Edward Bynum.
Sorry to
Seriously,
interrupt.
in the for dummies, because when I actually do research on melanin, outside of uh, black master teachers and
What
black
species are black
writers,
people?
Hold on, I'm gonna
I
get to
was
you, Mohammed.
okay. So, damn, I almost forgot what I was gonna say. So when I actually research melanin, like if I Google search or if I look at like uh, encyclopedia type works or like dermatologists or doctors doing dissertations or speeches or stuff like that. When I do like regular surface research, they always try to write white people into neuromelanin. They always try to make it sound as if we all have the same melanin types, but we don't. So I usually have to look outside of like basic information, like basic internet searches, doctors, regular sciences, outside of the John D. Rockefeller school system. I have to look outside of that to find that type of information. That's been my experience. But I've never like opened up a regular book and it actually broke down what neuromelanin actually is.
Darkness Matter does that, and What Makes Black People Black does that. Neuromelanin Physics is the first page, like one of the first pages to Divine Carbon. So it's out there. Delbert Blair has several different lectures and information about it. Dr. Layla Africa talks about neuromelanin and just generally understanding like the difference between the function of the cells is what's important.
Yeah, I found all this information through Dr. Layla Africa a long time ago. And I've only found like maybe a few other people that I'm not familiar with Why Darkness Matters. I'm not familiar with that book, but I'm going to check that out. But I've only found like a few other people that are well versed in this type of information. It almost seems like it's hidden knowledge.
Okay, but what species are
Yeah,
black people?
hold on, I'm gonna get to you, Mohammed. Hold on. Yeah, so you can just check out some of those books. I'm gonna get to the other people on the panel real quick.
No, go ahead. I just really
Uh,
came up to say that. I could actually drop.
oh, no problem. Abundance sister. Go ahead, J Rock.
Hey, I was already on here the other day. I'm already intelligent. I already know everything. So I just get entertainment off this, basically.
Alrighty. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, so what species are black people?
We come from the sun and the cosmos.
From the sun.
We come from the sun and the cosmos.
How? How is that possible?
Cause I'm composed of the same exact thing as the sun.
So you came from the sun.
I came from the so-called black woman, which
Okay.
is a fragment of the universe.
Okay, so the sun created the woman and then you came.
Nah, Mother Universe created the sun.
And then how did you the black woman come along?
Through prokaryotic cells.
Okay, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna do my research and yeah, I just came to say that. That's really it.
All right.
Nice one. Cool.
Hello.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I just came up. I just had a question to everybody on the panel. And my one question that I was wondering was, how do y'all feel about like slavery and like how did the fall of our people happen?
Slavery. Yeah, that was a choice.
Okay. And do you believe that really happened?
Yeah.
Okay. That's about it. I'm just listening.
All right, abundance.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Naomi.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to talk about the background a little bit and just speak about this topic a little bit more.
All right,
So
so
are
do
you
you think
making
we're all one species?
so in order for me to answer that question, I would have to define what species is, right? And species is defined as a group of individuals who are able to interbreed within nature. And even the caveman on the bottom and the black people on top, they are all able to interbreed with nature by the very definition of what species is. So that makes them one
Mm.
species.
Yeah, like my sister put in the comments, that's introgression. Naturally, we can't reproduce with these people.
But
Like when we
we can. We see that. We see white
not
people.
naturally though.
We see white people. What is naturally not sex, right? Isn't it sex?
We can't say that word on here.
Oh, I mean, fornication. Is that proper?
No, you could just say smecks.
Smex. Okay. So, we find that people can smex with each other. In fact, animal and beast can smex with each other.
Mean that it's natural, and it doesn't mean that there aren't complications that are happening on a cellular level.
So if we define what natural is, it's what happens in nature. If these things
It
can
all
happen
goes
in
down to
nature,
the
then that makes it
bloodline, bro.
natural. Honestly, when you think about it, you said earlier that black people are made from the sun. Am I correct in saying that?
Right, we're composed of the same things as the sun.
Yeah, but we also find out that we're a mixture of elements, right? We're not just the sun. We got water in us. We have air within us. We have other mixtures of elements, right? So by very definition, we would be considered hybrids.
What?
Yeah. If we are a mixture of elements, that means a mixture of air, a mixture of water, a mixture of earth, a mixture of star or sun. Those are all things that are a mixture, which would then, by very definition, mean you are a hybrid.
Oh, hybrid comes from the discussion of speciation. That doesn't have anything to do with elemental things. When we're talking about speciation, two incomplete dominant or two eukaryotic organisms or you procreating outside of your species will create a
So an actual definition of combination of elements, which I just said, and we all know by the truth, that is true, that we are a mixture of elements. So then we would be a hybrid by the very literal definition of what a hybrid is. I'm not saying anything that's a lie.
Are we all the same species? Like, I'm confused on
By the
what
very
your
definition of
stance is.
species, we would be considered one species because of the
Okay,
definition of what species is.
got it. So when we're talking about your elemental, right? We are not all composed of the same genetic material. So
Then
how are
what are
we
we
the same
composed of?
species?
What is a caveman composed of? Is he not
We are
composed of
sulfur and
air?
ammonia based, and we are carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and helium.
Does a caveman have breath in his lungs?
Does a turtle have breath in their lungs? Are we the same species as
Exactly.
turtles? Are we
But
the same
as I said
species as
before, I
turtles, though?
defined it. I defined the word
Right.
species for you
And
earlier in this
our
conversation.
plants, they give off gases that we breathe in. They're breathing in living organisms. Are we plants?
We're
Are
breathing
we
in
the
living
same
organisms.
species? Are we
Are
the
we
same
not?
species as plants?
Again, I defined, the thing is, I like to define things before
That's
I
fine. I'm asking you based on your definition, sister.
it's not my
Are we
definition,
the
it's the
same?
definition that's
Okay, got
critically
it. You're
acclaimed.
the one that's pushing the definition and you're bringing it up.
Yes.
So according to the definition, the denotation that you're talking about, are we the same species according to speciation?
According to the idea of being one species, we are under the umbrella of being a species by the ability to
Understood.
interbreed with nature.
And your second example from that was that the caveman breathes. Why are you calling him a caveman and not yourself if you're the same species as him?
I mean, I could say I was a caveman as well. You know
How
that
are you
humans
were
did dwell
one
in
then and
caves.
not one right now, though, if we're the same species?
I mean, wait, hold on. You know that humans do dwell in caves, whether they were black or white, right?
That's false.
That is absolutely true. You can find black people that dwell in caves, and you can find white people
Do
that dwell in caves.
YT people biologically identify with caves?
I wouldn't say, I don't
They
know that.
don't. They don't.
But what
So
I'm
even
saying
if there
is,
were so-called neuromelanated people living in caves, they share biological identification with those caves.
but what I'm saying
There
is
was
by the
no
literal.
biological identification between cavemen and caves. They
Okay,
just
but
just found them there.
as I said before, you can find black people that live in caves, and you can find white people that live in caves. So yes, I can
That
call them
doesn't mean
cavemen.
that we're the same species. One biologically identifies with that cave and the other one doesn't because they are here
It doesn't matter what they
through
identify as.
introgression.
The idea is that a caveman is a man that dwells in a
It's not
cave, and you can
about, I'm
find
talking
black
about
people that dwell in
biologically
caves,
identifying
and
with
we
the
can find white
planet,
people
the
that dwell in caves.
cosmos, and the universe. The
What was that?
caveman doesn't do that.
Wait, say that again.
My.
I didn't hear you.
Caveman does not share biological identification with the caves. So if neuromelanated people were found in caves, which I don't deny that we were using caves or that we inhabited caves, but we share biological identification with them. We can do that. These niggas is in a womb that they don't biologically identify with. That's the problem. That's the discussion in here.
I'm trying to understand what you mean by that. Can you clarify, please?
Clarified it 3 times.
I don't
Can
really
I go?
understand it though, because you're saying they don't biologically identify. Like, I'm so confused by that. I'm sorry, I don't understand
Biology,
it.
their genetics, them as an organism, their cells does not align or say that they evolved with this planet or that they came from it or that they identify with it, that they share any genetic material, that their genomics come from this planet or anywhere in the cosmos.
But that's not actually true because, as I said before, you will find that the white man is also made up of the mixture of elements as we are too.
The same elements or the same genetic composition?
We have air, we have earth,
Not,
and we
that
have
is,
water.
ma'am, sister,
This is the elements.
Please.
I don't know why that's hard to understand.
Can I go real quick, please?
Yeah, it seems like y'all
I know.
not meeting terms, so we
Hold
could
on.
probably evaluate it in a different term so people can understand on a different level for everybody.
Hold on, is this?
I mean, I feel like I was really simple in the terms. Like, I'm just being like truthful, like literal. Like, white people have air, water, and dirt, the earth.
Yeah, but
They're made
that's
from that as
that's
well.
element
So are
wise.
we.
You
Do they
talked
have the sun which gives life to all organisms? Do they have that?
Apparently on Google, if they say that they have some melanin, I don't know.
Melanin is still animal melanin. That's pheomelanin.
Right, but we do find out that they still have the same mixture of elements as we do. Like, they have the same kind of bodies and things like that, arms, legs, those things.
Just because they
Right,
look like us doesn't
they
necessarily
can't take
mean
the
they are.
sun the same. That's
I
what
think
always make it different.
I think what makes
One
someone
burns in the
truly
sun
different,
from eating flesh and one don't.
I think what makes someone truly different is what's within them, not what's outside of them. Because
Exactly. That's what
really,
we're
But
talking
that's
about.
what's making them withstand the sun. That's within them.
but the thing is, as I said before, they're a mixture of the elements, which then makes them a hybrid by the
All right.
very
It's
definition,
not
as we
just
are.
elements that's dealing with the physical body. It
The
comes
physical
down to
body
the
is a mixture of
photonic.
elements.
It comes down to the atoms as well. They don't got the same atomic structure as us. Neither do they have the same DNA structure. So it doesn't just deal with the elements. The elements, that's just the elements. It go down to quantum, which is metaphysical.
So
And our
metaphysical has to
metaphysical
do.
is on a different level
Okay.
entirely because we're able to withstand the sun after eating flesh, and beings who are white and eat flesh, they're not going to be able to take the sun
I
because it's a
definitely
different
understand what you're
genetics
saying.
within the body.
I
So
understand what
that's
you're
just
saying.
showing
For
like
sure.
all
even
of
more
these
connection
elements,
to the caveman. You feel me?
yeah,
So
all of these elements,
gotta
like,
stay in the cave to protect
okay, go
yourself
ahead.
from the heat from the sun.
All right, hold on. All right, Raw. After Denzel say what he got to say, then you can go ahead and give your thoughts on the topic.
Yeah, I just wanted to say all of these elements, water, fire, earth, all of it is just one element, which is water. You see what I'm saying? The sun is water. That's why it emits frequency through wavelengths. Everything is water. This is all water. You see what I'm saying? It's all talking about water. It's just in water. It's just in
It's in a different
different phase of
form.
matter. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Earth gives off radiation. It's called terrestrial radiation, just like the sun gives off UV radiation.
And
It's just a
radiation is
different
water.
But we're
form
kind
of
of like
water.
making things up at this point
But
because
you
the
gotta know
No,
what
it's not making
radiation you're
things up.
talking
You
about.
making things
There's a
up by saying
specific
that.
form of light that's actually
Oh,
made
go
of
ahead,
water.
brother. Go
if
ahead.
we're really trying to edify people, we have to be of
All right,
truth.
hey, Naomi, we already moved on to the next person.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's a real form of light that's actually, yeah, water is a frequency. Water, like you can look up like photon wave spectrums, X-rays. That's the light, that's the frequency of water, which is not radio, is not radioactive. Radioactive, that's a lower form of light that emit from your car and shit. These are like wave spectrums that emit from the sun. So this is like photonic in a sense. You feel me? So the water deals with the sun as well. You feel me? So it's all connected for real, for real.
All right, so do you think we're all one species, Ra?
It's all connected.
So the main thing is what that is. Different species got created differently. You feel me? Like the 9 ether species, the ones who can eat meat and still go out in 100 degrees and not get burnt up. That's not the same as, you feel me, straight hair Neanderthal. I eat chicken and flesh and I go outside and I end up burning up and getting sunburns. Like, you're not going to get a sunburn no matter how much you eat meat. You feel me? So, like, the whole thing is that's just showing the difference. But the main difference that is showing, the main thing of the difference that's showing we two different beings is, number one, that you can't, like, you, no matter, like if you white and you eating meat, you're not going to be able to go outside and withstand that sun. But if you're black, no matter how much meat you eat, you're going to be able to go out there, but you're going to be surviving. Nothing going to happen to your ass. You feel me? Now, beyond that, it's the ether, fam. The
Well,
straight hair and the fact that our hair is different. You're not going to see no caveman with this ether. You're not going to see no caveman with no non-ether hair, fam. That's something you ain't going to see. You feel me? So those are the main two things, but it deals with the DNA and the genetics as well. So the way the Neanderthal got created was completely different the way the 9 ether being got created. You feel me? That's a totally different creation. You feel me? Them beings did not, like, those are two different creations. That's why I work completely differently. You feel me? Like, they don't work the same. The body don't work the same. You feel me? You got to eat different things. You feel me? Like,
I have a
yeah.
question.
All right, hold on. I want to address that. You're for one, the 9 ether people or the so-called black people. I'm gonna just refer to so-called black people. We ain't even supposed to be eating no meat, and the sun will actually purge those toxins out of our body.
Exactly.
So yeah. So the sun will purge those toxins out of our body if we eat meat, and it is possible for us to get. We don't get photodermatitis or anything like that, but we can get sunburn. And it's only if we're not eating according to our genetic makeup. Now, even if a so-called white person, Asian, Arab, anybody outside of so-called black people, it don't matter if they eat only fruits. They still can't biosynthesize the sun. You feel what I'm saying? They still can't they don't possess any type of neuromelanin. So, like you said, when we get into the genetics and what we're composed of, we're not composed of the same things. That's why they're not able to
Yeah.
biosynthesize the sun.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I agree. I don't feel like the meat eating necessarily makes us different. I feel like actually when we eat the meat and flesh, it actually lowers our frequency and it doesn't harm them as much as it does to us. But that's just how I feel.
Yeah, fact.
I definitely understand what y'all saying. I get it, but like,
I see it. From
Yeah. Oh no, you can go ahead, Raw. Go ahead and there's anything you want to touch on that I said. If not, I'll
I
go.
was gonna say I understand it from your perspective. That was different a different broad perspective for real.
Okay, abundance, my brother. I appreciate that. Um, Mr. Carbon 19, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so yeah, um, I also agree as well. Like, we aren't the same species. You know, it's a lot that we have in us that they don't have in them. Um, really, I don't disagree with that at all. But what I really wanted to talk about was, you know, how you guys were talking about how like other blacks are have like eukaryotic cells, and I kind of just want to talk a little bit more about that, just
What do you mean
because
by
like
other?
I know some people, I know some people from like South Africa and other parts of Africa that are like legit Negro. They just out there, you know what I'm saying? And like I also don't agree in the out of Africa theory. I more so agree that, you know, we were everywhere. So like we still have
Me too.
people everywhere, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like not everybody, not everyone in that freaking continent is has a has a eukaryotic cell. That's all I want to say. You know,
Which so-called black people have eukaryotic cells?
I would pretty much say the ones that you know have uh similar traits to you know the eukaryotic cell people. That's the
What
best
do
way
what
I
do
could
you mean
say
by
it.
traits?
That's the
Can you
best
give
way I could say it.
examples?
Traits as in traits as in like behavior wise, like what they into, what they do, like all sorts of stuff like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see
So
what you saying. Like even like the physically hunting animals and shit. Like that
Exactly.
shit,
Right.
we been stopped that shit. Like that shit disconnected us from the spirit animals doing that shit.
Right. Right.
with that, them hunting animals and having similar traits, um, the all so-called black people have been colonized differently. You feel what I'm saying? So when you so when you get into that, they don't understand self. That's the only reason. Are we not? Do we see going off of that? You can say people here, so-called black people here in America, got traits of the eukaryotic cell organism. If you want to go with that, you feel what I'm saying? So it's not that they have eukaryotic cells; it's because they've been indoctrinated or enslaved differently.
Right. And I see what you're saying. But however though, like not necessarily like it's some people out here that have eukaryotic cell traits. Like that really wasn't like what I was trying to like come across. Like it's more so like people who like drink blood and like do all that type stuff. Like even if we was into that stuff out here, like
Right.
it's
Again,
just different. You know
naturally
what I'm
though,
saying?
we don't do that though.
Right, right.
Right. So
So
if you understand that naturally we don't do that, that was given to them. They got that from somewhere else. They didn't get that from them having eukaryotic cells.
That's spirits, and yeah, that's not of
uh,
us. But I understand what you're saying.
yeah, you feel me though?
Yeah.
I wanted
Alright.
to add to the conversation.
Okay.
I do want to get to BG and then I'll let you add to the conversation because he ain't spoke yet.
Okay.
Or she ain't spoke yet. Go ahead, BG.
Yeah, y'all could really take me out this bitch because I don't really got an argument for real, but I just know like, I agree with y'all and shit because, bro, if you pay attention, like black people, bro, like we were really made to like just fucking like survive on earth and shit. And I feel like white people, I feel like they don't got that, like they don't got the same shit. See what I'm saying?
I agree.
All right, abundance.
Yeah. But y'all
I
have a good one.
I I feel like, oh sorry. You can go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say, like, as much as we talk about phenotype and genetics, we find out that people can be beasts and it doesn't matter what color they are. It's what comprises what's in them, what they know, what the truth is of the spirit. That is what really matters at
Consciousness,
the
I
end of
see
the
that
day.
perspective too.
I agree too.
Because it's not just about phenotype. We could have the purest genetics and whatever, but people could still really be acting like animals out here. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I feel like it's not just about like our genetics, but like who we are on the inside.
I agree.
Yeah, that's what
Who
we've
you
been
are on
speaking
the inside
about.
is genetics. That's what you are. Everything about you is programmed through genetics. So that's why we
Not, I
don't
don't, I don't
discuss
believe
race
that.
in here. We discuss genetics because the base word of genetics is gene, which means origin. It's telling you exactly who you are on a
I
quantum
don't,
level, micro to
I don't believe
macrocosm.
that.
Your physical body is connected to your etheric body. So you
True.
can't just
True as
be
well.
in the, can I just speak, please? You can't just be caught in the physical and disregard the spirit and vice versa. It's about being in balance with both. Harmony and knowing thyself is understanding how they both work in unison as one. So there is no separation between the physical and the spirit. And
Well,
quantum science and all branches of quantum science explain esoterics.
I would have to contest that because there's a difference between physical and etherical, and one is that the physical does die. It doesn't matter if you think the sun is the source of life, your flesh dies. It doesn't matter how powerful you
Saying
think you
alive.
get. Hold on, wait, I was talking. It
Right.
doesn't
Yeah,
Please
matter
but
say
you
it
how.
can't say that
alive.
word on
Oh,
here.
sorry. It doesn't matter how much you think the sun is the source of life. Your flesh is going to unalive. It's about what's within, and there is a difference between the spirit and the physical, just in the fact that the physical does unalive, where the spiritual does not.
And if you stem from two different sources, one is going back to source because it came from source. The other is not because it didn't come from source. So, yes, everything unalives, but energy can't be created nor destroyed if it's organic. So that life will still continue. Again, if you look at how stars are born, it's very close to how stars also unalive. Just like the same thing that happens in the gestation woman of a black woman is the same thing that's explaining nuclear fusion and fission. That's the same thing that sparked the universe. So again, micro to macrocosm, what's happening in the physical can be explained in the spirit 100,000% of the time. These people have no connection with this planet, the cosmos, or the sun, which is the
If they
reason why
did,
they have a hard time taking in and biosynthesis, which they don't biosynthesize the sun at all. They don't biosynthesize terrestrial radiation. So how could they come from it?
so
They
they
don't
breathe, right?
biosynthesize. Vitamin D absorption is not biosynthesis, which is what we do through our integumentary system and through our ether. There's
So the
a
way,
different structure, and there's two different structures between the two different species. When it comes to the neuromelanated species, their hair, their structure, their ether of hair is 2 versus the complex cell organism being 3. They're a complex cell organism, so that's what makes their hair fur. There is no biological identification with their hair or fur to this planet. When the genetics that make up their cells or them as an organism, they don't biologically identify with this planet. So there is nothing that they are going back to but a petri dish. And that petri dish is not even conducive to this planet either. So where are they going back to? Cause
Man,
these people just be in purgatory. I guess like what the fuck? You're not escaping nothing. You
so
can't.
I get what you're
so-called
saying.
black people, we're a natural, mellow, peaceful people. The only reason why you see black people behave how they act today is because of the antigens that were added to our bloodstream due to the graping and the food that we're eating today. That's the
That's not
only
true though.
reason. Yes, it is
That
true.
is very
Because
true.
No.
before 4,000 years ago, this planet was peaceful, and every organism that was on this planet was living in unison with the planet. There was no wars, there was no diseases, There was no such thing until we came into contact with these people chemically. And now
Is
you
that
see so-called black people have antigens. And those antigens attach to the red blood cells of your blood, and they weaken your red blood cells, and they actually cause your red blood cells to deteriorate more than they're reproducing, which thins out your blood. And your phenotype is a direct result to your blood. This is why you see so-called black people we're brown today. You see what I'm saying? We're
I
actually
understand.
supposed to be green. We're supposed to be jet. We're supposed to be emitting the colors of the chakra system, but we're not because of the oxygen levels that have been depleted on the planet. The rotation of the planet went the opposite direction and went clockwise instead of counterclockwise, which then depleted the oxygen, like I said, and then these people raped us. That takes an effect on our genetics. So this
Right.
is why so-called black people act the way that they do.
Yeah, it
You can't
acts
say
So
that to
like,
your brothers, and you can't say that about your brothers and sisters when throughout your all this whole history they've been raping us.
like
so
literally.
Like, come
like
on,
Grape
bro.
used to be legal. They were graping us as early as 2 hours old. You deny that?
so the truth
You
is
deny
that
that they were graping us as early as 3 hours old. You deny that? I will pull up a source right now. Please don't
so
fucking deny that.
so the truth is
So the
that
truth is,
wait,
when
why
they
don't
were
you want me to
graping us,
talk?
they were graping to add antigens into our blood. We don't produce animal protein, sister. It's painful to hear the mother of life speak like this about her own fucking species. It's
So
getting to the point to where it's like, I'm gonna need you to remember your divinity as the mother of all organic life. These people don't come from us. These people don't stem from the totipotum stem cell. So they cannot return back to it if they were not born from it. They don't. And the scientists that you're trying to defend are also saying that there is no explanation for how the eukaryotic cell got here. The number one question in the world every single day is how we went from haploids to diploids. They don't know. They have no explanation for how they got here. So how the fuck is there any proof in the pudding that they can return to something when these niggas don't even know where they came from?
There
sister,
is
I
no.
But
really
all
hear
the
you.
scientists are
I hear
saying that
you.
so-called black people came from Earth's evolution and biologically identify with it. And the only explanation for the eukaryotic cell is electrical fusion because they are here through, what is it called? Spontaneous,
Spontaneous generation,
yeah, and we literally come from biogenesis.
which means that y'all were made from inorganic matter to make a living matter. You
Right,
see what I'm saying? Y'all were made from inorganic matter to make living matter, different or inorganic matter,
right.
which is just
In
different
complete
animal.
dominance.
Yes, which is just different animal material from different organisms.
So are you saying
Unnatural.
animals are not organic?
The animals that they're spliced with are not.
Cows are not organic.
Right.
Chickens are not organic. The chickens are made from two different birds to make that GMO bird. You see what
Wait,
I'm
are they
saying?
made from
Fruit
elements of
flies
the
are
earth?
not organic.
Are they made
Sheep
from
is not
elements of the
Okay,
earth?
organic.
okay, we can't hear you if we're talking.
Yeah, you
So
asked
just
me a
wait
question.
until we're done.
Okay.
Yeah, you asked me a question and I was answering it, but go ahead. I already answered.
So I guess what I'm saying is like the truth is that there is no peace in destruction. And as much as you may say that we were all peaceful, if you have to destruct something, meaning you have to take it out from the earth to eat it, that's a destruction. That's not peace. And as much as y'all think that nature is the absolute way, there is a spiritual way that is of a more eternal knowledge. Again, if we keep going by phenotypes, we are not going to get anywhere because at the end of the day, all these phenotypes will pass away. And what will you have then? What the spirit is. And as I said before, people that are black could show beastly qualities. People that are white could definitely show beastly qualities. It's as much as we could want to make it so easy to group of people as them being the absolute enemy, we got to look at ourselves as well. Because that's the truth of life, is that as we point our fingers at everyone else to condemn and to judge, are we doing that for the same as we are? Because the truth is that we got beast as black people right now. I could show you
And the
some.
host just explained that they are
Hold
chemically
on, Sky.
imbalanced,
I'm not done
sister.
yet. I'm not done yet, though. I'm gonna land the plane soon. But what I'm saying is like grape existed even before we were colonized. Unalive existed before we were even colonized. It's like everyone's looking for a scapegoat than to actually look at themselves. You get what I'm saying?
I
Great.
touch can I touch on what everything was just said? Like everything that was just said.
Yeah, we'll get to you after.
All right.
Understanding anything that we're saying. She's just listening to respond respectfully. The host explained that our people are chemically imbalanced. Zell just sat here and explained they fucked with the Earth's rotation, which immediately shrunk us into frequency. There is an explanation as to why our people are in the state that they are in, but that is due to us being chemically imbalanced. Again, we're not producing the animal proteins because we don't have animal DNA. They are beast-like because they have beast fucking genetics. We don't have that. So I understand what you're saying. Our people are chemically imbalanced. That does not mean that we're all the same species with these people just because we believe that we're the same as them. The more of us wake up and realize that we are not the same as these people, the more we wake up and understand that none of them should be on this planet, then we go back to nature immediately. This shit could have been shut the fuck down. The problem is we're not focusing on our women and our children being snatched for their totipotent stem cells. And I'm tired of going live with so-called fucking neuromelanated people that have absolutely nothing to say about our women and children missing. I don't care about the rest of the bullshit. But when I'm talking to our people about our women and children missing, and you still think that we're the same as these people, now again, I don't know where you coming from with how low black people are and shit like that. I don't see none of us fucking gene splicing. I don't see none of us experimenting on each other. Although a lot of people try to say that we're doing, I don't see none of them showing me proof. I have proof of them creating clones in '07. I have proof of the eukaryotic cell being spliced, and that's only happening to them. I don't see any of my people. With us being in the lowest frequency that our anatomy can take, I don't see any of my people falling subject to the shit that this species is doing.
And
So
Sky,
clearly one of us is chemically imbalanced and one of us is just expressing gene expression.
Facts.
but
That's what
Sky,
you're not
I wanna,
understanding. There's puppet, there's manipulation, which can be manipulated back into the earth's favor just by alchemy and being aware and conscious. Then there's some shit that's just truly seated there because they have the truly seated nucleus, which is what eukaryotic means.
Sky,
Prokaryotic
I
means
love.
I'm not done. Remember?
Okay, sorry.
I'm not done. Yeah. Yeah. Because we're not understanding the difference in the function of the cells. So we don't understand the difference in the organisms and that they don't come from the same origin. So we can't even compare these motherfuckers. I don't even want to hear nobody compare a fucking animal with 5 different animals speaking through one nucleus to a brother that's just chemically imbalanced
That shares genetic with the whole
with the
universe.
whole universe. And
Like,
this
let's stop
nigga shares genetics with other animals that don't share genetics with the universe. Like, what the fuck? How could you, as a mother of life who constructed this suit, tell me that I'm different than you because of, like, bro, I don't, this shit lame, bro. We just in here yapping and not doing the research. Talking
Yeah,
about
Whole
spirit
matter,
this,
like I
spirit
feel
this,
like
but
that's
can't
really
explain it
dangerous.
metaphysically or through quantum science is a problem. We can't pass down hopes, fucking dreams, and beliefs to children.
Facts.
We have to start knowing for our children because our species continues through the children. I'm not gonna pass down mysticism. I'm only passing down truth.
Can you talk about the
So
clone matter? I think that sounds
And
very
that's why
serious,
that's why
and I feel like that's something that should be substantiated.
that's when you said, oh, that's when you said, oh, is the phenotype is just gonna go away. Doesn't that your phenotype, which is determined by your genotype, get passed down to the children? That's how you know the person you're talking to is not psychologically and mentally thinking about the children. They're just
Facts.
thinking about
Think
themselves.
about themselves.
Oh, the phenotype
break
is
down
not
what
gonna
the
get
study
passed
is to
down.
me. Like, I'm
Yes, it
curious.
is. That's
May I say something?
that's how bees are able to be here for millions of years. That's how elephants have been here for millions of years because they've been passing down their phenotype,
Yeah.
their genetic information. That's what life is about.
Yeah, cellular
and, and
replication.
and that's what we do too. And we've been doing that since eons and eons ago. And that's why there's a whole set of genes inside of the so-called black woman, and they don't even know where this came from.
They don't know where they came from, and
Yeah.
it's
But
universal.
our genes are connected to another species outside of this planet.
Facts.
I'm
Like, you
curious.
worried about
What
this
are the
shit?
studies
We go,
behind this?
okay,
Who are the
why is
scholars
someone
behind this?
speaking at this? Go ahead, bro. I'm
Now,
done.
I just wanted to know, like, what are the studies behind this, and who are the scholars behind the study? And I wanted to know what the exact study was. I was just curious. I didn't mean to bother you guys.
To ask me that while I was talking.
That shit
I mean, I
crazy.
That
mean,
shit
I mean,
is
I mean,
so
I
annoying, bro.
kind of
Y'all
asked you
asking
like
us for
3, 4 times.
information while we're talking is fucking crazy.
Nah, I do feel like, because I do feel like a lot of the stuff you were saying, it does.
I don't care.
Hey, can I please add to what you and Naomi had said? All right, well, I'm gonna just go ahead. So
I was
Naomi, when you stated that if we were to take some away, that would technically be destroying, right? Now think of what these people pretty much did. They took away our original strains of vegetables and fruits, and they dyed it down to a hybrid fruit and a hybrid vegetable that we can't really get any nutrients from now. That's kind of like destroying, right? So this is what these people have been doing since they've been created, you know, and it's so much to it. So it's like you gotta really look deeper instead of trying to like agree to disagree, because at the end of the day, what you're saying is very broad, and like what is being said is more to the point. So there shouldn't be any excuse, because the way you kind of reply to what's being said to you, it comes off as another excuse and another excuse, and it shouldn't be that way. Like you gotta really understand, G, because it's just so much to it. Like it's so much to it, you know. Like
Yeah.
just the cattle that we got now and all the stuff that we got now, it was never really here. Like it's just a lot, man.
I wanted to say to Sky really quick. She made a very good point about like the missing women and children, and that is something I have talked about in breadth on my page. Like I've lost a lot of opportunities because I talk about the ritual sacrifices that are being done here to children, and I know this from real life wisdom, not just a book. That it was not only YT people involved, but Black people involved in the ritual sacrifices of children, of autistic children. And this is something that I've talked about in breadth on my page. The ripping of facing of children, organ trafficking, and all of that. That's something I advocate on my page daily, and why I also get flagged a lot, because I talk about those stuff. But I also know in truth that it is not only YT people, but in fact, Black people, in fact, all different kinds of nations involved in this murder. In this unaliving, in this ritual sacrifices. So it's by wisdom that I know the truth. It's not simply by reading a book. I lived the life.
May I say something? Naomi, I guess you didn't hear when the sister was saying, when she was saying that Black people are chemically imbalanced and that we've become this way from living amongst them, right? I know that you probably have a lot of whitey people around you that you love and care about, and it's hard for you to understand or comprehend. It's hard for a lot of people. Usually when this type of information comes out for the first time with Black people, you feel a certain type of way, especially if you have white people in your life, right? But I think it's terribly dangerous for us not to teach and understand this information and knowledge, because it has plagued us for centuries in this country, right? I don't know how old you are, but I remember in the 1980s and the 1990s, billions of dollars being spent on milk campaigns, right? To get everybody in America to drink milk. This happened in America. All the models, basketball players, all the football players, everybody was doing milk commercials with the milk mustaches, right? Billions of dollars was spent on this. They had us sitting in lunchrooms, right around noon, right around 11 a.m. noonish, right? Drinking milk as Black children, in these school systems with these white children. Now, the white children needed that desperately. They need that. We do not. Matter of fact, we're allergic to that stuff and we can't even really digest it. We're a different people. We have harmed ourselves for so long in this medical system, right? Some of the medical equipment that has been created, it reads on us differently than it reads on them, right? When they put out that the medical racism, when they were saying like black people can't feel pain, it's because of our skin cells. We have something in our skin cells that they don't. So our skin cells are a little thicker than ours. Doesn't mean that we feel we can take more pain though, right? Us living amongst these people, we're literally their host. Literally. They've literally been surviving off of us. We've been fixing their fucked up bloodlines for years. Hence why the royal family got a biracial woman. They needed that black blood. I don't know. I'm trying to put this in a way that you can understand. I'm trying to put these things in a way that you can understand it, because I feel like you couldn't catch what Skywatcher was saying, because Skywatcher is so highly freaking intelligent, and the way that she speaks is probably too much for the layman. So I'm trying to break it down to you in a way that maybe you can understand. But it's been harmful for us as a people running around here believing that we're the same as them. It's been harmful for us medically. It's been harmful for us food system wise. It's been harmful for us even as far as beauty care products go. We can't do the same things that they do because we're not built like them. They're sulfur-based beings. We're carbon-based beings. We can't all, we're not supposed to live the same way they do. And so trying to find that commonality and say, oh, we're all the same. It's better just to say, you know, they tell you themselves that they're mankind, man, and that we're human. They tell you themselves. I don't know.
I definitely hear you.
Hey.
Hold on, I'm gonna get to you.
Hold on. The thing is,
General ain't. Scott, did you want to? I know you wanted to add something. I didn't know if you wanted to still add something.
It was a long time ago.
no,
I don't
she
even.
can speak.
Yeah, I don't even remember.
She can speak.
It's just that the reason why things are being done is stemming from different origins. I understand, and I'm not negating that my people are participating in activities that they shouldn't. But according to their genetics and what they are composed of, that is not them. When I'm looking at everybody else outside of our species, there historically, genetically, and scientifically, there is an explanation as to why they do the things that they do. Your psyche is directly connected to your genetics. So this is the reason why they work so hard to cellularly oppress us and have us think that we're the same as them, because now we're just all doing it for the same reason, when there's different genetic material that is within each of us that is programming what we're showing, which is our phenotype, which includes behavior. So again, you have to understand the state of your people. You have to go back to the origin. Who are you? What sparked the universe? Photons. When we look at so-called black women, those are electrons. When we look at so-called black men, based off of how we function and what is happening in the cosmos, the so-called black men is protons. What do protons and electrons? They bond. This is why we talk about nuclear fusion. This is why we talk about binary fusion. We talk about the so-called gestation period of a black woman, micro to macrocosm, my sister. You have to understand why they're doing the things that they're doing and why your brothers and sisters do it. That takes a whole nother level of sitting with yourself and understanding you, slowing your thoughts all the way down, sitting with yourself first, fixing your lens first, so that way that you can see this through an unbiased lens. Who are your people and who are they? When you do the research, we are not the same, and they are saying that as well. That's all I wanted to say.
I definitely understand that, Sky. All I'm saying is before all right, let me just ask you, who came first, the black woman or the white woman?
The black woman.
The black woman, right? If we know that they came after us and those things that we say are happening now happened then, you can't say they're the cause of it. If we could see unaliving back then, if we could see grape back then, even before they existed, that means that already existed within nature, within the natural. There's an
Show
error
me,
there.
so show me prehistoric text or prehistoric documentation of us doing that to each other.
That's an easy Google search.
No, no, no,
Easy.
no, 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 no.
No,
Because
it ain't.
history is his story, which is the start of his existence. Anything prehistoric comes before his history. So you should be able to tell me that because your Google is pulling from 14 billion years worth of information, which is the Akashic records, which is your DNA, DEA. So I don't have to do the Google search.
I mean,
I've
that's
already done the Google search on how the universe was exactly, excuse me, I don't use Google. I've done the research on how the universe was created. That is prehistoric.
what do you use? You say you don't use Google. What do you use?
Right. I use other search engines, intranet, books, lectures, and actual research papers that are peer reviewed.
Who created those search engines and who are these people that are peer reviewed?
It first started with my deoxyetheric acid. So again, they're pulling from my genetics. I'm able to decode what is me and what is them because I know thyself.
So again, you have to go to another source to understand yourself. You
No, I
realize that,
don't.
right?
No, I don't.
That's
What
what
I
it
first
is.
do is I go into meditation. Hear me, sister, because this is what I just said. Go within, sit with you, slow your thoughts down, align yourself with the truth, and the truth will come. It came to me, not through Google, is what I'm saying. I was presented the information because I aligned myself with that. You're just an energetic match to whatever you put your energy in.
But that's
So
why
I
I
don't
asked you what
go
search
to
engine
anything
you use.
outside of myself first. I
I
never do
definitely
that because
understand
that's
that.
not helping me. That's what school teaches you to do.
Yeah, but you also said by your own admission you
All
use
right, I
search
ain't gonna lie.
engines.
Other people want to speak, bro. I'm not
But
gonna,
it's
you
the
know what I'm
truth.
saying?
Like,
Like,
why
it's
do you
not the
get
truth
angry
at
at the
all. And
truth?
explain to me what
You just
history
said
you
it.
have that literally shows that we were doing that to each other.
You could literally Google it.
So tell
Even
me
if
what
you
it
look at
is.
even
Just
if you
tell
look
me
at
what it is.
societies.
Just tell me a particular time
What
period, the name of the people and the region that they were in.
even now, you could look at distant regions that have
So
not been
tell me what
colonized.
happened prehistorically.
Wait, hold on, Sky. I hear you, sister. But let me just say this. Even now, you could look at different regions that
I'm not gonna lie. If you're not gonna answer the question directly, if you're gonna tiptoe around the question respectfully, I'm gonna just move on because I really don't got time to keep hearing that. We keep it 100.
Yeah.
So
Hey, can I?
hold on. I'm gonna give her a chance to answer the question. So hold on. So you can go ahead and answer that question directly without
yeah,
tiptoeing.
but it's on Google. I'm not in front of my computer, and if I close out a TikTok, I can't search it up and show it to you guys. But it is on
Proper
Google. You
research
could
is
find it.
programmed in your brain. I'm not sitting. Ether started this live what 12 p.m. It's 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. I haven't switched my app not once.
I know that if I close out of this app, it
I understand, but what I'm
yeah.
saying is if you've done proper and effective research, that is now put in either short or long-term memory. You should be able to recall something. That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't
I
even
mean,
have to switch
regardless
for
if I
that.
could recall it or not, we have an internet that we could search these things up. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, if you switch the app and come back, we're still gonna hear you when you come back. You can just tell us.
I mean, okay, hold on. I'll be right back.
It's amazing how hard we will go to find a source that we were graping each other. That's really fucking concerning. But I digress.
I mean, shit.
Like,
Straight up, man.
go ahead, General. While we what the heck?
Yo, so what do you want to know? I'm a vibe, bro. I don't do all this argumentative stuff.
Are we all one species?
No,
Okay, can you explain why?
because hybridization is a synthesis of hearts.
You said hybridization is a synthesis of hearts.
Yeah.
This nigga is
Yeah.
trolling, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Bro, shut up. You're zooted.
All right. Go ahead, Simi.
Gene expression.
Oh, okay. Let me introduce myself. I'm going off someone's account. Sorry about that. Yeah, my name. Okay, I'm Simi. 22 black woman. That's my yeah. And
All right, are we all one species?
hell no.
Okay, can you explain that?
Um. Okay, I'll explain. So with this, so okay. So every like ethnic group has like their origin story, right? And or a racial group, whatever you want to call it. Um their origin, like basically their origin starts with mythologies. Like it starts with their imagination, their psyche, and then from there, with the origin story and psyche, they start to sorry about that. They start to pretty much they form mythology and stories through what they around.
Respectfully, can you explain it using science?
Yeah. So um mythology is basically the humans or
Can
mankind.
you explain it using science, please?
Okay. Basically, black people, we are the oldest group of people, and we've been around here, our genes, way longer than any other ethnic group on this planet. And everyone came through us, but yeah, they're not us.
How can you come from us and not be us?
No, other ethnic groups came from us, but they're not us. If that makes sense.
Right. So how did they come from us, but they're not us though?
So basically, for example, I'm gonna give you like a parable. Um, a mom gives birth to a son, but the son is not the mom, but the son is an extension of the mom and dad. So and then the son lives his life, and the son gives birth to another like son. He gets a wife and gives birth to a son, and then boom. Yeah, they're not us.
How okay. How did we create these other people?
Well, we didn't really necessarily create them, but it's through evolution. So
Oh,
basically,
so you believe in the outer Africa theory.
yeah, I mean it's possible.
What do you okay, you're saying through evolution. What evolution took place that changed so-called black people into all other races?
Yeah, environment, gene splicing, um, the environment influences the genes, and then
Right. So environment, gene splicing. Okay, so
Which one is it? I'm
who did they
confused.
splice? Oh, go
Yeah, I was
ahead.
just trying to figure out which one is it. Is it all of it? Is it gene splicing in
oh, it's
evolution with the climate? Because the
yeah,
climate is evolution.
yeah, evolution with the climate.
Okay, so it's that, but it's not the gene
Yeah.
split. Okay. So the basis of evolution was not proven to be correct at all, and
Oh.
there's no scientist that can explain how we went from haploids to diploids. That's the biggest
Oh.
question in the world every single day. Yeah.
Oh. Well, Africa has the most genetically diverse people in the world. That's fact.
Can you explain that? Like what you mean by
Okay.
that?
So if you go to like the Nile Valley versus like West Africa, like Nigeria, if you get two ethnic groups, it's like they're black people still from Africa, but they have the most genetically diverse like gene pool.
What's the genetic differences between them?
Okay, let me give you an example. So a Nilo is way genetically different than like a Yoruba from Nigeria, and a Nilo is way taller, could drink milk, and Yoruba what?
Yeah, sure, know that.
Nothing, because I never heard nobody say drink milk like that. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
Sorry. So A Nilo is way taller, could drink milk, and it's very nomadic, and it uses like it relies on cows. And then with the Yoruba, they're native to Nigeria and other areas around it, and they have they love to eat plants and.
So, sister, what is the genetic and biological differences between those two groups? Because you're just saying that they're taller and they can drink milk.
Well,
I'm
I'm
not.
saying more than that, but
No, you're saying they eat plants. That's the more that you said is that they
no,
eat plants.
you interrupted me. I was trying to explain it.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us how.
Yeah.
Tell us how another group in Africa that is so-called black with another group in Africa that is so-called black. What is the genetic and biological differences between them?
Okay, so with the Nilo, their bones are taller.
Their
They
bones are taller.
yeah, the Nilo bones are taller than Rubas. It's true.
Mm.
See, I told you one thing. I told you one thing.
I don't really know about that, but in Africa we have. Hold on.
Hold on, Bakari.
Let's not cut her off, man.
We finna get to you. Yeah, we finna get to you right after, brother.
Yeah, see, people keep cutting me
Go ahead,
off, so I
sister.
can't explain things.
Nah, nobody cutting you off. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sister. Tell
Y'all
us.
were. Okay. So you're making me laugh. You're making me laugh.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute my phone.
You're making me laugh. Okay.
Put it together,
Eat
brother.
the
Sorry.
Go ahead, sister.
Y'all
You got
funny.
it.
Okay. Sorry. So the Nilo is the bones are taller, the genetic the haplogroups are way different than a Yoruba from Nigeria. And it's way more than that. And they're lighter weight usually than Yorubas. True. That's true. The Nilotes are lighter than Yorubas. Usually, they're taller. Yorubas are more thicker. They don't rely on milk for their bone density. Their haplogroup is way different than Nilo. And sorry, the comments. Okay. Okay. Sorry, the comments. Okay.
I don't
Oh
know.
my gosh, sister, you goofy. You real
I'm sorry,
goofy.
it's just the comments.
But we is not the same species though, and all so-called black people share the same genetics. We just may have a different set of antigens surrounding
Yeah.
ourselves. Like
think you're
a lot
doing
of
a great
people.
job.
Okay,
Hold
hush.
on.
That's that lack of magnetism we just heard. Wait your turn. All right. So what we trying to say is that even
Sorry, I
though,
was just gonna.
okay, wait. Even though you see your brothers and sisters on another so-called continent doing things different than you, they were colonized different. They have a different set of antigens. You have to remember that these people they're an incomplete dominant species. So they are not even the same amongst themselves. So even when those antigens this is where blood types come from. Like there's a lot of so-called black people out here that rave about having O positive blood, but so do pigs and zooborn chimps. It's just describing the type and the amount of antigens you have. So,
I'm sorry, you sound real smart. Can you explain what
Oh
can
an
my
you
gosh,
please wait your
Jake.
turn?
antigen?
Jake, I'm not gonna lie, that's your last time. Keep it 100.
It's taking a long time. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying like if you actually really want to talk, just calm down and wait your turn. We're gonna get to you right after
I
Bakari.
was just curious.
Right. All right, go on Google for a minute, man. Distract yourself. Go ahead, Skywatcher.
I wanted to say that when I asked you earlier, what is the genetic differences? You didn't give me no genetic differences. So that means that all so-called black people, we're made of the same. We have the same genetic composition that constructs the suit that we're walking in. Like she said, the only thing that's different is the antigens because different group of people with animal DNA graped us, which gave us different set of antigens, and now we're eating different groups of animals. See what I'm saying? Like so-called black people, we're eating pigs, cows, what's it called? Chicken, and then you got our brothers and sisters over there eating monkeys, literal monkeys. See what I'm saying? Because of the antigens, and that adds on antigens. So it's not, there's no, you didn't tell us no biological differences. You told us the effect, but you didn't tell us the cause, which allows manipulation to take place. So I that's what I was saying. I was trying to know the biological and genetic differences, and you didn't tell us the genetic difference.
Y'all are saying y'all are so stuck on the word antigen, bro. It's a foreign substance that triggers an immune response. If it is supposed to be in the blood, it would not trigger that so-called immune response. It's a foreign. So he just put the definition but left out the most important word, which is foreign substance. And that's a foreign substance that surrounds our cells, but we're not the ones actually producing animal proteins. So at the end of the day, we're not the same species. When I get wet, I don't smell like a sulfur and an ammonia-based being. I don't smell like a dog because I don't have animal proteins. So that's what I'm saying. There's foreign substances that might surround our cells that cellularly oppress us, so to speak. But again, we're not the ones producing that.
Naturally,
That's something that's been added into our bloodstream because when these people when they first started when they raped us, we were unaliving at a vast rate. They wiped out 2 continents plus other countries alone with their semen, bro. If we're the same species, why is something like your semen unaliving us at a vast rate?
Yep.
Zoonotic disease, hemolytic disease, these things, if we're the same species and we can naturally procreate with each other, red blood cell hemolysis and zoonotic disease wouldn't be taking place. And that is something that is happening on a cellular level every time y'all lay down and have sex, even with each other. Because again, incomplete dominance. So why is a rat so-called fucking a chimp? And what the fuck is that offspring gonna be? That's why hybrids are the newest species on this planet, because again, they're not the same amongst themselves. So they're just creating new hybrid species every single time. And when we procreate with these people, again, red blood cell hemolysis, now our women need a RhoGAM shot.
Yep, that's how y'all wiped out South America. Y'all think y'all did it through a war, through fights? Y'all did it through venereal diseases. That's what y'all did it with, through venereal diseases. And that's why the y'all share genetics with zebra fish. And 98% of venereal diseases come from that exact fish. How is that crazy? How is that such a coincidence? That 98% of venereal diseases are in that fish, and y'all share genetics with that fish. And then when we came into contact with y'all chemically, now our women start to drop on the live due to red blood cell hemolysis and red blood cell hemolytic disease and zoonotic disease.
Right.
How was that starting to happen? And now our people are starting to get sickle cell, and they think that that's natural when that originally came from y'all raping us.
It's just funny how every time when we start locking in on how when we mix with y'all unalived us at a vast rate because your semen was toxic. Y'all always fumble off the mute. CJ, right now you're expressing and you're proving our point with gene expression. And if you do it again, I'm gonna get you out of here. Thank you for sharing your 6 ether frequency. No longer needed if you're gonna over talk me. You know what I'm saying? The problem with y'all is every time we lock in on red blood cell hemolysis and hemolytic disease, y'all crash out. You want to know why? Because your lower brain is bigger than your upper brain, and your brain is only structured for survival mode. So when y'all start seeing the truth, when the sun hits y'all, when all is being revealed, with this being the Aquarian age, it literally starts to fuck with y'all from the inside out. Acute body radiation, sun in the flesh, neuromelanin.
Look how animals act when they're backed up into a corner.
Facts.
The sun is backing them up into a corner.
Facts.
It's backing them up into a corner. And now they're going to act more erratic. That's why you see them acting more erratic on the planet, bro. That's why you see them becoming sterile, bro. Because y'all not natural. The sun doesn't know you. It doesn't know you. Nobody on this planet knows you that is natural. This is why you're getting removed.
Hey, Ether, is that your name?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ether. There's a quote that I read. It's like, nature is the biggest eugenicist, and it's to white tea folk. Like, really think about it. The sun is being eugenicist to white tea folks. White tea people can't handle the sun.
Fact.
No, nature is literally the biggest eugenicist. Like it's effed up, like quote, but it's true.
Right. They wanna sit here and argue with us all day to try to prove their existence. Nigga, you don't gotta prove your existence to us. Prove it to the sun.
Exactly.
You ain't gotta worry about me. You gotta worry about that sun.
Exactly.
Cause
And
it don't matter if I'm gone tomorrow. If Skywatcher or Denzel, if they gone tomorrow, you still gotta deal with the sun. You don't gotta deal with us. You gotta deal with the sun. So I'm gonna need y'all to really understand that.
So does that mean
That's
like
the
the
funny part
so
about it. If we are smart enough to know that they're gonna die off and they spring not gonna stay here that long, why is we worry about how long and what they're doing and what they are? We should be worried about that they're gonna die off sooner or later and we're gonna replace them. Simple.
Hey, AD, come on, bro. You was up here what 2 days ago? You know you're not supposed to say that word.
what? What word?
Purge. They're gonna
You said
purge out. They're
DIE.
gonna purge out. The sun gonna purge them out. If we already know that their genetics are not compatible to take within the sun, why do we worry about what they are? We should be worried about what can we do.
We're
Every day
not
they're
worried
gonna
about
die.
them.
It
We're
does sound
having
like.
this discussion because our brothers and sisters don't know. The best way for them to grasp that we're not the same brother is to hear the dialogue in real time with these animals. You see what I'm
I feel
saying?
you.
Jake came up here and gave a great example of gene expression. Thank you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Every time they come up here and they argue, and even when our brothers and sisters come in here and they try to say that we're the same species, they need to know that we're not. It's not about them. We know what the sun has been doing to their people. You see what I'm saying? This is for the brothers and sisters who haven't remembered yet.
Right.
and we over here in
Like, I feel like simple little things like their serial unaliver statistics should make us realize like we're not the same. You know what I'm saying? 85% of them, and the rest of them statistics come from people that that look just like them, that actually are them, but have marginalized themselves under an ethnicity. So, I mean, just the fact that the things that they've done, and then for Naomi, because you were saying. You're looking for like somewhere in history where we were graping each other and doing all these things to one another. Our history, our ancestors left our history set in stone, as did theirs. As did theirs. Our ancestors left our history, right? And we've seen it. Some of us have even seen it in live and in person, right? So we know that our ancestors didn't leave anything in regards to graping and doing a lot of the things that their ancestors have left. Their ancestors have left statues of P3DO, of, you know what I'm saying? Like you can look at the history. It's in stone.
Right. So
We don't have that in our history. So I don't know why people keep trying to make these stories up on stuff that our ancestors literally left visually for us to see.
Is
so
all
Naomi,
history
did
written
you
on
ever find
stone?
the what you was looking for?
And I did find it.
All right, go ahead and share your screen.
Oh, how do I do that?
You gotta screenshot whatever you want to share, and then I low key I don't know how to do it from that.
Okay, I'll just read it.
You're gonna screenshot it. Okay.
Listen, I'm not doing all
So
of
go
that.
ahead and screenshot it. And then when you're gonna click your camera right there next to the mute button, you're gonna click it on. Click, what is it? Green screen.
Yeah, great screen.
Click the plus sign and the picture is right there and click save. It's 3 steps. And you're already in the big box. So you know what I'm saying? You're already there. We can see you.
Okay.
Hello?
Hold on, we waiting on her to show this evidence.
I could just literally read it.
Or you could show us.
I don't know how to do this whole camera thing, and it's just easier
I
for
just
me to
told
read it.
you.
And everyone has access to Google. I don't really got to do all that.
I sent
Yeah,
an invite so
yeah.
you
We
could
we
turn on
just
your
sent. He
camera.
just sent you an invite, so now all you have to do is click that.
Yep. Just click it.
Yeah, but I don't want to turn my camera on, honestly.
You don't
So
gotta show your
Turning
face.
your camera on to put you in it. You're turning your
I'm just
camera
gonna
on to
read
put the
it. I
source
would
on
rather
there.
just read it.
Go
Is that
ahead.
okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So basically,
Can't hear you.
okay. What I earlier you said that I wanted to defend them. That's not what I'm trying to do at all. Like at all. But what it says on here that pre-colonization in Africa, they were fighting over land, they were fighting over political warfare, they were fighting over other things. There was violence already there outside of their colonization. And that's what I was saying before, but I'm not defending them. Like I don't want you to think that.
Pre-colonial is not prehistoric.
So when you say prehistoric, what do you mean?
Before they got on the planet.
That means before their so-called history.
Before
Before
the
history.
white people's history?
Before everybody outside the so-called black race history. Prehistoric. Because before they were on this planet, we never had history. We just had her story.
You wait, I'm confused. So you mean before we were even on the planet?
No.
I don't get it.
So-called black people have been on the planet for eons and eons of years.
There's evidence that the oldest bones are of who? That predates their history. There's several ancient texts, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs that predate their history. So you got to know what history is, when they got on the planet, when that's what the
But like
topic is about.
even in truth though, like we're just getting pieces of evidence to tell us
Right.
that.
So
We don't
exactly.
have
So
the full
show
truth of
us
that.
the source. Show us the
But
source.
you
That's
don't
what we're
have
asking for.
even if I was to show you the
I
source,
have the source.
you don't have the full from one of
But
those
you should be
engines?
able to show me
Wait,
some
Sky,
type
from one
of
of those
evidence,
engines?
which is what you said. You said
Is it from one of those
evidence.
search engines?
Evidence.
Is that evidence from one of the search engines that you said I shouldn't use?
What?
You said earlier that you meditated and you found this truth within. So that means you don't need no search engine.
What
That means the
does
evidence you don't
you're
need.
the one that's telling us about a source, babe.
But
We
you're
never
the one
gave a
that's saying
fuck.
that
You're the one that said that you had it.
you
The fuck?
literally
We
said
just
that you
telling you to put
meditated.
it on the screen, bro. You finna piss me off now. Cause
You
now you
getting
doing
mad
reverse
because you said what
psychology
you
and you're trying to
said.
insult intellect, bro.
You're
Like,
getting mad
nigga,
because you said
100
what you
and
said.
plus people heard you say that you had a source, multiple of them. We just asking you to tell us or put it on the board. Now you ducking. Like,
I'm
I'm
not
done.
ducking at all. I
I don't have
literally
nothing
just
else
read
to
it.
say. I don't
What
have
Y'all
I'm
talking
nothing else
saying,
to
about
say.
Sky, is that you said you meditated and you found that truth with pointing to a search engine. Come on. Let's be real.
The
so
one who said that you had the fucking search engine. My
And I
truth is
used
not
it.
your truth.
And I
So
used it.
walk in your truth. You said you had a
This is not
source.
my
We
truth. I
asked
didn't make
for
it
it.
up.
That's not my truth. I
I didn't
told you
make
I
it
haven't
up.
switched my app not once, Naomi. That's because I know my truth. You having to
If it
switch to
was
go
your
grab
truth,
yours, bro, and you telling me
Sky,
to, bro,
Sky.
I'm gonna get you out of here. Have a nice day, bro. Like, you doing semantics. You taking over this man whole live over something that you don't have. We said prehistoric. You went for pre-colonialism. Are you understanding the topic?
So basically, y'all talking about the Anunnaki.
Now, are we all one
Oh.
species?
Yeah, we all one species. We were
Can
made
you
by
explain that scientifically?
these entities.
Can you explain that scientifically, how we're all one species?
To be honest, we are all life force energy at the end of the day.
Can you explain it scientifically, how we are all one species?
I can't explain it scientifically, but I know somebody else can.
Did you say you can't? Yeah, okay, nigga. Like,
Hey, Ether. So
what's
I,
up?
I I got an example of like the human species and stuff, like, and the mankind and stuff. So okay, you know the feline, right? So there's like different types of felines. There's like lions, right? Tigers, like cheetahs, um, like lynx, jaguars. And then when a lion and tiger mix, it could be like a liger, but that's a hybrid. But a
Right.
lion and a tiger are both felines, but they're not. They're totally different. And in colonial times, when these people, creamy people, white tea people, raped, us and stuff, um, they basically they made, like, they call it mulattoes. And mulattoes are, like, if you look at their genetics, they're pretty much the same between a lion and a tiger mixing together, and it makes like a unnatural hybrid liger, they call it. Like, ligers are natural in the animal kingdom. Hybrid animals are natural.
Right.
And a mulatto, a half white, half black person, is unnatural. And it's considered offensive now to say that. But it's true.
It only depends on the mother though. So if the mother is so called black, then the child is genetically so called black.
Well, I'll argue with that. Okay, let me explain why. So, like, black genetics are dominant than white genetics. I mean, white tea. Sorry, white tea genetics. So, like, even if the mom is black or white, and the dad is, the opposite, the child's always gonna be, black. It's always gonna come out black. But I will agree, like, sort of agree with you. The part be the mother is the nurturer, and the mother nurtures a child, her culture.
All right. So the mother, you get 95% of your genetic material from your mother.
Oh, really? I thought you got half half.
Nah.
Oh, well, I have to more
Yeah, I,
research on that.
yeah, I would definitely do research on the chromosomes.
Yeah, I'll do more research on that. But, like, what I was trying to say, like, black genetics are dominant than white tea, but the child's going to be black either way. Like, mom or dad, and the other spouse, black, still going to be black. But culturally, if the mom is, white tea, that child's going to lack the culture, of the black. That's why
Nah.
we see.
It's just all right. So I understand that our genes are dominant, but you also, like I said, we got to get into chromosomes because you're getting 95% of your genetic material from the mother, no matter what, because it's only the tail end of the sperm that fertilizes the egg. You only get about 5% of your genetic material from your father. So genetically, if the mom was so called white and the dad was so called black, that would be a white T child, a eukaryotic hybrid, because it's getting 95% of the genetic material from the mother.
Chromosomes that rule, and it's her genetic material that actually constructs that child. So you are your mother's child. I can actually, who is that? Newsly. They actually, there's an article, a peer review article, where they talk about that, how your mother's chromosomes rule.
So, okay, I looked it up, and believe it or not, the child gets 50, so half from his mom, half from his dad. But the chromosomal level, the mom dominates. Piece of XX and XY chromosome. Okay, I see where you're getting at. Chromosomal wise, yeah, the mommy rule, but, like, the amosomal DNA, that's different. You get half from your mom, half from your dad. Yeah. But the child, like, I see where you're coming at, though.
Right. So do you have a good understanding of chromosomes?
I mean, I was talking about the autosomal DNA part, not the chromosomal level. I was talking about the overall genetic.
Autosom. All right. So autosomal.
Yeah,
That's
that's what they call it.
that's recessive genes though.
White T people are recessive. Black, we are dominant.
Right. So
So
we
if we
don't
mix,
have the same. We're not we don't have the same chromosomes as them though.
no, I know that. Autosomal DNA is different than chromosome DNA. Autosomal is your basic genetic makeup. Your basic genetic makeup, you get half from your mom, half from your dad. I know because I know because I know. That's factual. But the chromosome, the X is always going to be there, the mom gene.
Right.
The mom gene is always going to be there. The Y chromosome is the father. And the woman carry an XX chromosome, the male carry the XY chromosome. So
Right.
if
So where did that father get the Y chromosome from though?
well, a Y chromosome is, believe it or not, men are a mutation from the woman because the Y chromosome is basically men are basically mutations of a woman, basically, and you get
Right.
more genes. Yeah, and basically, yeah, the Y chromosome came from the X chromosome, but it's a mutation form of it. That's why when you see like a baby in the mama's stomach, um, when you see the baby in the mama's stomach, it starts off as a girl, and then it kind of see if it's when it goes in terms like I think the sixth term or seventh term of the pregnancy, you will start to see if it turns to a male.
Right. So look at that the article she just put up.
Let me see. Let me look it up.
Uh Hold up.
Like send me a link or something. Yeah.
It's on the screen.
Okay.
So genetically, you actually carry more of your mother's genes than your father's. Do you see that? Oh no, it's on the screen right here. Do you see that? You don't got it. It's on. Can you see that on the screen? Yes or
Yeah,
no?
I see on the screen, but I want to know the source. Please
Uh,
that's any source.
right. So when she comes off mute, you can ask her for the source.
Right there on the screen, it's Newsly. The word count is right there,
Oh, I see at the bottom.
right at the top where the title is, the date. And if I were to show you the bottom of this, there's sources attached to this as well.
Yeah, I just want to know like no the source was Newsweek, right?
What was that?
What is the source exactly? Because the source does matter. PG, they're not telling me the source. I have to know the source.
Source
Like the
on the screen.
okay, but the conversation on 12/7/17 level max by Madeline Beekman. What? I can't see that little letters. Damn it. Sorry, I can't see the little letters. So little. The source does matter, people. Like source matters. People
Right.
say it doesn't is a liar.
Right. She said the source was at the top, and you just had to read it. But go ahead, Shunda.
How y'all doing?
How you doing?
All right.
So
I
do
thought
you
this.
think we're all one species?
No, we're not. And let
All
me
right.
tell you what.
All right, go ahead.
Because I was dating this white guy with blue eyes and blonde hair as a young girl, and I got pregnant by him. I had fell out one day and I didn't even know I was pregnant. I fell out, went to the hospital. I lost the baby, everything. And I asked them, why did this happen to me? They would not tell me nothing. So there was a black nurse that explained to me what happened. She was like, I hate to tell you this, but whoever you had sex with had animal blood in them and it killed your baby. This is what happened to me. I'm 50 years old now. This happened to me at the age of like 30. So I know for a fact we ain't the same. That he was a pure white man. He had blue eyes and blonde hair. And that baby died in me. And that black woman, when she told me that, I just cried and cried. I never dated another out of my race ever again in my life, and I never will. And that was all I just wanted to come on here and let y'all know, is I know for a fact we ain't the same, because I'm still sick from it today. So with that being said, everybody, thank y'all so much for hearing my story. I've never told nobody this in my life. My mama don't even know. Thank
Abundance
y'all
for
very
that.
much, and I'm going to leave now.
All right, abundance for that.
To my sister.
We are not the same, and I know that for a fact. I've been suffering ever since. And my mama and my daddy, pure black. Greenville, Mississippi. Thank y'all.
No problem. Yeah, that's the reason why they tell, like, when you procreate outside of your species, you got to get the ROGAM shot. That was just an example right there. What happens if you don't get the ROGAM shot? So I want to say abundance for her story right there for sure. Go ahead, carrot, whole rabbit.
Hey, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
How's everybody doing?
Good. Are we all one species?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay, why?
But then I'm gonna go ahead and say yes. But let me just say answer. Go ahead and say the yes part first. The way I see us as one species is because we can all do the same thing in a way. We all, bleed the same. We all do etc. things. You know what I mean? Go to the bathroom the same, whatever. But when it comes to like breaking down so let's get like science, like sciencey. So you can say like that one black lady what's her name, Henrietta, I think, or something like that. They used
Henrietta Lacks.
they use her stem cells, so that just proves we're not one species, black or the black race, you know what I mean, is much more powerful, of course.
Okay, so are we genetically the same?
No. That's why, yeah. Genetically, no. Physically, yes. You know what I mean? Like, we all bleed the same, we breathe the same, we whatever the same, but genetically, no. Because that fact that Henrietta Lacks, you know what I mean, her stem cells, we still use to this day for cancer cells and tree cells and all this other stuff. So there goes, that's proof right there. We are not the same species.
Right. So the thing is, if we're not genetic, oh, go
My
ahead.
bad.
No, you good. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you explain it to us genetically?
What do you mean, like how we're not the same genetically? Oh, well, because well, the proof right there, Miss Henrietta Lacks, her stem cells,
That's
they.
not a genetic explanation.
I'm sorry. What exactly do you mean? I'm sorry.
Explain to us the genetic differences between us and other people.
The melanated people and right versus other people.
No, that's not what I said.
I'm sorry. What do you mean though? Like us or what?
Can I explain?
Us and everyone else, but explain the genetic differences between people.
Explain the the genetics between different people. I'm sorry.
Explain the genetic differences, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Let me explain to you. No, I'm sorry. I mean like I'm not trying to get you to dumb it down like stupidly, but I'm just saying, like, did I not just kind of answer the question that
No, you didn't. No.
how we are not all one species? You know what I mean?
Talking about Henrietta Lacks is not a genetic difference.
But that just kind of proves how like melanated people.
I find it extremely weird. Is that you in your profile picture?
No.
What's your so-called age, name, and race?
I try to keep that private, but I will state my race. I am my parents are Mexican.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's very weird as a melanated man that you are coming in here using Henrietta Lacks as your source. I actually take offense to that shit. Explain to us the genetic differences between.
That's not weird.
Explain the genetic differences between the differences in people, please, for the last time. Just explain it to us genetically. It's a conversation about genetics. That's all we're asking.
So now it's a conversation about genetics. Okay.
It's been a conversation about speciation in genetics. Henrietta Lacks was that's it? That's all you got?
I mean, that's a little proof to say. I mean, like, I'm not trying to trigger or disrespect nobody, or how you say you take really offense to that. Like,
yeah,
you don't understand where I come from. We don't understand where we come from. So, like, you shouldn't just state the fact.
I understand genetics.
Yeah, but you shouldn't.
The base word of genetics is gene, which is origin. I know where you come from. I do.
Yeah, but you just said you feel
I know where you come from.
Because after I told you my parents are Mexican.
Right, because I know where you come from.
Okay, and please, can you educate me on that?
All right, let's go ahead and move to the next. This shit.
Go ahead, Mood.
Big up everyone. Big up the host.
Hold on, Mac and Cheese. I'll get to you. Go ahead, Mood. Yo, Mood Network. Go ahead.
What's up? Man, I came in, y'all was doing a lot, so I just want to recap real quick to the lady who said that she had a child miscarriage by the Caucasian man.
Are we all the same species?
Oh, that's the main point. No, we not all the same species. Basically, the reason why that is because original humans is original humans. Everybody else is mankind. If you look at our hair, Europeans, they don't have hair, they have fur. That's not like a shot. I represent men of original descent, so it's not about superiority, it's about foundation, the order of succession. So original beings, the reason why they have hair is because hair absorbs energy, and hair is also a way for you to keep healthy through the proteins in the hair. The reason why your hair spirals is because it's emulating Fibonacci sequence. It's a replication of essence expressing itself over and over and over again. Being that we are like the quintessential beings or the original beings, essence expresses itself through us, constantly. If you replace melanin with chlorophyll, you'll begin to understand melanin is not merely a complexion. It's a biological, psycho-spiritual, organizing, assimilator, rhythmicizer, accelerator. It does a lot of different things. So when you talk about Caucasian people and our compatibility to mate with them, what was that shot? I think he said like a ragu shot. I never knew the name of the shot, but I do understand that left undisturbed, if a European man mates with a melanated woman, the antibodies inside the melanated woman is going to attack the seed because it's foreign to her body. That's just a natural thing without that shot. So there's many ways to explain the differences. I think she said as a eumelanin man. So there's eumelanin and there's pheomelanin. Europeans or Caucasian people, because there's melanated Europeans, but melanin recessive people, they have something called pheomelanin. And the base of pheomelanin is sulfur. The base of eumelanin is selenium. So sulfur has a natural higher temperature. You feel me? So people always ask, why do white people, they stay in the cold and they don't really even flinch? It's because the base of their pheomelanin is sulfur. So they naturally have a body heat that's coming out of them that, they can be in colder temperatures. We're radiation absorbers, you feel me? And they know that anybody under the sun must be organic. That's another way you could tell that these people aren't really like natural to the planet, because everything natural can naturally assimilate to the natural environment. They can't go to the mailbox sometimes without getting melanoma or some kind of sun reaction. So that's telling you that they're not organic to the world. You feel me? However, I have seen, because they say this in the Bible too, to get grafted back to the family. There are non-human entities that practice through warfare and experimentation, MK Ultra mechanics, and just outright blackmail to keep people dumb, deaf, and docile, including their own people. So Europeans, some Caucasians, they can, because if everything comes from an original root, they can draw back to the original vine root. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them are cursed. That's just keeping it a buck. But some of them can, but because they were never given the right information, because without the right information, your body won't assimilate to the new frequency. So like, as the Earth Schumann resonance elevates, we're supposed to be, reflecting that resonance, and it comes through knowledge, because your body can't assimilate if it doesn't know. Some of us can, because it's like subconscious, but without that being embedded in your subconscious, especially being such a new being, you have to be told, so then it could assimilate. So yeah, some of them are being told indirectly, hey, get off the meats, start doing yoga, get more in tune with your spiritual side. They're trying, I think they call them entheogens. Some people just call them psychedelics, but I like to call them entheogens because it's not a toy. You feel me? Like when you do these substances, they're supposed to bring some kind of awareness or some kind of revelation or cleansing to you. It's not just like, hey, I'm gonna go play with my friends and we're gonna do some drugs. You feel me? They're not drugs. But they do use these substances to unlock their spirit, because without their spirit being unlocked, there's no way to resonate to the frequency that they need to be on. So yeah, they get the riches right now, but ultimately that's why they envy you, because it's like, damn, y'all don't know who y'all are, but y'all actually have a chance to rise to the new frequencies when multiple suns are going to be upon this planet. And as radiation absorbers, they speak about radiation in the Bible. They call it Ruach HaKodesh, but it's gamma radiation. And the planet is always being bombarded with different forms of radiation, but that's why they chemtrail it and they do all that stuff, so you can't really absorb. Because if left, alone, a lot of Europeans would be dead already. That's just being real, because they wouldn't be able to absorb the radiation. It's like a computer. If you put too much through the computer, you're gonna short circuit it. So a lot of their avatars are being short circuited because they're not organic. And I think the lady, what's her name? She got mad at bruh because I think she feel like ultimately you're not a Negro. You may be melanated, but because you're not a Negro, you don't really come under the same umbrella and the same trials and tribulations that I gotta come under. You are a Mongolian, Siberian native that crossed the bridge, and like, yeah, you got the melanin, but you're not a Negro. Me personally, I know that there are some people, because Bobby said this, Bobby Hemmett. What up, fam?
It's just like, speak for yourself, because that's not what
I'm assuming like a motherfucker. I don't know what y'all talking about. I came in late, but I'm just, I'm just talking off the cuff.
Words in my mouth.
Oh, my bad. Don't get upset. I already said I'm wrong. My bad.
I'm just
my
saying,
bad. You good.
They don't have the same melanin as us.
I know. I kind of already said that, but I assumed. But seeing that you're agreeing with me, yeah, they don't have the same melanin as us. They don't. But it's not just melanin. It's more of you know how they say Caucasoid, Mongoloid, Negroid, because melanin is only one factor of it. Because you have Dravidians from Hindustan who are you can see them, they're darker than us, but why is their hair straight? You feel me? There's different ether beings that all possess melanin. Melanin is not just about complexion; it's a biological function. So to be on Earth, you need some form of melanin. To be inside of this Saturn matrix cube, you need that, or otherwise you
Yo,
can't live under
So
the sun.
right.
a
Uh,
bit.
hold up, mac and cheese. So you said a lot. So I'm gonna go. You said they have pheomelanin. We have what
U
type of
melanin,
melanin?
U melanin, EU
You
melanin, and they have
melanin.
phil melanin.
All right. So
Hey,
you melanin is still animal melanin.
Melanin turns into pheomelanin. It's still sulfur and ammonia
I could be,
based.
I could be flipping it. We could have phil melanin, they could have U melanin. I could be flipping it. I could be wrong, but I know there's a difference in the type of melanin we share versus what they have.
So nah, you melanin turns into pheomelanin. So those are both animal melanins. They the same thing. We got
What?
neuromelanin.
Okay, okay. In addition to that, it's the base of the melanin is different. The base metal of
Right.
the melanin is different.
Right.
And
And
our
but
melanin, the base is selenium, and in their base is a sulfur. It's a sulfuric base.
right. So also you was going into would you say about you said did you say that other races got a chance with the sun? Or what was you saying?
Yeah, I mean, you don't you. I mean, until the time comes, you don't know what someone's level of radiation absorption is just by looking at their skin complexion. I mean, yeah, you got a good hunch, but I know some niggas who can't take the sun at all, and I know some crackers that go to the beach every day and get their tan on. I mean, is it a mental thing? Probably. Maybe when the sun really comes, they're just gonna activate, and the Caucasians won't. But I'm just saying, in my day to day, I see more melanated people inside and more Caucasian people at the beach doing
All right.
shit on the outside.
All right. So do those brothers and sisters do they eat according to their genetics, or are they eating like the complex cell organism?
Man, you saying a lot. You saying the melanated people that be on the inside, are they eating trash food that fucks with their ability to absorb sunlight? Like, or are you saying like what is the complex organism? Like, are they eating food? I don't know what you mean, bro.
Is our brothers and sisters eating according to their genetics, or are they eating meats, or are they eating
Yeah, they
cheese?
eating meats and Frankenstein food.
Right. So don't you think
Right.
that plays a role into them
Absolutely.
eating what? All right, then. So why are you saying that you see brothers and sisters who can't?
That's the reality. I mean, you can do the elitism where it's like niggas, people I fuck with, they don't do that. But in reality, there are people you may not fuck with who do that, who look like you. So that's just the reality. I'm not
Right, but
doing
their
anything but
genetics
making
says they're not
observations.
supposed to be doing that. That's why we go into
But
the
what's the
genetic side.
reality, my G?
Right, but I'm
Reality
saying,
is their genetics. That's what's
yeah,
real.
Right.
Because that's what's
Okay, but
conducive to the planet, right?
I
Your psyche is
go ahead.
connected to your genetics. So what is reality and what is real to the individual is based off of their psyche, which is again directly connected to your genetics. These people don't have a chance on this planet, not with terrestrial or planet, no type of planetary radiation, cosmic radiation. They don't come from the cosmos or the planet, so they can't withstand what it's giving off. UVC radiation has been ground level since 2015, and each year at least, not to say that the number hasn't increased because it most definitely has, especially in the last year, but at least 500,000 of them are unalived by the sun alone.
From 2000 to 2019, but now in the
That's
2020s it went up, it shot up to the millions.
mhm.
So I don't think the sun is saying that y'all have a chance anymore when it's increased its radiation that it's letting off.
They're predicting by, oh shit, this is 2025. So what last year it was 4.5, it was 500,000. This year they said Like 1.2, and then other sources were saying 1.5 million alone for this year.
Wow. So like it's like
While y'all were already being unalived last year, they're already predicting, and 2026 is crazy. You don't even want to know the number. You don't even want to know the number for 2026. And this is predictions that they've been talking about based off of the Magneto's pause, the Schumann resonance, which they no longer report as of the last 2 years because it would just debunk everything that they're saying. All these different things that we're measuring, the sun's radiation, are all of
Hey,
a
can
sudden
I ask you a question?
off.
What's the difference between the UVA, B, and C, and how does that?
He asked me a question while I'm speaking.
Oh shit, my bad.
I don't remember what I was saying. Now, what were you saying?
Nah, you were saying about how they don't got a chance, and in 2026, what it's gonna be looking like with the sun's radiation.
Right. So they've been reporting this for several years, and each year the number just gets crazier. And we're seeing it. The weather anomalies are amping up because of UVC radiation as well. So these cities and states that were undergoing flooding, those states still haven't recovered. Now we're dealing with so-called wildfires. But again, we were talking about the elements earlier in the live, all different elemental things, earth, water, all of that. Fire is just another form of water. That's what we're not understanding. Like, what's removing the complex cell organism is the sun, bro. Radiation, terrestrial, cosmic, UVC, solar radiation.
and this radiation is a germ.
I was just finna say
Go
it.
ahead.
Telepathy, gene mutating, germ unaliving, and it's a detoxifying wavelength, removing all inorganic life.
Facts.
So it's the plants, the animals. This is the reason why you're seeing the production of a lot of food slow down and it's not coming back. See, we thought in 2022, or excuse me, in 2020, when they were shutting everything down, notice there are certain goods that never came back. See, now people are thinking like, oh, we're going down another spiral. Nigga, we never recovered. That's the thing. Like now we're seeing crops and vegetation be affected because they're eukaryotic. They also went under hybridization and introgression as well. Stop eating celery, stop eating kale, spinach, broccoli, cruciferous vegetables. Cabbage, collard greens, or carrots are eukaryotic organisms.
Yep.
And grow your own shit. This is planting season right now. So you should be growing your own stuff right now.
It's a amazing time for our brothers and sisters to be creative. You see what I'm saying? Now you can be your own teacher, your own everything. It's time to be self-sufficient. So everything that you want to create in your reality, it's time to do that.
There's a system going
we
on.
need to do that for our children. What reality do we want our children to live in? And for so-called black men, we built these planets. What reality do we want our children and women to live in? You see what I'm saying? This can't continue, man.
What should we be eating?
Mainly fruits, frugivores, structured water, herbal teas, H3O2,
And sunlight.
and sunlight.
Yeah, abundance, bro.
Abundance. Go ahead, Mac. Mac and cheese.
Yo, my bad for interrupting as well when you're speaking. I'm saying that that's good, yeah, to grow our own stuff. But what for the people that can't do that?
First
Is it right? Is it right? No, so, I do apologize. Is it right for them to buy
I
vegetables?
just want to get on topic. Are we all the same species? Because that's the topic. Why?
Okay,
You
so
said we
my
are?
question is, yeah. No, I don't. I think we are as human
Okay,
beings.
can
I
you
think we're all
explain
the
that?
same species. Because we're human beings, isn't it? We're not like the animals.
Explain that genetically or scientifically.
I can't break it down that way, but I'll put it black and white and simple to answer your question. We are not all one species. I'm saying we are. And I'm gonna leave it as that.
I
Is that alright for
mean,
me to do that? Can I? Yeah, without me
I
breaking it down.
mean, it's all right to have your opinion, but can you explain it genetically or scientifically somehow how
I
we are
can't.
all?
I'm not a scientist. I'm not a scholar. Nothing. But okay, let
You don't
me
gotta
explain it
be.
my way. All right,
So
check this. Explain it my way. I
okay,
reckon we're all the same species because the way we react to certain situations, the way we are as human beings, is certain growth in it. We learn, live and learn. So we take L's,
it's a
and someone can make a
scientific fact
mistake.
that
Yeah.
we don't react to situations the same. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, I was gonna break it down. I was about to land as well. Like I said, I can't break it down scientifically like you. I'm trying to say I think we're all the same species because in life, the life that we all live in as human beings, we go through the same shit, probably differently, but it's the same, innit? So I reckon as species, if you're gonna say species in the comment, we are not all the same species, bro. So what are we? Am I a camel? So I'm gonna leave it as that. I'm not a scientist. So respectfully,
So
brother, I'll leave it as that.
so you can state how we're the same species, like you can say that, but you can't explain how we're the same species.
I can't. So, like I said, I can't explain. So can you? If you can, explain it for me so I can understand.
That's reverse psychology, though, bro.
Oh, you know what? I got no further comments then, brother.
So you came up here, interrupted motherfuckers just to say that?
Not even. I came here respectfully, bro. You banged me on the box, and I respect it. But answering your question, we are not all the same species, and I'm answering it to you. And I can't. And I said as well, I'm not a scientist. I can't break it down in scientific terms. I'm gonna answer it how I answer it. I reckon, I
Right.
think, my opinion, we are all the same species. So, my brother, if you're saying we're not, break it down so I can understand, so
Because
I can learn.
he's making a statement by saying that we're not all one species. You requested up on his panel saying that we are. You have to explain to us because
I'm
he's the
answering.
one that's hosting the room saying that we are. You're disagreeing with him.
No,
Now you're
sister,
saying, "Oh,
respectfully.
explain it to me." That's
Oh my.
yeah, no, oh my, because you cut me off while I was talking earlier to say
I do
this,
apologize.
which
I
is
didn't mean
what
to do
the
that.
host
I
is
didn't mean to
saying.
do that.
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna go
it's
back on
just
mute. Big up yourself, you lot.
but
Big
I'm
up everyone
saying
in the
like,
box.
or do
Big
you
up
want to still
yourselves.
be on the
Big up.
panel?
Hey,
Mac
big
and
up the
cheese,
host. Big up
mac
the
and
host.
cheese. Do
I'll
you
jump off.
still
I'm
want
gonna
to be
jump
on the
off.
panel if you don't
Hey,
have
yo, the
anything to
host,
add?
host. I'm jumping off.
I'm just saying, did you want to still be on the panel?
So he came up here, like I said, interrupted people to say that we're the same, but couldn't explain it. Okay then. All right. Who didn't I get to? Did I get to? Oh, I don't think I got to you. Man, my fault. I don't think you even spoke at all yet. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to know about the Afro, I think it's called Afroasiatic gene. I just wanted to know with them, how did they get spliced basically? And was it an environmental situation? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know, I don't understand much about it, but I'm trying to basically understand how that mixture happened. Is it similar to the YT or other people that live in those areas? Yeah.
Can I ask you? Are we all one species?
No, I don't think so. Because
Okay. Can you explain that?
because I feel like I think like that when I see YT people, they have a different response to things. Like for example, their genetic makeup is different, their hair responds differently to the environment, their skin peels. I've seen their skin peel. A lot of them, they get burned if they go in the sun. So these are all signs to me that people are definitely not the same. But on a deeper level, I don't really understand how the genetic structure basically works.
Excuse me. Can I say something, Ether?
Hold on. All right, so he- so uh
Are you asking how the complex cell, like what it's composed of and how it functions?
Yeah, I wanted to know what the
What
Afro-Asiatic gene is composed of, basically, yeah.
The
Afro-Asiatic
Afro-Asiatic
gene.
gene. That's just a title. There is no such thing as Afro-Asiatic. Either you're so-called black or you're a eukaryotic Asian. You see what I'm saying? And the people you're talking about are probably the first inhabitants of Asia, which was so-called black people. So the first, or if you're talking about them, those people are so-called black and have neuromelanin.
But those people probably changed into what we see today in Asia, isn't it?
How did they change?
Yeah, how did they change? Can you tell us?
They probably, they
No,
probably
we
got
don't want to hear
mixed,
probably.
right?
Can you tell us how they did it since you made that statement? We don't want to hear probably. Go ahead.
They look mixed, so I assume that they must have mixed with something else. But I don't know how that happened, if that makes sense.
who else did
Who are
they
you
mix
talking
with?
about?
Yeah, I'm
You
sorry.
don't even
Or
know.
maybe the
You don't
environment
even know who
changed
you're
them.
talking about, and you're asking the question, and you don't even know what you're asking. Man,
Can I ask?
what are
Well,
you
if they
talking
were
about,
black in
bro?
the beginning, but you two are saying that there are two groups of people. They're black and they're Asiatic group of people. So
No,
Nah,
we're
you
not
said
even saying nothing about an Afro.
you
Whatever
were the one who said that.
we're saying, we're using black and racial terms for context purposes just for this conversation. They are not. Race is not biological or ethnic groups. So we're
Yeah.
asking you to like define who you're actually talking about. Are you talking about a so-called black person
like
or
people who
a
live in the Middle
hybrid?
East, people who are from, like, let's say India, Iraq, those types of people.
Right.
Those are Dravidians. Those are not so-called black people. Those are Dravidians. Those are EU melanated people.
Yeah, eukaryotic.
Eukaryotic organisms. They're not natural to the planet and they're inorganic.
Okay, that concept that they're not natural to the planet, I would like to understand why that is, because why would they not be natural to the planet?
So according to evolution, the basis of evolution is saying that the only organisms that were on the planet were prokaryotic organisms until more eukaryotic organisms came into play through evolution. When they study the basis of evolution, which is explaining how we went from haploids to diploids, there is no explanation for that besides electrical fusion.
And y'all have animal DNA. Y'all have multiple animal DNA that cannot naturally reproduce with each other.
You
No,
see
no
that?
other, no other. Hold on, no other natural organism in nature has other genetic material from other animals to make up its organism, which
Can
is
you
why they work in
explain?
unison with the planet.
Can you?
You don't.
Mhm.
Yours. I could tell you. Hold on. I could tell you're probably an Arab or Dravidian woman by the
Mhm.
questions you're asking. So
Right.
again, we're not the same species, and those Dravidians have EU melanin, which then turns into pheomelanin, which is animal melanin. So you got to go research.
Right, the animal genetics, that makes me a little bit like.
Iman, what ethnicity are you? Iman?
Y'all are cutting each other off while he's speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute.
Did you even hear what I said?
I did hear what you said. Yeah.
To reply to that.
I feel very uncomfortable with the concept of like the animal genome, and yeah, just the animal genetics making me uncomfortable because
that
Let her
doesn't.
finish, baby. Let her finish.
Hold
on, Sam. Hold on. You can go after her. Just let her finish her point.
that's all I, yeah, it's uncomfortable with the truth, miss, but the thing is that I've never heard of it before. I am gonna do my research and I am listening, you know, to the whole to the live, but it's the first time I'm hearing this and I don't know what to think. Um, but yeah.
Okay, let me ask Iman a question. What ethnicity are you, may I ask? What? So she went off? Sorry, I want to ask what ethnicity she was. Damn it.
Somebody in the comments, you said that eukaryotic is natural, just not y'all. Yeah, don't be spreading misinformation in the comments like that ever again. Nothing eukaryotic is natural.
Yeah, I just wanted to know like what ethnicity exactly she was. Because like I believe she's like maybe East African, Arab, or like Dravidian. That's what I was thinking too.
All right.
Carrot Top,
What
Rabbit.
ethnicity are you, Iman? Sorry.
Carrot Top. So I seen you earlier. You were, showing us on camera your skin tone. I think. Can you come back to the app and explain to us why you were doing that? We're just circling back through the panel.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. She said she wants to talk about what again? I'm sorry. I was doing something and I heard something.
You were showing your skin while we was
Oh,
talking.
uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, cause she said something about my profile. How is that me? And I was like, no, that's just like a little fake account or whatever I do. You know what I'm saying? But I was just, my parents are Mexican or whatever, right? And I was just showing my skin. I do tend to get darker when I'm in the sauna, or but when I'm not, I get light and stuff like that. But I was just doing a little bit of research and stuff or whatnot. But because I was still confused about how I didn't answer the topic that's on the panel that says we are not all one species, and I wasn't disagreeing. I was agreeing because like the melanin is just so powerful, and then I was just referencing like in my head thinking about how they take melanin, like they have weapons that have like melanin power and all this stuff, and it's just like it gets deep, like with the black melanin and the genetically, physically, mentally, spiritually, chromosomes, DNA, whatever you name it. Just I love the black people. I grew up uh, with a lot of not a lot, but you know what I mean, mixed with a lot of Mexicans and blacks and whatever. So I mean, I'm not heavily knowledged, but I do know a little bit about a lot of stuff. So that's why I just jumped on a panel trying to agree with you guys about. But then who is it? Sky. She was asking about can I explain it genetically, and that just kind of made me go blank. Like I was like, I'm sorry, is this you know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm also new to this, you know what I mean? I don't jump on lives. I just get into lives that I like that are intriguing to me that interest me, I guess. You know. Yeah, so uh can I like answer something or anything else or I mean, I'm sorry, I'm blank right now.
Mm.
Bro, like, do you like want to add something to the conversation? Like, you are free to do that, bro.
Uh yeah, we can talk like my
We just asked for you to explain it genetically, and you just weren't able to. So it was hard for us to have the conversation with you, and we had to move on.
fine, no problem. With all due respect, I just wanted to just come on here and just say you know what I mean, that I do love the uh the black people, you know what I mean, the dark skinned people. I don't understand why it's just race is such a big deal. If anything, the white person man created the race to begin with. I do know about what is it? How they got spliced? They got taken into the Caucasus Mountains or whatever by Yakub back in like I'm not sure when, way back in time. They got mixed in with like pig and dog and rat and I don't know whatever all this other stuff.
So when you say they, like, do you understand that you share the same
Yes,
genetics?
heavily because
Well,
yes,
then it would just be
yes,
we.
completely.
Yeah,
Yes,
it would be we, because the Cubanos,
yes.
right? The Italians are a byproduct of
The
hybridization.
yes,
That's the
the
newest
Rome's, the
species on the
Italians,
right. The
yes,
Mexicans, yeah,
yes.
are the newest species on this planet. And when
Hmm.
y'all procreate with each other, y'all are also creating a whole nother species. So
Exactly,
the
yes.
original species that only evolved with this planet and biologically identifies with the planet in the cosmos in the sun is neuromelanated people, because it's not just about melanin. There's 5 different types and 3 that pertain to so-called humans.
Could you go ahead and educate me on those, please, real quick?
Nah.
Well, she said 5. I'm just sorry. I didn't think it was too much to talk about, just quickly or whatever. But
Just
I'll do my research more. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know a little bit about a lot of stuff. Maybe she could have mentioned it and I could have said, oh, yeah, I know about it. But no one wants to explain it. It's fine. It's cool with it. But yeah, I also, what is it? My neighbors, they were Muslim, the Nation of Islam. So I also try to convert into Islam. I try to convert into like my parents. They're Catholic. They're from Mexico. They're from Guanajuato. And what is it? Sorry, my voice. And they I'm actually first gen American Mexican American, I guess. And you know, I live in what is it over here in Texas? I live in like a Section 8 place, and I just grew up around like, you know, this with black people, and I just started hanging out with them, and they were talking to me about, you know, just they just really sparked a light, like they just ignited a little match in my path, and I just took it. Ever since they mentioned something about pork, I was like swine pork, you can't eat that, and
right.
it's bad for you.
Respectfully,
Yeah, you
it's
can
two
cut
it's
me
two
off,
other
bro.
people, you know what I'm saying?
No,
They
no, no,
just
bro, yeah, I'm gonna jump off. I'm sorry. But
no, you good.
yeah,
Go
peace out,
ahead,
y'all.
Casino.
Yeah.
My bad, y'all. I was just gonna say we
One of
definitely
the
not the
most
same species,
nutritious
man.
meats.
We not the same species. And I was also reading a little bit today, right? Hopefully this come up right. That we the prokaryotic cell are the good bacteria that's supposed to help keep the planet clean. Feel what I'm saying? And the eukaryotic cell is actually a virus. So that's why the sun be hitting them like it do too, because it's like destroying the virus. You see what I'm saying? And us as a species in this physical form, when I say we supposed to be helping keep the planet clean, as in like we was supposed to have been cleaning these viruses up and make
Bro,
sure
that
that
makes no
they're out
sense.
of control. What?
That
Hold
doesn't make
on,
sense.
hold on. We gonna get to you, bro. Like, just tame it. You just gotta tame it. All right.
These boys is poison, man. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that to the room's attention too about them being a virus, and I think it's like why they mention in the book. One of them is E. coli, I believe, and another one I forgot the name of it, y'all. I'm sorry, but you can't mix them together, and that's the same reason why too, because they viruses and we bacteria, and we cannot mix.
Thanks. Abundance, my brother. Appreciate that. Ari, Adora, or whatever. Go ahead.
So yeah, what's up, guys?
Are we all the same species?
I mean, yeah, I think we're the same species, but I think that there's fundamental differences
All right.
between, I'll
Can
just
you?
say the grace periods, just the graces, because I don't want the census to get me, but I think there's differences that we're not made aware of. And if you actually learn about like certain things like about the human body, it's actually quite obvious that
people with African ancestry are genetically have traits that are more conducive to like survival, stronger, more dense bones, greater muscle mass, stronger teeth. Mothers of African descent have more nutritious breast milk. This is all documented, like even mainstream science will tell you this stuff. So definitely there's major differences that we should be more aware of. But I don't know if it's about being a different species.
All right, how are we the same? And can you explain it scientifically, please?
Yeah, so we all have human DNA, and our DNA
You cut
is.
me off to
Huh?
explain that you got animal DNA in you, bro.
I
That's
said
what you
human.
cutting me off for?
I said human. Do you know what human is?
You're a human. That's
You know
what
what
you are.
human is?
I'm not a human, so I don't
What are you?
subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to having animal genetics.
You don't believe you're a human.
No,
So what
absolutely,
are you?
absolutely not. You tell me though. I want to hear about your
No,
human
like
genetics.
what are you? I'm confused.
I want to hear about that.
Okay, so yeah, all the races have human DNA, which is similar and operates in a similar way. We all have the same organs, we have the same body layout and blueprint. We're virtually more the same than we are different, but there are fundamental differences
Are
that I
we
think we should
composed of
pay more
this?
attention to.
My bad. Are we composed of the same genetic material?
Not exactly the same, but no two people have the same same genes.
Right, but prokaryotic organisms make replicas of themselves.
Yeah.
And eukaryotic organisms do not because they are incomplete dominant.
Eukaryotic, that's like a cell with a nucleus, right?
Absolutely.
So they do make replicas
How? When there's multiple
through
different animal
mitosis.
genetics. Right, because it's a complex cell organism. So
They make
they undergo that. But a organism that has at least 5 different animal genetic materials speaking through one nucleus is not going to make an exact replica of itself.
So are you saying that eukaryotic cells don't multiply through mitosis?
I never said that. What I'm explaining is that there's a difference between prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells and how they function.
All humans have eukaryotic cells,
Correct. And the brother just
including
explained
different
to you
races.
that we are not listed as so-called humans according to these people.
Or that was according to himself. He said he's not a
Right. No,
human.
but I'm talking about according to the people that are saying that we're all the same species. They're also saying that so-called black people are not animals because they don't, or are not humans because they don't produce animal proteins. So that's what I'm
Who
explaining.
is saying that humans are not animals?
Bro, every scientist and historian in the world is saying that black people came from Earth's evolution. They're not complex cell organisms. They don't have multiple different animal genetics that's programming their cells.
So who has multiple different animal genetics? I don't know what you
Everybody
mean.
outside of our species.
Have different animal genetics
Right.
programming
It's
us. What does
called
that mean?
incomplete dominance.
Incomplete dominance.
Yeah, everybody outside the so-called black race, they share DNA with multiple animals. That's what she's saying. They have different
Oh, I
genetic material.
see.
They have different genetic material from different organisms to make up one organism. That is a multicellular organism. And when we say so-called black people, we are prokaryotic cells. It means that all of our genetic information stems from one embryological origin, which is the black woman's totipotent stem cells. And our whole integument, we have a so-called black people, our whole body, we have over 100 trillion of just prokaryotic cells alone. 50 trillion of those cells are neuromelanin that programs those prokaryotic cells. Our cells doesn't split through mitosis or meiosis. It splits through binary fission.
You're saying that the cells in someone with African descent don't split through mitosis, because that would be incorrect.
No, it doesn't.
Why do you?
And if it's incorrect, can you biologically and scientifically tell me how it's incorrect?
You can observe a cell multiplying through mitosis in a petri dish.
Right.
Whose cell?
Whose cell though?
The cell of any human being, black or white.
We're not.
We're not the
So I just
same
have a
though.
question. If we're
Sure.
animals, right? Can you show me any proof, like with anything, or of how we're producing animal proteins as so-called black people?
Yeah, I can. You can literally get a cell or a sample from a human being, and you can get
No,
an
no, no,
animal
no, no.
protein, and you can
I'm asking
compare
you
them.
about so-called black people specifically, because
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
yeah, we
So
are
is there
composed
any
of
example or proof or
animal.
book or anything that you can refer me to that explains how a neuromelanated cell has a nucleus and undergoes mitosis,
Yeah,
and produces animal proteins?
you're made of cells that
I'm just
have
asking
animal
you to show
proteins.
me an
You can
example
see it.
in nature or in humans, or if there's a study or something that was done that you can just quickly name off, right? Because I can tell you in '07 they created 10 clones from 2 Neanderthals. I can tell you that, and I can show you
No,
that right now.
but
So I'm just asking
you
you, do you
realize
know
that,
anything that you can reference that says that so-called black people
yeah,
produce animal proteins?
yeah. I just told you can literally see it.
Please explain.
So you can literally get a human cell
No,
and
no, 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 no.
and
Hold on,
a
brother.
black person's
So that
cell.
we can see it.
Yeah,
Everything
you
that
can
we
see
can
it.
see makes up your phenotype. You understand that,
No,
right?
I'm not
Which is
talking about.
programmed by your
I'm talking
genetics,
about you can
right?
see it
But
on a molecular level.
right, what programs micro to macrocosm, right? Your phenotype is macro to what? Your genetics,
Yeah,
right? So you should be able to point out to me through integumentary system, hair, something that we produce animal proteins.
your cells are made of animal proteins. That's how we know that it's produced by the body, because you eat food
So
and your
do
body
black people produce fur?
fur. They grow hair.
Absolutely. So again, that means that if we had animal DNA, the proteins, the 3 structures of our so-called hair would be fur. That would mean that we are a complex cell organism. There's a 2 versus 3 structure in our
You
hair.
know that our
There is
hair
a
is made
2
out of
versus
protein,
3
right?
structure in a hair when
Do you
it
know
comes
that
to
our hair
hair.
is made out
So
of protein,
ether
right?
is composed of course it's made of proteins, but which kind? That's why I'm
Keratin.
saying show me. Is that animal protein?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So is that associated with neuromelanated people?
Yes.
We produce keratin, and that's the
Yes.
complete structure of our hair. The complete
Yes,
structure.
it's
I
made of
just told you
keratin.
there's 2 versus 3, so that's the complete structure.
There may be other things in
Okay, well
composed, but
then
it's
it
animal
can't just
protein.
be that then, because
I didn't say it's just that. I
when
said
we
it has
get
animal
wet,
protein.
then all I'm saying is when we get wet, then we would smell like animals just like these people do. I'm not trying to be
Logically.
funny. I'm serious, because that's a simple example of them producing animal proteins.
Well, you kind of move the goalposts because you asked me to give
No,
an
we're not
example
moving
of
the
us.
goalposts. I was able to give you an example of how we can see and actually perceive animal
You
proteins in
said
real
an
life. You're
example
talking
of
about
us producing
going
animal
into a
proteins. I
lab.
just gave you one.
I can
Our
look at
hair
these
is
people
made of
and
animal
tell
protein,
that we are phenotypically different
but our
because of
hair
our
is
genetic
literally made of animal
material.
protein. Our
And
cells,
there's no animal in nature that you can say that so-called black people phenotypically look like. We don't
because they're different.
phenotypically. No, we don't have our hair doesn't phenotypically look like no animal in nature. But when you look at everybody outside the so-called black race, their hair matches a chimp's. Their hair matches horsetails. Their hair matches all these different animals. So so-called black people, our hair is the only ones that are different. It's not like sheep. They don't have the same
That
type of
doesn't mean that
coily.
we don't
They
produce.
don't have coily hair. They have curly hair.
Yeah,
The
but that
fuck?
doesn't mean that we don't
Y'all need to
produce
know the
animal
difference
protein.
between coily and curly.
I
Then
know
you'll
that we have
understand.
different hair,
Nah,
but
I'm not
that
gonna
doesn't
speak
mean that
over
we
you,
don't
man.
produce animal
I'm not
protein.
gonna
Why
speak
are you
over you,
talking
bro.
while someone else is speaking, bro?
Like, what's up with you, bro?
Why can't you wait until we finish and then speak so that way all 130 people can hear you clearly?
Exactly. So again, so-called black people, we don't have animal DNA. We don't have that. We don't phenotypically look like no animal in nature. We don't undergo hypertrichosis, which is just gene expression of animal DNA. You see what I'm saying? Let these niggas off for like a month without shaving, and you will see hypertrichosis. They say it's a condition, but it's a condition that happens off gene expression. It's not no condition.
What is
You see what I'm
hypertrichosis?
saying? And then hold on, and then these people are being born with vestigial tails and used to walk on all fours. That's animal DNA. You don't see no so-called black people with those type of conditions. And hypertrichosis is when you have excess amount of hair, like you have a lot amount of hair growing up on your skin. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
It looks like fur. You start to look like Bigfoot. This is
Okay.
hypertrichosis, and this is what they undergo.
Right, I see what you're saying.
That's animal DNA being expressed.
So
So-called black
what are
people
we
don't
if we're
have
not?
that.
What are we if we're not animals?
Where our biochemical makeup says that we are composed of nitrogen, helium, oxygen, carbon, and
Oxygen,
hydrogen.
hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and
Yeah,
helium.
exactly. Which is the same thing that the sun is composed of. That's what so-called black people's genetic makeup is. That's the type of melanin that you have tells you the DNA that you have. That's what it's telling you. And that our melanin is the only melanin that can condense sunlight and that is condensed sunlight. Everybody outside of us has pheomelanin, animal melanin. We are made up of natural, like one of my brothers said, natural gases, interstellar gas clouds, and nanodiamonds. This is the same thing that the star is composed of.
Aren't animals also made up of those elements as well?
No, animals are not made up of interstellar gas
Depends
clouds.
on which animals you're talking about.
All of those elements exist in animals as well.
But the animals that these people are spliced with, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're inorganic. They're eukaryotic. They have multiple different genetic material from other animals to make up them.
Right, a cat is not 100% a cat.
So let's not play.
Yeah.
That's not what eukaryotic means.
Eukaryotic means truly seated nucleus.
Yeah, eukaryotic means multicellular
Organism.
meaning that you have multiple
No, it's just a cell. Eukaryotic is just a cell with a
to make up
nucleus.
one organism.
Right.
That's
It's
what
just
it
a cell
means.
with a nucleus.
Yeah, right. And what's the definition of a prokaryotic cell or a prokaryotic organism?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a cell without a nucleus?
Okay, then. So there's two. So all life is functioning based off of two cellular functions. Everything here is not prokaryotic and eukaryotic. So again, all eukaryotic organisms are complex cell organisms. Prokaryotic organisms evolved with the planet. That is their embryological origin. It's one organ, the toe tip
But
of them stem
all
cell.
animals
So-called
are
black people, we
eukaryotic
don't
as well.
have organelles or internal membranes, or we don't have nucleus, organelles, or internal membranes. Every part of our body is programmed by our neuromelanin.
We do have nuclei in our cells.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we
So-called
do.
black people don't have a nucleus. If we
Where
have a
are you getting
nucleus, then
stuff from?
if we have a nucleus, then why hasn't our cell been spliced into? Why are scientists and historians telling us and geneticists telling us that they cannot splice into a neuromelanated cell?
But you can
Why is
see
that?
the nucleus in the cell.
If we have a nucleus, can you answer me? Can you tell me how to splice into a cell that is coated in neuromelanin? If we
What
have
do
a
you mean by
nucleus?
splice into?
Wow.
Man, bro.
Bro,
We
you
having
don't
a
know what we're
conversation on
talking
genetics,
about. That's
but
why
you
you're
don't know
asking and
splicing?
shit, bro.
You're not even competent for real.
Bro, this
Come
shit,
on,
like,
bro.
it's not cool, bro, because you're just usurping and then you're taking what the little that you know based off of what we're saying, then you're only listening to respond.
What?
Like if you're having a conversation about speciation, you have heard about CRISPR-Cas9 and introgression, bro. That's
Yeah, I
what
know
the
what CRISPR is.
eukaryotic cell, that's their origin, bro. That's how they got here.
I know what CRISPR is,
It's
but I'm
through
saying, what do you mean by
electroporation and racemization and transfection, all these different types of electrical fusion. So if you can have a discussion about speciation, bro, you should know what we're talking about. Like,
But you're just saying random words that don't
no,
mean
I'm
what you
not
think.
saying random words. You just agreed and said that you
What do you
knew
mean
what
when
one
you
of the
say
words
splice
was,
into
bro.
a cell?
I'm done talking
now
to
the
this
words-
nigga,
now
bro.
the words are
Yeah,
random.
I don't want to talk to him no more.
Like y'all are teaching the next generation, bro. Fucking bullshit.
Bro, how am I rude when there's someone that's literally over speaking, over talking me while I'm talking? Like, niggas love saying that I'm rude, but you've watched this nigga over talk me the entire time. Like, oh, but I'm rude though. Like, as a grown man, if you request up to a panel, this is a debate. We don't give a fuck about feelings in here, bro. It's facts over feelings. Our women and our children are missing because of their totipotum stem cells, because we don't understand the information that's being discussed in here.
And
Don't give a fuck about feelings, bro. You're grown people. If you don't like the vibration in here, leave. But you're here on mute, typing in the comments and still haven't you were up here talking about assumptions.
I agree that
What the fuck? That shit.
We send 25 million of our children to their schools every day because we can't teach them. We send 25 children to their schools because we can't teach them. We
I
send
agree that blacks
millions
have
of our
unique
children to their hospitals because we can't
Brother,
medically
he's
evaluate them.
speaking.
Why is that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all want to talk about that, but y'all don't want to talk about the truth that's happening in front of your face. Like, stop playing, bro.
I agree that blacks have unique stem cells that are used in medical research because of their uniqueness, and I disagree with mainstream school. But I don't think it's true that we don't have eukaryotic cells. It's just not true.
All right, so okay, if so-called black people have eukaryotic cells, can you tell us what other genetic material that we have from a different organism to make up our organism? Can you tell us that? Can you tell us?
No, it's not from a different organism.
That's what a eukaryotic.
Uh,
We already passed what eukaryotic cell was. So just tell us.
So, you know, a human cell, whether it's black or white, has virtually very similar cell structures like mitochondria, a nucleus, and the like. A cell membrane is, you know, made up of cholesterol, animal fat. It has the same general structure as any race's cells, but then the uniqueness of the black cells is that they also have they have melanin as well.
Every organism on the planet has melanin.
Yeah, but obviously
Yeah,
black people
but
have it in far greater abundance.
you said melanin. You said melanin like everybody outside the so-called black race doesn't have melanin.
No, I'm saying we have it in
No,
greater
I'm just
abundance.
saying I'm just saying off of what you said. Don't
Yeah,
argue
yeah,
with what you just said, bro. You just said
yeah.
that. So I'm just
Yeah,
saying
we have it in greater abundance.
So I'm just saying there's different types of melanin, and so-called black people, we have neuromelanin. That's the DNA. Neuromelanin is the biochemical substance that constructs the suit.